Graveyard Manager, The Last Manager. Book 3. Tonight's story is Graveyard Manager, The Last Manager. Eddie Crowe survived a cursed inheritance and passed death's audit. Black Hollow Cemetery is now a recognized refuge, but an appeal has arrived to take away its dead, its sealed witness, and the right of anyone buried there to remain a person. Before the final notice is served, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and stay with Eddie Crowe. Your support helps this channel grow and keeps more dark fantasy stories from Black Hollow coming. Chapter 1. Closure Notice. Eddie Crowe had survived 11 whole days after death officially decided he was allowed to continue existing. This sounded better than it was. On paper, he had been recognized as the living manager of Black Hollow Cemetery, active restricted necropolis, level 5, under death stay. In practical terms, this meant he had inherited a cemetery full of dangerous dead people, several hundred years of unresolved mistakes, one sealed living witness under the farthest grave, a former manager trapped in a drawer, and a legal duty to protect everyone without technically owning any of them. It also meant the dead ledger had upgraded its authority to insult him in larger font. Eddie discovered this at 6:13 in the morning while trying to cook 2 eggs in the chapel stove. The eggs were losing. "You are burning breakfast," Nora Quinn said. "I am testing its resistance to heat." You put them directly on the iron plate. They were in a pan. They were in something that had once been a pan. Eddie looked down. The pan had a hole in the middle. The eggs had discovered it. One was now dripping onto the stove coals in slow yellow humiliation. He watched it happen. Then he looked at Nora. Nora stood in the broken chapel doorway with her yellow raincoat unbuttoned, dark hair tied back badly, storm lantern hanging from one hand, and a paper bag of actual food tucked under her other arm. Her eyes traveled from the eggs to the pan to Eddie's face. She did not need to say anything. Her expression did it for her. "That pan betrayed me," Eddie said. "The pan had a hole. It did not disclose that before I trusted it." "Eddie." "Fine, I did not inspect the pan." "No. I had faith in the pan." "That is worse." From the nearest pew, Kit Mallory lifted his head from beneath a blanket. He had slept there because, according to him, the office chair had developed a possessive lower back situation. "You could eat the eggs," Kit said. "They look mostly cooked." Nora turned her head. Kit lowered it again. "I am not saying I will eat them," he added. "I am saying hunger lowers standards. That is sociology." "Your standards arrived low," Mara Voss said from the chapel steps. She sat outside beneath the cracked bell tower, sharpening one of her knives against a whetstone with slow, deliberate strokes. Her dark coat was buttoned to the throat. Her boots were planted in wet grass. The morning mist curled around her like it had considered trying something and reconsidered. The knife made a soft, metallic whisper. Mara sharpening a blade did not always mean someone was about to die. Sometimes it meant she was considering exactly how much effort a person would require. That was not comfort. It merely gave the fear better posture. Across the chapel, Archibald Rattle shuffled a stack of forms with both skeletal hands. The assistant clerk had acquired a new black waistcoat, a narrow clerk's visor, and what Eddie suspected was an unhealthy emotional attachment to the phrase resident rights. "Breakfast contamination is not a recognized operational emergency," Rattle said. "However, it may be filed as a management failure if repeated." Eddie looked at him. "You are dead, you do not eat." "I do not need to eat to understand failure." That is the most clerkish thing anyone has ever said. Rattle's jaw clicked. "Thank you." The dead ledger lay open on the chapel altar. Its black pages glowed faintly green under the gray morning light. A line wrote itself across the paper. "Manager culinary incident logged. Damage, minor. Egg dignity, irrecoverable." Eddie pointed a wooden spoon at the book. "This is why nobody loves you." The dead ledger paused, then wrote, "Incorrect. Several residents have expressed dependence. Dependence is not love." That distinction has ruined many households. Kit lifted one hand weakly from beneath the blanket. Finally, the book says something useful. Mara's knife stopped moving. Kit immediately lowered his hand. Nora stepped toward the stove and took the ruined pan from Eddie before he could make the situation worse. Move. I am helping. You are holding a spoon like it owes you money. It does, emotionally. Move. Eddie moved. This was not because Nora had threatened him. Nora rarely threatened people directly. She had a worse talent. She made them feel stupid in ways that were difficult to argue with. She poured a little water from the kettle into the pan, scraped the surviving egg away from the iron plate, and glanced toward the paper bag she had brought. Your uncle still lets you steal food from the cafe? Eddie asked. My uncle lets me take food home. That sounds suspiciously like stealing with permission. It is called family. Ah, I have heard of that. Very niche arrangement. Nora opened the bag. Inside were 6 wrapped sandwiches, 2 small jars of pickled onions, a loaf of dark bread, 3 boiled eggs that had clearly been cooked by someone who understood the concept of food, and a tin cup full of tea. Kit sat up. Is that meat? Nora looked at him, some of it. I respect your mystery. You stole the last 2 sausages from my uncle's kitchen last week. I rescued them from an uncertain future. My uncle found one in your coat pocket. It was cold outside. You did not need to keep it warm. I think we are moving away from the point. The point, Mara said, is that you should not touch anything. Kit looked wounded. That is a very broad restriction. It is an accurate one. Eddie watched Nora unpack breakfast. The chapel had changed since the audit. It still had broken stained glass, cracked stone, a bell tower leaning over the cemetery like it had developed a personal grudge against gravity, and a complaint station that had not stopped receiving names since Rattle reopened it. But now it was functional. That was the frightening part. The dead came in the mornings. Not physically, most of them. They came as lantern flickers, murmurs in the floor, folded papers left on the altar, old gloves placed politely on benches, coins spinning under doors, cracked mirrors reflecting faces that had never stood in front of them. They came with complaints. They came with claims. They came because Black Hollow had become visible enough for the dead to believe someone might finally listen. Eddie had discovered that hope was more exhausting than terror. Terror came once loudly with teeth. Hope showed up with a numbered ticket and expected somebody to keep the desk open. For 11 days, Black Hollow had tried to prove that hope was heavier than any coffin in the place. The 42 names preserved by death's verdict had become 42 active files in Rattle's complaint cabinet. They were not all residents. Some belonged to people who had been buried elsewhere but whose names had been mishandled in Black Hollow. Some were old debts tied to stones, bad contracts tied to blood, or witnesses whose deaths had been filed by somebody who wanted them quiet. One file contained only a brass button, a lock of gray hair, and the sentence he was not done speaking written 47 times in 3 different inks. Rattle had begun arranging them by urgency. He had then arranged them by danger, then by paper quality. Then, after Nora found him trying to build a separate shelf labeled emotionally catastrophic but beautifully documented, he had been told that the dead did not need decorative shelving. Rattle had looked personally wounded. Presentation matters, he had said. Not more than people, Nora had replied. Rattle had considered this. Then he had relabeled the shelf people who deserve better. Eddie had pretended not to be moved by that. He was becoming tired of pretending. The audit had changed Black Hollow in practical ways too. The east wall was recognized as living witness property, which meant Nora's aunt's house had acquired 2 protective ward lines, a permanent warning bell, and an uninvited advisory notice from death explaining that no one was to dig under the vegetable patch without written consent. Nora had framed the notice. Why? Eddie had asked. Because it is the first official document in the history of my family that tells the universe to leave us alone. That seems healthy. It is not, but it is satisfying. Cashin Vale had been reassigned to Black Hollow under Death's direct observation. The young auditor now slept in the office annex, drank tea with the distracted focus of a man trying to outpace an apocalypse through caffeine, and treated every small event as potentially admissible evidence. Yesterday, Kit had dropped a spoon into a grave. Cashin had opened a file. It was an accident, Kit had said. Accidents are merely events that have not yet chosen their jurisdiction, Cashin had replied. Kit had stared at Eddie. Is he serious? Unfortunately, Eddie had said, that is how you know he is comfortable. Mara had spent the days repairing gate routines, checking the north wall, and teaching Black Hollow's newer defensive wards the difference between a threat and Kit Mallory. This had not entirely succeeded. The cemetery still hissed whenever Kit got too close to a locked shed. Vivienne had visited twice, always with an umbrella, a new offer hidden somewhere in her coat, and the patient expression of a woman who believed ownership was merely a conversation waiting for the other party to become desperate enough. Lilith Quill had visited 3 times, always with a folder, an invoice, and the kind of smile that made Eddie check whether he had accidentally sold his shadow. Father Gideon had begun taking confession hours beside the chapel wall. This was mostly helpful. The dead liked being heard. The living liked being warned about what they should not have done. Kit had stopped going near Father Gideon after being told, in a voice of mild priestly concern, that he possessed the spiritual posture of a crow carrying a wedding ring. Eddie was still not entirely sure what that meant. He knew it was accurate, and under all of it, farther back than the chapel, farther back than the mausoleums, beneath the sealed dark of Plot Zero, Seraphina Black waited in the way that nothing truly imprisoned ever waited. Not passively, not peacefully. She waited like a locked room with someone inside who had already learned the pattern of every footstep outside the door. Eddie tried not to think about that before breakfast. It was becoming one of his better policies. A thin woman in a gray dress stood near the chapel wall. She had not been there a moment ago. Eddie noticed because she was transparent from the waist down and because she was holding a folded complaint in both hands. Rattle noticed too. The skeleton clerk's posture changed immediately. He became almost elegant. "Resident?" he asked. The woman nodded. Her hair was pinned into a neat bun. Her dress was old-fashioned, modest, and carefully mended at the cuffs. She looked around the chapel with the tight expression of someone accustomed to being told she was causing inconvenience simply by existing. "Name?" Rattle asked. The woman hesitated. Eddie watched her fingers tighten around the folded paper. That happened often. Names had become complicated things in Black Hollow. People arrived with names they had lost, names they had been buried under, names someone else had stolen, names written incorrectly on old stones, names inherited through debt, duty, shame, marriage, family, or sheer administrative laziness. Some residents had been dead for a century and still could not get anyone to write the right thing on the right page. The woman looked at Rattle, then at Eddie, then at Nora. "My name is Hester Bell Vale," she said quietly. The dead ledger wrote. Resident identity query initiated. Historic record, Hester Bell later entered as Mrs. Edmund Vale. Current assertion, Hester Bell Vale. Conflict, active. The woman's shoulders tightened. "No," she said. "I was Hester Bell before I married him. I was Hester Vale when I buried him. I am Hester Bell Vale because I will not let either name be taken from me." Eddie looked at Rattle. Rattle looked at the ledger. The ledger looked, as much as a book could look, deeply unpleasant. Nora stepped closer to Hester. "What did he do?" she asked gently. Hester gave a tired little laugh. "He died," she said. "Which was not the problem. The problem was that he left his debts in my name." Kit, halfway through a sandwich, stopped chewing. "That is disgusting," he said. Hester glanced at him. For a moment surprise crossed her face, then something softer. "Yes," she said, "it was." Rattle opened a blank file. "Resident complaint type?" he asked. Hester looked at the paper in her hands. "I want my name back." The chapel became quiet. Even Mara stopped sharpening her knife. Eddie knew why. It sounded small, a name, A line in a ledger, a correction on a stone, but he knew what happened when names were wrong in Black Hollow. Names became handles, names became hooks, names became doors through which other people decided what you were allowed to be. In Black Hollow, a wrong name could call the wrong grief, wake the wrong debt, or give a stranger the right to claim the piece of you that had survived. He looked at the dead ledger. Can we correct it? The book wrote, local hearing capacity, available, external recognition, pending, manager duty, active. Eddie hated when it answered that way. It was like asking a doctor whether you would live and receiving a pamphlet about waiting rooms. Can we correct it? He repeated. The ledger paused. Then, yes, temporarily. Hester's eyes closed, not with relief, not yet with fear. Temporarily, she asked. Nora looked at Eddie. Eddie looked at Hester. He wanted to lie. He wanted to say it would be permanent. He wanted to say Black Hollow had changed, that the audit had passed, that death had recognized them, that the cemetery was protected now. But 11 days ago, a woman in black had looked at him from the center of death's court and explained that recognition was not safety. So he said the truth. Temporarily, Eddie said, until we make it harder for anyone to take it away again. Hester watched him, then she nodded once. Good, she said, I have waited longer. Rattle lifted his pen. Statement recorded. Resident Hester Bell Vale asserts personal name restoration, supporting grounds. Hester looked down at her hands. I remember my mother calling me Hester Bell, she said. I remember my sister writing it in letters. I remember marrying Edmund. I remember leaving him. I remember burying him. I remember that none of his debts were mine. The chapel lamps brightened. Outside, somewhere in the common rows, a grave gave a low, deep knock. The dead ledger wrote, claim supported by memory, witness continuity, and post-mortem refusal. Temporary name restoration granted. The words in the air beside Hester shifted. For a moment, she blurred. Then she became clearer, not brighter, more present. Hester Bell Vale stood in the chapel with tears on her face. The tears did not fall. They simply stayed there. She touched them with one transparent hand and laughed again, this time without bitterness. Thank you, she said. Eddie felt something settle in his chest. It was not pride. Pride was easy. Pride was loud. This was worse. This was responsibility. Hester folded her complaint paper and placed it carefully on the altar. She did not leave immediately. Instead, Hester stood beside the altar as if she had forgotten what people did after being believed. Eddie understood that too well. Belief was easy when it cost nothing. People believed in rain. They believed in money when it arrived in an envelope. They believed in apologies when somebody else was making them. Believing a person after the world had spent decades insisting that person had been inconvenient, mistaken, dead, sentimental, unstable, buried under the wrong name, or simply not worth the administrative effort was a different kind of act. It required space. Hester looked toward the chapel window, where gray morning light cut through the broken glass. My daughter used to bring red carnations, she said. Nora's expression softened. Does she still? For years, every Thursday, Hester smiled faintly. She did not know I could see. That was the good part. People are more honest when they think grief has no audience. Eddie looked at the small paper in Hester's hand. Did she ever use your real name? He asked. Hester nodded. Only when she was angry. Families, Kit said from his pew. Very reliable that way. Hester looked at him, then smiled a little more fully. She would stand by the stone and say, Hester Bell, you should have left him sooner. Nora lowered her eyes. And what did you say? Hester's smile thinned. Nothing, not then, I was dead. There are many excuses available to the dead. The chapel went quiet again. Eddie hated the silence this time, not because it was uncomfortable, because it was deserved. He thought of the 73 fake protection plans he had sold before Black Hollow. He thought of frightened people handing him money because they wanted certainty about things nobody had ever been able to make certain. He thought of how easily he had decided that believing him was their problem. Somewhere along the line, a person became a file. A file became a claim. A claim became a number. And once the number was neat enough, people stopped asking whether anyone inside it had ever had a daughter who brought carnations on Thursdays. Eddie did not know when that happened. He knew he wanted to break something every time he saw it. The dead ledger wrote, "Resident memory filed. Living witness trace available. Potential supporting evidence, grave flowers, family letters, municipal registry, private refusal." Hester looked at the page. "Will that be enough?" she asked. No one answered immediately. The ledger could have. The ledger knew how to answer almost anything with an insult, a warning, or a line of text that made a person regret owning a phone, but it did not. Eddie stepped closer to Hester. "I do not know," he said. The honest answer made something inside him tighten. "But it is real," he added, "and now it is recorded here. That has to count for something." Hester studied him. "You speak like you are still trying to believe it." "I am," Eddie said. For the first time, Hester looked amused. "Good. Men who are certain are usually about to become a problem." Nora's mouth twitched. Kit whispered, "I like her." Mara said, "She has sense." Hester folded the paper once more, gentler this time. "Then keep the record," she told Eddie. "And when someone comes to tell you a record is all I am, ask them whether records can miss their daughters." She placed the complaint paper on the altar. The paper stayed, small, ordinary, more dangerous than any weapon in the chapel because it contained a person refusing to vanish. Then she looked at Nora. "Your grandmother knew my name," she said. Nora's eyes widened. "She did. She used to bring soup to the east wall. She would say it under her breath. Hester Bell. She said names were small blankets. You put them back over people when the world forgot." Nora did not answer for a second. Then she nodded. She was right. Hester smiled and faded slowly into the chapel light, not gone, just resting somewhere nearby. Rattle wrote a note in the file, his skull tilted slightly. "Resident hearing success," he said. The dead ledger added. "Manager authority unchanged. Resident trust increased. Emotional damage inconveniently sincere." Eddie looked at the book. "You could have left that last part out." "I could leave many things out. I choose not to." Nora handed Eddie a sandwich. He accepted it automatically, then paused. "This is for me." "Yes." "Did you poison it?" "No." "Can I get that in writing?" "Eat the sandwich." He ate the sandwich. It was warm. It contained egg, cheese, something spicy, and the unfamiliar sensation of being cared for without having to earn it through fraud, panic, or legal catastrophe. This was deeply suspicious. He took another bite. Nora watched him for a moment. "You are actually eating." "I am proving I can learn." "Do not overstate it." "I have eaten food someone else made. This is growth." "You nearly cried at a sandwich." "I did not." "You did." The cheese was emotional. Kit leaned over. "Can I have one?" Nora did not look at him. "You have already had two." "I had 1.5. You took one from Rattle." "I did not know skeletons could feel hungry." Rattle looked at the sandwich in Kit's hand. "I cannot, but I can recognize theft." "It was unattended." "It was on my file." "That is not a legal plate." "It is an administrative plate." Mara wiped her knife clean and slid it back into its sheath. "Kit." "Yes." "Give him the sandwich." Kit sighed and handed it to Rattle. Rattle placed it carefully on top of a folder labeled Active Resident Protections. Eddie stared. "You are not eating that." "I am preserving evidence." "You are using breakfast as a paperweight." "Correct." The chapel door opened. No one had touched it. The room changed. Eddie felt it before he looked. The morning was still gray outside. The mist still lay over the graves. The chapel still smelled like wet stone, burned egg, old candle wax, and Kit's questionable relationship with laundry. But the air had become thinner, not colder, more official. Cassian Vale stood in the doorway. He had been standing there long enough for Eddie to know the situation was bad and short enough for Eddie to suspect Cassian had not wanted to interrupt Hester's hearing. That made it worse. Cashin had spent 11 days learning that Black Hollow did not reward delay. It only noticed it. Still, he waited until Hester's form had settled into the chapel light before speaking. "Manager Crowe," he said. Eddie looked at him. Cashin's pale hair was damp at the temples. His black folder was tucked under one arm. His gloves were clean, which was always an ominous detail in a cemetery. "Do not tell me an egg has filed a counterclaim." "I wish it had." Kit sat up straighter. "That is a terrible answer." "Yes," Cashin said. Behind him, through the chapel doorway, Sister Ash stood in the fog with her hands clasped behind her back. The remedial overseer had the unnerving habit of looking composed in conditions where everyone else had become weather. She wore ash gray from throat to boot, her white hair braided close against the damp, her face as still as a closed door. But her smile was gone. Eddie had learned during the audit that Sister Ash smiled at disasters for the same reason some people smiled at bad dogs, not because they were harmless, but because fear was rude and sometimes ineffective. No smile meant the disaster had arrived with better manners. "The city of cemeteries sent a gate signal at 5:48, Cashin said. "It did not originate in the city. It used the city's bell network to approach." Eddie frowned. "Approach from where?" Cashin looked toward the front gate. "Above." Kit's face did something immediate and unhappy. "Above as in sky." "No. Above as in worse." Cashin did not answer. That was answer enough. Sister Ash stepped over the chapel threshold. The fog stopped behind her as if it had been asked not to enter without an appointment. "The appeal has moved," she said. Eddie felt the sandwich in his hand become suddenly absurd. "Moved where?" "From notice to procedure." "That sounds like the same thing in a more expensive coat." "It is not." Sister Ash looked at the dead ledger. "The first finality appendix has not yet won the right to reverse death stay. It does not need to. It has filed for preliminary classification and interim recovery." Rattle's quill slipped from his fingers. "Recovery of whom?" he asked. Sister Ash's eyes drifted toward the altar where Hester's paper rested. "That is what we are about to discover." The chapel bell rang beneath the floor. Once, then once more, not loud, worse than loud, polite. "What is it?" Nora asked. Sister Ash looked at Eddie. "Your appeal has been acknowledged." The dead ledger slammed shut. The chapel bell rang once, not from the tower, from below the floor. Eddie felt the sound travel up through his boots, a single note, slow, final. He looked at Cashin. "You said acknowledged." "Yes." "That sounds better than denied." "It is not." "Of course it is." Cashin held up a small black card. The card had no writing on it. Then pale letters appeared. "Final allocation service." "Formal closure notice." "Delivery required." Eddie stared. "Closure." No one answered. He looked at Nora. Nora's face had gone pale. He looked at Mara. Mara's hand had gone to the knife at her belt. He looked at Rattle. The skeleton clerk had dropped 3 pages. That was not like him. "Black Hollow passed the audit," Eddie said. Cashin's voice was quiet. "Yes." "It is recognized." "Yes." Death herself said it could remain open. "Under a stay." Eddie hated the word immediately. He hated it because it sounded too small for how much damage it could do. A stay. Not a victory, not safety. A delay. Sister Ash stepped into the chapel. The fog did not follow her. It stopped at the doorway. "First finality cannot directly overturn death's verdict," she said. "Not yet." "Good." "It can challenge what the verdict protects." Eddie waited. Sister Ash looked toward the altar, toward the place where Hester's claim paper still rested. "Black Hollow is protected as a restricted refuge," she said. "The appeal argues that it is not a refuge." The chapel became silent. Outside, a raven called once from the chapel roof, then stopped. Eddie folded his arms. "What does it say Black Hollow is?" Cashin answered, "A defective continuation site." Kit looked confused. That sounds fake. It is not, Cashin said. Can you say it in language meant for people? Cashin looked at the black card, then at Eddie. They are arguing that Black Hollow holds dead people who should have been final. Nora's lantern flame bent low. Eddie frowned. Final. Finished, Cashin said. Closed, processed, gone where they were assigned to go. And Black Hollow gives them claims. Rattle made a small clicking sound. It was not approval, it was fear. Cashin continued. Names, hearings, objections, protection from collectors, protection from old debts, protection from family ownership claims, protection from being used as fuel, collateral, evidence, leverage, or ritual material. Eddie looked at the complaint station, at the files, at the names scratched into the wood, at the dead who had finally started coming forward because they believed someone might listen. So, he said, Sister Ash's eyes were black and very still. So First Finality argues that Black Hollow is unlawfully interrupting the proper end of death. A cold feeling moved through Eddie, not fear exactly. Fear had teeth. This had margins, precedents, and people who could deny a human being without needing to raise their voice. By treating them like people, Nora said. Cashin did not look at her. Yes. The chapel bell rang again. This time the sound came from the front gate. A second note, then a third. Eddie looked toward the door. Who is serving this? Cashin's jaw tightened. Someone who does not need entry permission. That is not how gates work. No, Cashin said. It is how finality works. Mara stepped forward. Can I kill the messenger? Cashin looked at her. No. Can I damage the messenger? No. Can I scare the messenger? Sister Ash considered it. Possibly, but it will not change the notice. Mara looked almost disappointed. Eddie felt that was unfairly comforting. He grabbed the manager's shovel from where it leaned beside the altar. The shovel had changed since level 5. It was still ugly, still old, still scratched, blackened, and stubbornly unimpressive. But the blade now carried thin silver letters beneath the dark metal. Manager Authority recognized. Eddie had stared at that word for several minutes when it first appeared. Recognized. Not powerful, not safe. Recognized. He was beginning to understand why people used that word with care. Fine, he said. Nora looked at him. Fine. Not fine, fine. That is not a phrase. It is a survival phrase. He adjusted his grip on the shovel. We go to the gate. The dead ledger opened by itself. The pages did not merely open. They separated with the slow, deliberate sound of a drawer being pulled out in a room where someone had died badly. Ink spread across the paper in gray lines that were not the ledger's usual black. The gray tried to erase itself even as it formed, as if the words had not been written so much as permitted to exist for a limited time. Formal delivery requested. Service authority. Final allocation liaison. Entry not required. Refusal does not prevent notice. Kit leaned toward Eddie. Can we pretend nobody is home? The ledger wrote. No. Can the cemetery pretend nobody is home? No. Can we set the chapel on fire? Nora turned slowly toward him. Kit raised both hands. I am brainstorming. Mara had moved to the open chapel doors. Her posture had changed, almost imperceptibly. She was no longer sitting, no longer resting. Every part of her was angled toward violence, even the hand not touching a weapon. Final allocation liaison, she said. I have heard of them. Cashin looked at her. You should not have. That is not an explanation. It is a rare office. Cashin's voice was clipped now, stripped of professional calm. They do not enforce verdicts. They do not argue cases. They appear after somebody else has already decided what a person is worth and need a body-shaped problem placed in the correct category. Nora's lantern flame narrowed. You mean they take people? Cashin did not correct her. Rattle's skull turned slowly toward the ledger. Are they collectors? No, Sister Ash said. Worse, Kit asked. Collectors value what they take, Sister Ash said. Final allocation values completion. Eddie rubbed a hand across his face. Right, great. That is an awful sentence. I would like it removed from the day. The ledger added another line. Notice attachment risk. If manager declines service, notice may be served through resident records. The chapel became quieter. Eddie looked at Hester's paper on the altar. What does that mean? Cashin's eyes went to the same place. It means they can write their notice into the people the cemetery is protecting. For once, no one made a joke. Eddie put down his sandwich. He did it carefully, like something breakable had entered the room. A notice wrote across the page. Manager approach recommended. Do not sign anything. Do not offer name, blood, witness, soil, memory, emotional vulnerability, or breakfast. Eddie paused. Breakfast. The ledger wrote. Final allocation has historically accepted hospitality as implied cooperation. Kit slowly slid the sandwich he had hidden farther beneath his blanket. Good, he said. I was not planning to share. Kit, Nora said, I am preserving assets. Rattle looked offended. That phrase is legally contaminated now. They crossed the cemetery together. No one discussed who was going. That was how Eddie knew everyone had already decided. Mara took the left side of the path, crossbow loose at her hip, knife hidden but not absent. Nora walked at Eddie's right with the lantern. Cashin carried his audit case like a shield no sane person would trust. Sister Ash moved behind them, quiet enough that Eddie occasionally checked whether she was still there. Vivienne Thorne appeared beside the broken fountain without warning, black umbrella open against a rain that had not yet started. Eddie stopped. You have a terrible habit of arriving like a legal consequence. Vivienne's dark eyes moved over the group. I felt an allocation seal touch which line. That sounds bad. It is. Useful summary. Lilith Quill stepped out from behind the chapel wall a second later, holding a black folder and a small cup of coffee that smelled expensive enough to be a curse in its own right. Eddie looked between them. Was there a meeting? No, Lilith said. Then why are you both here? Vivienne's mouth curved. Because trouble in Black Hollow is rarely exclusive. Lilith took a sip of coffee. Because if final allocation is serving a closure notice, there will be clauses. I find clauses comforting. Of course you do. Also, Lilith added, they dislike infernal counsel. This provides me with a small private joy. Do not call it private if you announce it on the path, Mara said. Lilith smiled at her. Hunter Voss still frightening. Still tragically underbilled. Mara did not smile. That was probably wise. Father Gideon did not come with them. He stood in the chapel door, one translucent hand resting against the old stone. The gate is a threshold, he said. Too many dead near it makes the threshold greedy. I will keep the chapel quiet. Kit stared at him. Can a chapel be kept quiet? Not usually, Gideon said, but I have experience with locked mouths. The sentence landed badly enough that no one asked for clarification. Rattle remained by the altar with Hester's paper, 2 spare pens, 3 stacks of blank forms, and the rigid determination of a clerk who had just learned that paperwork could be used to erase people. I will prepare objection templates, he said. Against what? Eddie asked. Rattle looked at the front gate. Everything. It should have been funny. It was not. Eddie looked at the people around him. The witch with the umbrella, the infernal solicitor with the coffee, the hunter who preferred knives to introductions, the auditor who had chosen the wrong career and stayed anyway, the woman with the lantern who had no legal reason to be here and every human reason not to leave. He did not know how to thank them without ruining the moment, so he did what he did best. Right, he said. Nobody signs anything. Nobody sells their soul. Nobody insults the finality clerk until we understand the jurisdiction, and Kit stays within throwing distance of Mara. Kit looked offended. I am not even going. Mara said, good. Kit's face fell. Nora reached out and caught Eddie's wrist before he turned toward the gate. Her fingers were warm, not much warmer than the morning, but enough. He looked at her. Her expression was serious. "Do not let him make you feel small," she said. Eddie tried to smile. "I have met debt collectors. I am professionally difficult to shrink." Nora held his gaze. "This is not a joke." The joke fell away. "I know," he said. Her thumb brushed the inside of his wrist once, where the silver chain to Serafina lay cool beneath his sleeve. Then she let go. They walked on. The path from the chapel to the gate had grown longer since the audit, not physically. Black Hollow did that sometimes. The property understood distance the way angry people understood silence. It could stretch it, sharpen it, fill it with meaning until walking from one place to another became a statement you had not intended to make. The graves watched. Not all of them. That would have been too obvious. But Eddie saw movement at the edge of his vision. A hand lifting from soil. A face in wet stone. A name brightening briefly under moss. Some of the residents had gathered along the paths. Hester Bell Vale stood near the common rows, clutching her complaint paper. Beside her stood a man in an old postman's uniform, his body pale and thin beneath a rain-dark coat. A woman with a burned scar across one cheek watched from the shade of a yew tree. A broad-shouldered figure in a firefighter's helmet stood beside a grave with no name. None of them spoke. They simply watched Eddie walk toward the gate. That did something unpleasant to him. He was used to people watching him when he had lied. Used to being watched when he had something to sell. Used to being watched when trouble caught him somewhere with no exits, but this was different. They were watching because they believed he had responsibility. Responsibility was much heavier than fear. Nora walked beside him, close enough that her shoulder brushed his once. Not by accident. Eddie did not look at her. He was afraid that if he did, the feeling in his chest might become visible. "You do not have to go alone," she said. "I know. You are thinking about going alone anyway. I am thinking about not letting everyone else stand near official danger. That is not your decision. It is my cemetery." Nora stopped walking. Eddie took 2 more steps before he realized she had stopped. He turned. The fog curled around her boots. Her lantern burned gold in the gray morning. "You are not listening," she said. He tried to make a joke. Nothing came. That was rare. Nora stepped closer. "It is your duty," she said, "not your ownership." The words landed harder than a slap. She had heard the verdict too. Everyone had. Manager authority confirmed. Manager ownership denied. Duty imposed. Eddie looked at the graves around them, at Hester, at the firefighter, at the postman, at every resident waiting for the next person with a document to decide whether they still counted as something. "I know," he said. Nora's expression softened. "Only a little." "Good," she said. "Then stop acting like duty means you have to be miserable alone." His throat tightened. He hated that. He hated when someone said something that went past the jokes. Nora seemed to recognize the danger too. Her eyes dropped to his mouth. Only for a second. Then she stepped closer and kissed him. It was not soft at first. It was quick, direct. A decision. Her hand caught the front of his coat. Eddie's mind did something deeply unhelpful. It stopped. No jokes. No exits. No lies. Just Nora smelling faintly of rain, tea, smoke from the chapel stove, and the clean, sharp cold of morning. Then the cemetery bell rang. Once. Loud enough to shake black water from the gate. Nora pulled back. For 1 second, neither of them spoke. Eddie looked at her. "You have terrible timing." Nora's cheeks colored very slightly. "You were about to say something stupid." "I was about to say something meaningful." "No, you were not." "I was." "What?" Eddie opened his mouth, then closed it. Nora's expression changed, not triumphant, almost fond. "That is what I thought," she said. From behind them, Kit coughed loudly. "Are we still doing the terrifying legal apocalypse?" Mara said yes. Kit looked toward the gate. "Right, good, just checking the emotional schedule." Eddie cleared his throat. He adjusted his coat. Everybody saw nothing. Rattle lifted one bony finger. "Incorrect," several residents observed. "No. Recorded witness count." "Rattle." The skeleton paused, then looked down at his paperwork. "Personal interaction excluded from formal closure file," he muttered. "Thank you. I did not say I approved." No one asked. The gates stood open. They had opened without Eddie's permission. That alone made him uneasy. The iron ravens above the arch had turned their heads inward, not outward, inward, as if they did not want to see who stood on the road. Beyond the gate the lane was empty. No carriage, no hearse, no silver vehicle, no processional line of clerks, no masked figures, just wet gravel, black trees, mist, and a narrow strip of road leading away from Black Hollow toward the living world. For 3 seconds Eddie thought Cashin had made a mistake. Then he saw the man standing beside the gatepost. He had been there the entire time. Eddie simply had not noticed him. That was worse. The man was ordinary, painfully ordinary, medium height, narrow shoulders, brown coat, gray trousers, black shoes polished but not expensive, a plain leather satchel in one hand, a black umbrella in the other, though the rain had stopped. His hair was brown, his eyes were brown. His face was the kind of face people forgot before turning around, not blank, not empty, just designed to slip out of memory. He looked like an accountant who had waited in too many hallways. The man inclined his head. "Manager Crowe," he said. His voice was gentle. That was not reassuring. Eddie stopped inside the gate. "You are on cemetery property." "I am at the threshold." "That is still close enough for me to have opinions." "I am not seeking entry." "Good." The man looked at the open gates. "Your gates have already acknowledged service." Eddie glanced upward. The ravens did not move. The gate bars did not close. The dead ledger in his pocket grew heavy. Cashin stood just behind Eddie's right shoulder, Sister Ash to his left. Mara stood farther back with one hand on the crossbow at her hip. Nora held the lantern. Vivienne Thorne arrived at that moment. Eddie did not see her come down the path. 1 second there was only fog beside the old stone fountain. The next, Vivienne stood there in a long black coat, red gloves, and an umbrella that opened in her hand before the wind could decide whether it deserved the privilege. Her eyes went to the ordinary man, then to the black satchel. Her mouth tightened. "Final allocation," she said. The man looked at her. "Ms. Thorne." Vivienne smiled. It was not warm. "Mr. Guerin." Eddie looked between them. "You know each other." "Everyone who owns interesting graves knows final allocation," Vivienne said. The man gave a small professional nod. "I do not own graves." Vivienne's eyes hardened. "No, you inventory them." The man did not react. That was his job, Eddie realized. He was not here to threaten them. Threats required emotion. He was here to count. The man opened his satchel. Inside was a black envelope. No seal, no ribbon, no theatrical skulls, thorns, blood, grave dirt, or anything else Black Hollow normally used when it wanted someone to understand the situation was terrible. The envelope was plain. Eddie hated it immediately. Plain things were always the most dangerous. Curses liked theater. Documents liked signatures. The man held out the envelope. "Formal closure notice," he said. "No," Eddie said. The man's expression did not change. "You may decline physical receipt." "Good." "The notice will still be served." "Less good." Cashin stepped forward. "Under death stay, no closure action may begin without primary jurisdictional review." The man looked at Cashin. "Correct, closure action has not begun." Eddie looked at him. "What does that mean?" The man held the envelope steady. "It means the notice is not action." "Then what is it?" "Classification." The word settled in the air. It made the gate colder. Rattle whispered from behind them. "Classification can be worse." Kit looked at him. "Worse than closure." Rattle's jaw clicked softly. "Sometimes closure is merely what happens after classification." No one spoke. Eddie looked at the envelope, then at the man. "What are you classifying?" The man answered without hesitation. "Black Hollow Cemetery." The cemetery shuddered. Not violently, deeply. The ground under Eddie's boots shifted once as if some enormous thing had clenched beneath the soil. Hester gasped from the common rows. 100 small lights appeared over graves across the hollow, then went out. The ordinary man spoke again. Under petition of the First Finality Appendix, Black Hollow Cemetery is subject to review as a potentially unlawful refuge property. Nora's lantern flame rose. Vivienne's umbrella handle creaked under her grip. Mara's fingers settled on her crossbow. Eddie's voice came out lower than he expected. Potentially unlawful how? The man looked at him, as a site retaining continuations beyond their proper end. Eddie hated the phrase instantly. Continuations. Persons whose death status remains functionally unresolved. People. The man paused, just long enough to show that he understood the difference. Then he said, not in the relevant classification. Something inside Eddie went very still. Mara moved half a step forward. The man did not react. That was an unwise sentence, Mara said. I do not make policy, he replied. Then who does? The appendix. That is not a person. No, the man said. It is a final record. Serafina laughed beneath plot 0. The sound carried all the way to the gate, soft, distant, not amused. Every person present heard it. The ordinary man looked toward the farthest end of the cemetery. For the first time, something almost human crossed his face, discomfort. Then it vanished. The notice must be received, he said. Eddie looked at the envelope. You said I can decline. You can. And it still happens. Yes. That feels like a bad system. The man's eyes rested on Eddie. It is a very old system. Eddie looked at Cashin. Cashin's face had gone pale, not frightened. Worse, he looked like he recognized something he had hoped would never become real. Take it, Cashin said quietly. Eddie turned. Cashin. Take it. The auditor's hand was clenched at his side. If you do not accept it, the notice will attach directly to the cemetery. What does that do? Cashin hesitated. Eddie hated the hesitation. It begins writing itself through the graves. Nora inhaled sharply. The man at the gate did not move. He did not need to. Eddie took the envelope. It was cold, not cold like winter, cold like a closed office at night. Cold like metal drawers, sealed rooms, unclaimed bodies, and the last page of a file no one wanted to reopen. The moment his fingers touched it, black ink spread across the paper. The envelope opened itself. Inside was a single sheet, thin, gray. The words on it were printed in neat black lines. Eddie read them. Black Hollow Cemetery. Active restricted necropolis. Status recognized under death stay. Closure review initiated. Below that, petitioning authority, First Finality Appendix. Basis, illegal continuation of unresolved dead status. Property status, refuge claim disputed. Resident status, subject to final allocation. Sealed witness status, subject to recovery. Manager status, duty holder NON owner, NON representative. Eddie stared at the last line. Non-representative. The word was small. It felt like a knife. Nora read over his shoulder. Her face changed. Non-representative, she said. Cashin nodded once. They are arguing you have duties to the residents, he said, but no legal standing to speak for them. A duty holder with no right to object was not a guardian. It was a lock that had been told to care about the people trapped behind it. Eddie looked at the notice. That is impossible. No, Lilith Quill said from behind him. Eddie turned. The infernal solicitor stood a few paces down the path in a dark red coat, black folder tucked beneath one arm, expression sharp and utterly awake. She looked almost pleased. That was not good. Lilith did not enjoy bad news. She enjoyed complicated bad news. That, she said, is extremely possible. You are late. I was sleeping. Demon lawyer sleep. Only when no one is trying to redefine personhood before noon. She took the notice from Eddie's hand. The ordinary man did not object. That was bad. Lilith read silently. Her smile disappeared. That was worse. What? Eddie asked. Lilith turned the paper over. More text had appeared. Residents may submit record correction. Residents may not file appeal. Residents may not appoint counsel. Residents may not authorize representation. Residents may not refuse final allocation. Rattle made a sound like dry bones snapping. No. The skeleton reached for the notice. Lilith held it away from him. Rattle stared. Give it to me. No. I am the clerk. You are emotionally unstable. I am administratively furious. Same category. Rattle's fingers curled. Residents may not refuse. The ordinary man spoke gently. Final allocation is not optional. Hester stood near the common rows. She had not moved. Her name glowed faintly above her head. Hester Bell Vale, temporary, fragile, real. She looked at the man at the gate. What does final allocation mean? She asked. No one told her not to speak. No one could have. The man looked at her. His face remained calm. Reassignment, he said. Hester did not blink. To where? Appropriate conclusion. That is not a place. It is a category. Eddie felt anger move through him. Not the hot kind. Not the kind that made him reckless. This was colder, cleaner. He knew that voice. He had heard it from landlords explaining late fees, from debt collectors explaining consequences, from people who had power and believed vocabulary made them innocent. What does reassignment mean? Eddie asked. The man looked at him. Some residents will be transferred to recognized resting jurisdictions. Some will be returned to unresolved obligations. Some will be restored to prior claim holders. Some will be placed in storage pending further examination. Kit swallowed, and the rest. The man did not answer. Mara's hand closed around the crossbow. The rest, she repeated. The man looked at the graves. Records unable to support continued claim may be cleared. The words did not sound violent. That was the worst part. Cleared, like dust, like a table, like a name written where someone important wanted empty space. Nora stared at Hester. Hester stood very still. Then she said, I have a daughter. The man at the gate looked at her. She is 72 now, Hester said. She brings flowers even though she thinks I cannot see them. She talks to the stone when she is angry. She has a bad hip. She lies to her husband about how much she drinks after lunch. Her voice shook once, then steadied. I have a daughter. The man's expression did not change. That may be entered as a memory. No, Hester said. Her voice had stopped shaking. It may be entered as a fact. She is alive. I loved her. I was her mother before your category existed. Hester looked at Eddie. That was all. She did not beg. She did not cry. She simply looked at him. And Eddie understood something he had not wanted to understand. The audit had been about whether Black Hollow was legal. This was not. This was about whether the people inside it mattered enough to continue being people once someone powerful stopped finding them useful. The ordinary man closed his satchel. Formal review will proceed, he said. Interim final allocation may begin when individual records are selected. You will receive notice before each transfer. Eddie stared at him. Each transfer. Yes. So you are going to take them one by one. The man tilted his head slightly. Not personally. That is not better. No, the man said. It is merely accurate. The gates began to close. The iron moved slowly. That was deliberate. A slammed gate was anger. A closed gate was decision. Eddie stood just inside the threshold with the notice in his hand and watched the black bars travel toward one another. The stone ravens above the arch had turned their faces away from the road. Their wings remained folded, but every feather had sharpened into the shape of a blade. No one spoke until the gate clicked shut. Then the notice breathed. Eddie felt it in his palm. Paper flexed once like thin lungs drawing in air. Gray ink ran down the page. Interim measure approved. First record selected for provisional unburial review. Nora's head snapped toward the common rows. Hester was already there. Not walking, pulled. The word did not appear anywhere, but Eddie saw the motion in the way the dead woman's outline stretched toward her grave as if a hook had caught behind her ribs. Her hand still clutched the complaint paper. Her face had gone white with panic. "No," Eddie said. The notice wrote again. Record, Hester Bell Vale. Basis, identity correction incomplete. External family memory non-binding. Continuation value unconfirmed. Hester cried out. The sound was not loud, it was worse than loud. It was the sound of someone discovering that a promise had a trapdoor underneath it. Eddie ran. Eddie realized the man had never entered. The cemetery had not admitted him. The notice had. That was worse. Vivienne stepped forward. "You are making a procedural error," she said. The man looked at her. "Possibly. You are treating a restricted refuge as property, without resolving the protected witnesses standing. The sealed witnesses standing is included in recovery review. Recovery is not standing." "No," the man said. "It is possession after determination." Vivienne's eyes flashed. Eddie saw her red glove tighten around the umbrella handle. Thorns of dark red light crept briefly over the iron gate. Mara shifted. Cashin lifted one hand. "Vivienne." The witch looked at him. For a moment Eddie thought she might burn the gate. Instead, she let the thorn light fade. The ordinary man nodded politely. "Ms. Thorne. Do not call me that like you own a file with my name in it." "I do." The answer landed. Vivienne's face went still. The man continued. "Many files." Lilith stepped between them. "Enough." The ordinary man looked at her. "Infernal counsel." "Former infernal counsel, depending on mood." "Your objection?" Lilith smiled. It was thin, sharp. Tone. For the first time the man's mouth almost moved. Not a smile, something less. "You may file it," he said. "Oh, I will." The gates shut. The ordinary man stood outside them. Brown coat, brown hair, brown eyes, ordinary face. He lifted his umbrella, then he walked down the road. No carriage waited for him. No fog swallowed him. No magic carried him away. He simply walked. After 6 steps, Eddie could no longer remember exactly what he looked like. He remembered the coat, the satchel, the notice, but his face had already gone. The cemetery shuddered, not once, again. The ground beneath the common rose split with a long crack. Hester cried out. Her name flickered. Hester Bell Vale, Hester Vale, Hester Bell. Asset pending. Eddie ran. Nora ran with him. Mara was already moving. The dead ledger opened in Eddie's hand as he ran. Interim allocation preview detected. Record selected. Hester Bell Vale. Status. Claimant rights insufficient. Transfer preparation beginning. "No," Eddie said. The word came out as breath. He reached Hester's grave. The stone was small, older than it looked. The name carved there had always been wrong. Mrs. Edmund Vale, nothing else. No Hester, no Bell, no history. Just a woman assigned to a dead man. The stone began to white, not glow, erase. Letters vanished from the bottom upward. Mrs., then Edmund, then Vale. Hester stood beside the grave, flickering like a candle in wind. Nora grabbed her hand. It passed through at first, then caught. For 1 second, Nora and Hester held hands. Living hand, dead hand, both shaking. "Say your name," Nora said. Hester looked at her. The ground opened beneath the grave, not wide, not dramatically, just enough. A black line under wet soil. A place where the world had started deciding there should be less of her. "Hester," she whispered. The line widened. "Louder," Nora said. Hester's face crumpled. "Hester Bell Vale." The dead ledger wrote. Resident assertion logged. External status denied. Manager authority insufficient for representative action. Eddie dropped to his knees beside the grave. He drove the shovel blade into the ground. The blade flashed silver. Manager duty active. "By name," Eddie said. The ground trembled. "By memory." The black line widened. "By soil." The grave gave him nothing. Not resistance. Not agreement. Only the cold, terrible pause of a place waiting to learn whether he meant the words. Nothing happened. The dead ledger wrote. Closure review override detected. Local manager cannot countermand final allocation. Eddie's blood went cold. Hester screamed, not loudly, not like a horror story, like someone being told after waiting years for an answer that the question itself had been denied. Mara threw a knife. The blade struck the stone beside the grave. Silver light burst across the soil. The black line stopped widening for one breath. Then it swallowed the knife. Mara's face changed. Nora did not let go of Hester's hand. Vivienne spoke a word in an old language. Thorns burst from the earth around the grave. They wrapped the black line. The line burned through them. Lilith snapped open her folder. Pages rose into the air. Words in dark red ink wrapped around Hester's grave. Objection, objection, objection. The black line swallowed those too. Rattle arrived carrying a stack of files so large he could barely see over them. He threw the files into the grave. Records, he shouted. Witness statements, family flowers, memorial entries. Complaint history, name restoration, resident conduct, lawful grief. Paper flew into the black line. For a second the line paused. Hester's name flickered brighter. The dead ledger wrote. Evidence overload detected. Transfer delayed. Eddie looked up. Delayed. The black line began to close. It did not close like a wound. It closed like an account. The earth pulled itself together around the black line, each inch of soil returning with cold, neat purpose. The thorns Vivienne had grown into the grave blackened and folded. Lilith's written objections crumbled into gray flakes. Mara's silver knife vanished beneath the mud as if it had been filed under irrelevant. Hester's shape flickered. Her hand remained locked around Nora's. I refuse, Hester said, though the black line had nearly reached her name. I refuse to be finished by people who cannot say what they are finishing. Nora did not look at Eddie. Do something. The words were not angry. That made them worse. Eddie had been told to do things by angry people all his life. Debt collectors, customers, police officers, landlords, men with fists, men with invoices, old women with contracts. Anger had edges. You could brace against it. Nora's voice had none. It was just fear. Eddie looked at the grave, at the stone that had lost everything except Hester Bell, at the black line that was no longer opening but had not really gone away. At the notice still breathing in his hand. The formal paper had become wet at the edges. Ink bled down it in gray lines. Between the printed clauses, new text appeared in a smaller hand. First review DELAYED. Reason, excess evidence. Next review scheduled. Scheduled when? Eddie asked. The notice did not answer. The dead ledger did. It wrote across Eddie's phone screen. 7 NIGHTS. Everyone went still. Hester's eyes opened. For a moment they were clear. Then she looked at the ground beneath her feet. They will come back, she said. Eddie wanted to say no. He wanted to say not if he could help it, but neither of those things were answers. So he crouched beside the half-erased stone. Yes, he said. They will. Hester looked at him. And what will you do? There it was, the question under every file, the question hiding inside every name, the question that turned a manager into something useful or something else to survive. Eddie looked at the letters on the grave. Hester Bell. He thought of her daughter with carnations, of the mother who had called her Bell, of the old name recovered from a marriage that had become a cage, of the tiny, stubborn fact that a woman could remain herself even after the world had spent a century filing her under someone else. I am going to make them hear you, he said. Hester's mouth trembled. That is not the same as saving me. No, Eddie said, but it is where we start. He did not know whether the answer was enough. The cemetery did. The ground under his knees gave one slow, low knock. Not approval, not forgiveness. Acknowledgement. The dead ledger wrote. Manager statement recorded. Potential duty expansion identified. Warning, duty expansion is rarely fun. Eddie stared at the words. Stop making everything sound like a threat. The ledger replied. Stop living in a cemetery. For a second, despite everything, Nora made a broken little laugh. Eddie looked at her. She was still holding Hester's hand. Her eyes were wet, though the rain had stopped. He reached for Nora with his free hand, not because there was a good line for it. There was not. He simply put his fingers around the back of her wrist, where her pulse beat fast beneath the cold skin. He did not ask her to make him feel better. He only let her know he had not disappeared into the problem. Nora looked at him. He did not say anything. Neither did she. That was new. It felt more honest than he knew how to manage, slowly, not retreating, waiting. The white erasure stopped halfway through the stone. The grave now read, Hester Bell. Nothing more, no surname, no dates, no title, but the name remained. Hester collapsed beside the grave, not physically, her shape blurred. Nora caught her again. This time Nora's hand held. Hester looked at Eddie. Her voice was faint. They were going to take me. Eddie could not answer. Not because he had no joke, because no joke deserved the space. The dead ledger wrote, Interim allocation preview suspended. Reason, record density insufficiently resolved. Future selection probable. Cashin arrived behind them. His pale face had lost all remaining color. This is worse than I thought, he said. Eddie looked at him. That is saying something. Cashin knelt beside the half-erased stone. They are testing records. Testing. They do not need to close Black Hollow all at once, Cashin said. They can select individual residents. They can prove the refuge is unstable by showing that its dead cannot support legal continuation. Nora looked up sharply. Support legal continuation. Cashin's eyes went to Hester. They will ask whether every resident has a valid reason not to be final. Eddie felt something twist inside him. That is insane. No, Cashin said quietly, it is procedure. Lilith stood beside the grave with one hand pressed against her black folder. Her usual smile was gone. That is not even good procedure, she said. It is predatory procedure. Can we appeal? Kit asked. Nobody answered. Kit's face changed. He looked at Eddie. Can we? The dead ledger wrote, Resident appeal rights, absent. Manager representative rights, absent. External counsel authority, unrecognized without client authorization. Client authorization, unavailable to final status entities. Lilith read the lines, her eyes narrowed. They have designed a process where the dead cannot hire me. Eddie looked at her. Is that personal? Lilith's expression hardened. Yes. For once that did not sound like a joke. Rattle crouched beside Hester's file pile. One sheet of paper had been caught under his knee. He picked it up. The paper was old, yellowed. Written in faded blue ink. Hester's daughter had written it, not to the cemetery, to her mother. The letter had been left on the grave 43 years ago. Rattle read it silently. Then his jaw clicked. Evidence, he said. Nora looked at him. What? Rattle held up the letter. Every resident has evidence. Eddie stared. The skeleton clerk looked from the letter to the cemetery, to the graves, to the hundreds of dead people watching from paths and stones and fog. Not legal evidence, Rattle said. Not yet, but memory, property, witnesses, names, complaints, objects, family, choices, harm, apologies, letters, unfinished matters. They have records. Cashin looked at him. You would need a recognized class. Rattle's skull turned. A class. A legal category, Cashin said. Something final allocation cannot treat as property. Eddie looked at the notice in his hand. The last line still pulsed faintly. Manager status, duty holder, NON owner, NON representative. He understood the trap now. The audit had denied him ownership over residents because ownership was the problem. He could not claim them, could not possess them, could not say they were his, but without some kind of standing he could not defend them either. He looked at Hester, at Nora holding her hand, at Mara's missing knife swallowed beneath the soil, at Vivienne's burned thorns, at Lilith's unreadable expression, at Rattle clutching a daughter's letter like it had become a weapon, at every grave around them. They are not property, Eddie said. The dead ledger wrote. Legally disputed, Eddie's jaw tightened. They are not assets. Legally disputed. They are not defective continuations. The ledger paused, then. Emotionally supported, Eddie looked at the book. Do not hide behind sarcasm. The pages turned. For once the words appeared slowly. Current legal position. Residents may be heard. Residents may be remembered. Residents may be protected locally. Residents may not appoint a representative. Residents may not refuse final allocation. Hester whispered, "Then what are we?" The question moved through the cemetery. No one answered, not Cashin, not Lilith, not Vivienne, not Mara, not Nora. Even the dead ledger remained still. The silence reached farther than the common rose. It moved across Black Hollow like a hand lowered over a room full of children. The postman by the yew tree took off his cap. The burned woman near the old well pressed both palms together. The firefighter turned toward the chapel, his helmet dark with old rain. Small lights appeared above graves across the valley, not bright enough to guide anyone home, only bright enough to prove that someone was still there to need one. Cashin stood with his audit case open, staring at Hester's file. "I can prove procedural abuse," he said. Lilith looked at him. "Not enough." "I can show that the notice was served under hostile classification." "Not enough." "I can show that Hester's family memory, local hearing, and personal refusal create a valid continuity record." Lilith's expression stayed hard, enough to delay, not enough to establish standing. Cashin swallowed. "What standing?" "The kind that allows someone to walk into a court and say, 'I speak for this person because they asked me to.'" Hester listened from beside her stone. "I asked," she said. Lilith's eyes shifted to her. "I know." "Then why does that not count?" Lilith had been smiling when she arrived. Not pleasantly. Lilith's smile always looked like a contract had learned to enjoy itself. But she was not smiling now. "Because the system they built is not designed to hear you," she said. Hester's face tightened. "Then it is a bad system." "Yes," Lilith said softly, "it is." The admission changed the air. Eddie had spent enough time around Lilith to know that she treated moral agreement as a kind of currency. She did not hand it over cheaply. If she said the system was bad, it meant she was ready to start breaking its furniture. Vivienne looked toward the road outside the gate. "The appendix will not be satisfied with Hester," she said. "This is a test. It wants to see whether Black Hollow can produce a defense for one resident. If we cannot, it will select the next." "And the next?" Mara's voice was flat. "Until the cemetery is empty." "Not empty," Cashin said. "Clean." Everyone looked at him. Cashin's jaw clenched. "That is their language: clean correction, clean allocation, clean records. The corrective office believes pain is mostly a failure of classification. If every name is in the right box, nobody has to ask whether the boxes are graves." Kit, standing in the chapel path with Father Gideon's spare bell rope curled around his wrist, said, "That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard." Father Gideon's voice floated from the chapel door. "Not stupid, Mr. Mallory. Worse, sincere." The dead chaplain did not leave the chapel. His job was to keep its shadow quiet, but his eyes were on Hester's half-erased stone. "Every cruelty worth fearing believes it is restoring order," Gideon said. The words settled heavily. Hester looked at her name. "So what happens now?" she asked. No one wanted to answer. Then from deep beneath Plot Zero, Serafina spoke. Her voice came through the ground, soft, clear, old enough to make the soil listen. "They are the reason Black Hollow was made." Everyone froze. Eddie looked toward the far end of the cemetery. Plot Zero lay hidden behind mausoleums and black trees. The sealed stone was not visible from the common rows, but he felt it. He felt her. "They were not built to be owned," Serafina said. "They were built to be witnessed." The dead ledger flashed. Unauthorized sealed witness statement detected. Statement relevant. Statement inadmissible. Eddie looked at the words, then at Hester, then at the gate where the ordinary man had stood. He remembered the notice. Non-representative. He remembered the man's voice. Not in the relevant classification. He thought about every person Black Hollow had taken in because no one else had bothered to listen. The woman buried under her husband's name. The dead staff clerk murdered for filing objections. The chaplain who had hidden confessions because he was afraid. The witch whose hunger had been turned into a tool. The old residents with misplaced bones, false debts, stolen names, and graves that had become traps. People, not assets, not defects, not continuation errors, people. Eddie stood, his knees hurt, his hand hurt. His chest felt too tight, but he stood. No closure, he said. Mara looked at him. Cashin looked at him. Nora looked at him. The dead ledger wrote. Manager declaration logged. Legal authority insufficient. Eddie looked down at the page. Then find me enough. The book went still. For a moment Black Hollow said nothing. Then every grave in the common rows knocked once. Not randomly, together. One sound. Hundreds of dead people answering. The cemetery bell rang once. Then twice. Then 3 times. Hester Bell held Nora's hand beside her half-erased grave. Rattle clutched the old letter to his chest. Lilith opened a fresh folder. Vivienne looked toward the distant gate with an expression that promised several people would regret having files. Mara pulled a second knife from her coat. Cashin stared at the dead ledger. New words appeared. Not green, not black, white. Unrecognized legal category detected. Then. Possible remedy. Representative of the dead. Eddie read the line. The cemetery waited. He looked at the graves. At the people who could not speak for themselves in any court that mattered. At Nora. She stood beside him, lantern in one hand, Hester's fingers fading slowly through the other. You cannot own them, Nora said quietly. I know. You cannot claim them. I know. You cannot decide for them. I know. Eddie looked out over Black Hollow Cemetery. No, he said, but I can make sure nobody decides without them. They will speak for themselves, he said. I will make sure the door is not locked while they do. The dead ledger wrote one final line. Representative status, not currently available. Eddie smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile he used when someone told him something could not be done and expected him to accept the limits of their imagination. Then, he said, we are going to make it available. The sentence hung there. It did not sound like a plan. It sounded like a young man standing in wet grass with a shovel in one hand, a closure notice in the other, and no legal right to protect the people who had just trusted him. It was the first thing that had felt true all morning. The dead ledger considered it. Then the pages turned, not quickly, not cruelly, carefully. A section Eddie had never seen before opened near the back of the book. The paper was not black. It was gray-white, like bone under ash. The heading appeared in an older hand than the ledger usually used. Representation of the UNFINALIZED. Below it, a line of smaller text formed. Status, REVOKED. Last known holder, none. Precedent broken. Eddie leaned closer. None. The ledger wrote. Incorrect. Then the words changed. Last known holder, removed from record. No one spoke. Cashin stepped nearer. His face had gone pale again, but this time it was not fear. It was recognition trying to become useful. That is not a standard death jurisdiction, he said. I have never seen it in any audit index. Sister Ash looked at the page for a long moment. Then she said, because it was buried. Mara glanced at her. By whom? Sister Ash's answer came quietly. By people who preferred the dead grateful, silent, and individually manageable. Lilith took the ledger from Eddie before he could object. She read the page without touching it, eyes moving over the old text. Oh, she said. The word did not sound pleased. Eddie stared at her. What? Lilith looked up. To restore even a provisional representative status, Black Hollow will need a preliminary mandate. That is a word I dislike already. It is a word you will dislike more in a moment. She pointed to the page. 3 immediate conditions. First, a dead claimant must state a refusal of final allocation in a form that can be preserved beyond local cemetery law. Hester's fingers tightened around Nora's hand. I can do that, she said. Lilith nodded once. Second, a living witness must confirm that the claimant remained a person outside the cemetery's record. Nora looked at Hester. I can find her daughter, she said. Hester's expression broke open. "No," she whispered. "Do not frighten her." Nora knelt in front of her. "I will not," she said. "But she should know your name was not lost." Hester did not answer. She only held on tighter. Lilith continued. "Third, the manager must locate the original refuge charter and prove that Black Hollow was created to protect witness rights, not merely store dangerous remains. These three may reopen the record. The charter will decide what a full mandate costs." Eddie looked at the line. "Where is the charter?" The ledger wrote, "Unknown, useful. Possible locations: City of Cemeteries Archive, Chapel Shadow, Prior Manager Custody, Unchosen Grave, or First Finality Repository." Kit stared. "That is not a list. That is 5 different ways of dying." Mara looked at the entry for Prior Manager Custody. "Sela's." From the office far across the cemetery a drawer knocked. Once, then twice, then 3 times. Everyone heard it. The dead ledger added, "Warning, prior manager may possess partial knowledge. Warning addendum, prior manager is still SILAS." Eddie closed his eyes. Of course he knows. The drawer knocked again. This time it sounded like laughter trapped behind wood. Cashin looked toward the office. If Silas helped bury the representative status, he may know who held it last. "Or he may lie," Nora said. "Those are not mutually exclusive," Lilith said. Vivienne folded her umbrella and rested both red-gloved hands over its silver handle. "The original charter will not be in the city archive," she said. Everyone looked at her. She shrugged one shoulder. "Things that dangerous are never in the official archive. They are in the archive someone was afraid to catalog." Eddie frowned. "You know where it is." Vivienne's eyes met his. "I know where the first clue is." Nora's expression changed immediately. "No." Vivienne smiled faintly. "You have not heard it yet. I know your face. That is not the same as knowing a proposal." "It is enough." Eddie looked between them. "Am I going to regret asking?" "Yes," both women said. Vivienne's gaze moved to Hester's stone. "The unchosen grave," she said. "It is not a grave in the ordinary sense. It is a refusal that learned how to take shape, a place the system tried to use to hide people it could not finalize cleanly and then pretended had never existed. If Black Hollow ever had a representative of the dead, the first trace will be there." Sister Ash's face sharpened. "No one goes to the unchosen grave." Vivienne looked at her. "Then someone should stop leaving it on maps." "It is not on maps. It is on the oldest ones." The dead ledger flashed. "UNCHOOSEN grave access, restricted, risk, identity loss, witness substitution, historical correction." Eddie stared at the notice. Historical correction. The ledger wrote, "You may return with a history that does not include you." Kit took a full step backward. "That feels aggressively unfair." "Most of the bad things do," Eddie said. The closure notice in his hand shivered. New gray words appeared over Hester's file. First provisional review, 7 NIGHTS. Location, Black Hollow Threshold Court. Claimant, Hester Bell Vale. Defense, none assigned. Hester saw the words. The fear returned to her face. Eddie looked at Lilith. "You said you cannot be hired." "I cannot be appointed by a final status claimant under the current rules." "Can you stand next to us anyway?" Lilith's smile came back. This time it was not pleasant, it was weaponized. "I am very good at standing next to problems." Mara checked the edge of her knife. "And I am good at making sure problems do not grow hands." Vivienne's umbrella opened with a quiet snap. "And I am good at finding doors that should not exist." Cashin closed his audit case. "I can build the evidence chain." Sister Ash looked toward the city of cemeteries, though it could not be seen beyond the wet trees. "I can get you access to records restricted division buried." Nora rose from beside Hester. "I will find her daughter." Eddie looked at all of them, surrounded, supported, still not safe, but no longer alone in the way he had once understood alone. The dead ledger wrote, War file status, open. First task, prevent Hester Bell Vale from becoming a test case. Second task, locate the original refuge charter. Third task, do not let EDDIECROWE improvise unsupervised. Eddie pointed at the book. That third task is personal. The ledger replied, All three are personal. Hester looked at him. You will come back before they call my name. Eddie looked at the half-erased stone, at the dead woman who had waited decades to be heard and had been given 7 nights before someone tried to reduce her to an administrative conclusion. He did not promise safety. The old Eddie would have promised safety and tried to bluff his way into delivering it. This Eddie knew a promise was not protection, and that false certainty was only another kind of theft. I will, he said. And this time when they call your name, we will make them hear yours. Hester held his gaze. Then come back before they call it, she said. I have spent enough of my life waiting for men with papers. The cemetery knocked once. Not every grave, just one. From the farthest edge of Black Hollow, the unchosen grave had heard them. And somewhere under the wet earth, something that had been removed from history opened its eyes. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The Unchosen Grave. The first thing the unchosen grave did was refuse to be found. This was not, Eddie Crowe thought, an encouraging start. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Black Hollow Cemetery contained 1,742 registered residents, 47 active complaints, 12 disputed boundary seams, a chapel that had recently become a legal venue, a prior manager in a drawer, a sealed woman beneath Plot 0, and one grave that had announced itself by knocking from the farthest edge of the grounds. By 9:01, it had disappeared from every map. Rattle was the first to notice. The skeleton clerk stood in the chapel with a ruler in one hand and a stack of copies of the cemetery survey in the other. His new clerk's visor sat at a precise angle above empty eye sockets. He had spent most of the morning arranging resident files into 3 piles labeled currently endangered, actively endangered, and endangered in a way that requires better stationery. He did not panic easily. He had been murdered in an office, spent several decades as a resentful skeletal employee, and recently watched a death court attempt to classify an entire necropolis as a legal inconvenience. By Rattle's standards, the ordinary day began badly and developed from there. Now he stared at the survey on the altar as if it had personally insulted bookkeeping. Manager, he said. Eddie, who was seated on the chapel steps trying to drink tea without looking as though he needed it, lifted his head. That word is beginning to sound threatening. The grave is absent. Which grave? The unchosen grave. It was not exactly present before. It was at the farthest edge of the cemetery, where nothing is supposed to be. It knocked. Yes, creepy, memorable, very unlike a grave. Rattle placed the ruler over the western quadrant of the map. The paper did not show an empty space. It showed a cluster of ordinary stones, an old yew, the edge of the unmarked field, and a path that ended in ink where the draftsman had apparently decided he had more important work. It knocked from here, Rattle said. The sound traveled through the grounds. I marked the direction. Then I checked the survey. No grave. Maybe it knocked from somewhere else. Graves do not throw their voices. Kit Mallory looked up from the chapel pew where he was eating the last of Nora's bread with the concentration of a man hiding evidence. You don't know that, he said. This place has a fountain lamb with teeth. Rattle turned his skull very slowly. The fountain lamb is decorative. The fountain lamb bit my sleeve. You tried to feed it sausage. It looked hungry. It is stone. It has teeth. Eddie raised one hand. Important administrative question. Can we agree that nothing in this cemetery is allowed to be decorative without a written declaration? The dead ledger, open on the altar beside the survey, wrote in sharp black lines. Request DENIED. Eddie looked at it. You are in a mood. Correction, I am in a record. That is worse. It often is. Nora Quinn stood by the chapel's broken window, looking toward the common rose through a curtain of gray rain. Her yellow raincoat was buttoned up this morning. She had tied her dark hair back, but several strands had escaped around her face. The lantern at her hip gave off a low amber light even though daylight had already arrived. She had not said much since the gate. Eddie had also not said much since the gate. This was not because they had nothing to say. It was because every possible sentence seemed to lead somewhere dangerous. There had been a kiss in the mist, a short one, a real one. Then a formal closure notice, an ordinary man who spoke about dead people as though they were defective furniture, Hester Belvale nearly being erased, and the discovery that Eddie had duties without standing. Romance, Eddie reflected, was apparently what happened when two people tried to have a moment and the universe sent bureaucracy with a weaponized vocabulary. Nora looked over her shoulder. It knocked from the west. Rattle says so. I heard it too. That is less comforting than you think. It was not meant to be comforting. I know, you keep demonstrating. The corner of her mouth moved, not quite a smile. Eddie found this unreasonable distracting. Mara Voss leaned against one of the cracked chapel columns, arms folded, expression unreadable. Her crossbow was strapped across her back. Her knives were in their usual places. One knife, the one the temporary allocation preview had swallowed beside Hester's grave, was gone. Eddie had not mentioned it. Mara had not mentioned it. The missing knife sat in the cemetery like a debt with an edge. Cassian Vale entered the chapel through the side door carrying a narrow case of black wood and an expression that meant his mourning had found a new category of bad. The survey is not merely incomplete, he said. It is being corrected. Eddie looked at him. That word has become suspicious. Cassian laid the case on the altar, opened it, and removed 3 transparent sheets covered in lines of silver writing. I compared the current Black Hollow survey with copies held in the audit archive. You had copies. I am an auditor. We have copies of things people hope we will not read. I admire the honesty. Cassian placed 1 sheet over the map. At first, nothing happened. Then a thin outline appeared along the western edge of Black Hollow. It was not shaped like a grave. It was shaped like the absence of one. A rectangular blank cut into the cemetery plan, small enough to miss, wrong enough to hurt the eyes once noticed. Beside it was a designation in faded ink. No selection ENTERED. Kit stood from the pew. That is the name. Not exactly, Cassian said. It is an instruction. The dead ledger wrote. The unchosen grave, then underneath. Status not currently locatable. Eddie stared at the page. What does not currently locatable mean? Rattle adjusted his visor. It means the grave has denied map recognition. Can graves do that? The ledger wrote. Historically, yes, and you were going to mention this when. When relevant. It knocked under my feet. That feels relevant. Rattle leaned toward the ledger. If the unchosen grave has surfaced, its original record may be accessible. Cassian's eyes lifted. The original refuge charter. For a moment no one spoke. The words had been hanging over them since Hester's near erasure. The original refuge charter. A document that might explain why Black Hollow existed at all. A document that might give the dead some category besides asset, residue, claimant, continuation, liability, or problem. A document that had been buried deeply enough for a finality office to assume no one would ever find it again. Eddie looked at the map. Where is it? Cassian did not answer immediately. That was never good. The charter was not held at Black Hollow, he said. Not after the first manager's disappearance. It was transferred to the archive of unclaimed names in the city of cemeteries. Kit whistled softly. That sounds cheerful. It is not. I had guessed. Lilith Quill arrived before anyone could ask the next question. The infernal solicitor did not use doors when she was in a hurry. She simply appeared beside the chapel's old confession screen with a black folder under one arm and an umbrella closed in her other hand. Her dark red coat looked perfectly dry despite the rain. Her black hair was pinned with a silver clasp that caught the chapel's weak light like a small, sharp promise. "The archive is where neglected names go to become expensive," Lilith said. Eddie glanced at her. "You have been listening. You are loud. The cemetery is louder. Your current legal crisis is shouting through 3 jurisdictions." "Good morning to you too." Lilith opened her folder. "No." The word was simple. It made Kit straighten. Eddie had already learned that Lilith's no was never casual. She could make yes sound like a threat, perhaps because she had spent an unknown number of years working for hell, but no was where she became honest. "No what?" Nora asked. Lilith set several black and gray papers on the altar. "No, you cannot simply walk into the archive, request a charter, and leave with it. No, Cashin's audit credentials will not override a first finality trace. No, my infernal council license will not permit representation of final status entities. And no, Eddie, you are not allowed to look pleased at the phrase final status entities." I was not pleased. "You were about to make a joke about the dead being more organized than the living." Eddie considered denying it, then decided it was not worth arguing with a demon lawyer who could apparently read his face at professional level. "It was a decent joke," he said. "It was a predictable joke." Myra stepped closer to the map. "What does the archive require?" Lilith tapped the first paper. "A reason." "We have one. A recognized reason." Eddie folded his arms. "That sounds like a smaller version of our whole problem." "It is. The archive does not release records to curiosity. It releases them to claimants, owners, appointed counsel, direct descendants, registered auditors, recognized witnesses, and the dead themselves." Nora looked at the word witnesses. Cashin noticed. "Your grandmother may be in the old local witness register," he said. Nora's eyes narrowed. "Why would my grandmother be in a city archive?" Cashin hesitated. "Because Grace Quinn appeared in several audit fragments. She was not merely a neighbor." The chapel seemed to tilt slightly. Nora looked at him. "What was she?" "An unlicensed civic witness," Cashin said. "A living person who kept memory records when official burial records failed." Nora did not speak. Eddie watched her hand settle around the lantern handle. Grace Quinn had been Nora's grandmother, a woman who brought soup to the east wall, a woman who knew names and said them under her breath when stones forgot, a woman who, apparently, had been doing something dangerous enough to be recorded by auditors. Eddie wanted to ask whether Nora was all right. That was a normal thing people said. It felt too small for the look on her face. So he said, "Your grandmother sounds terrifying." Nora looked at him. For a second, something fragile loosened in her expression. "She hit Sila's with a ladle," she said. "I remember. I have been respecting her ever since." Lilith cleared her throat. "Sentiment later, archive now. You are warm as a tax audit." That was the intention. The dead ledger began to turn pages. No wind moved through the chapel. No one touched it. The pages stopped on a map Eddie had never seen before. Not a map of Black Hollow. A map of roads. Thin white lines crossing black paper. Some ended at gates. Some ended at names. Some ended at small circles marked rest, claim, transfer, witness, and one circle with no word beside it. The blank circle pulsed. The ledger wrote. "Route to the archive available." Rattle leaned forward. "Through the unchosen grave." The map's blank circle darkened. Then a line appeared from Black Hollow's western edge to the city of cemeteries. Eddie looked at the line. "A grave is a road now." The ledger wrote. Not a road, then. A refusal to accept the only road offered. Eddie read it twice. That sounds suspiciously like advice. The ledger did not answer. Serafina did. Her voice rose from beneath plot 0, soft enough that everyone in the chapel went still to hear it. "The first refuge was not built for the dead who had nowhere to go," she said. "It was built for the dead who had been sent somewhere they did not choose." The line on the map brightened. "The unchosen grave remembers the first refusal." Nora looked toward the farthest end of the cemetery. Can it take us to the archive? Serafina's laugh was quiet. It can take you to a door. Whether the door opens depends on what you refuse. Kit groaned. Why does every useful thing here talk like a riddle? Because useful things have survived long enough to become unbearable, Lilith said. That is not encouraging. It was not intended to be. Myra picked up her crossbow. Who goes? Eddie looked around the chapel. The answer appeared in several faces at once. Cashin had the audit credential and knew the archive's record structure. Lilith knew how to read the sort of terms that killed people without raising their voices. Mara would be useful if any door became physical. Nora had Grace Quinn's possible witness link. And Eddie, unfortunately, had the one thing every haunted legal mechanism in the world seemed to require: the management problem at the center of it. Vivienne stood at the chapel door. Eddie had not seen her arrive. That was becoming a habit he disliked. She wore black as usual, her red gloves folded around an umbrella handle. Her expression was beautiful in the way winter weather was beautiful from indoors. I stay, she said before anyone asked. Which line is already unsettled? First finality will test Black Hollow while you are gone. You are volunteering, Eddie asked. Vivienne's lips curved. Do not make it sentimental. I have an interest in not allowing a finality office to reduce a rare necropolis to salvage. That almost sounds like concern. It sounds like valuation. Nora's eyes shifted toward Vivienne. Vivienne met the look without changing expression. Eddie decided this was not the moment to become emotionally brave. His mourning had already included a missing grave, a closure review, and the possibility that Nora's grandmother had been a secret grave rights revolutionary. There were limits. Rattle and Kit stay too, he said. You start the evidence inventory. Every resident who can tell us anything gets a file. Names, objects, living witnesses, claims, letters, harm, apologies, debt records, whatever they have. Rattle's skull lifted. An inventory of personhood. Lilith's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Do not call it that in a filing, but yes. Rattle grabbed his forms. I need categories. You always need categories, Kit said. Categories are how chaos learns manners. That is almost inspiring. It is not, it is work. The dead ledger wrote. Evidence collection protocol available. Then, after a pause. Warning, resident testimony may be inaccurate, incomplete, self-serving, posthumously embarrassing, or occasionally possessed. Eddie looked at the book. Fair. Kit raised a hand. Can I interview the ones with money? Every person in the chapel looked at him. Kit lowered his hand. For evidence, he said, not theft, I am growing. Mara's expression did not change. Stay where Rattle can see you. That is very insulting. It is practical. Eddie picked up the manager's shovel. The silver words on its blade caught the gray chapel light. Manager authority recognized. He looked at the map, at the blank circle, at the road nobody had bothered to draw, then at Hester Belvale, who stood near the side wall with both hands around the old letter from her daughter. We bring back the charter, he said. We find out how to make the dead heard, and we do it before someone decides Hester's life is not enough evidence that she had won. Hester nodded. It was a small motion. It held more trust than Eddie wanted to carry. The dead ledger wrote. Quest accepted. Objective, locate original refuge charter. Secondary objective, return with your identities intact. Eddie looked at Lilith. That feels specific. Lilith closed her folder. It is. The western edge of Black Hollow was not far from the chapel if measured in ordinary distance. Black Hollow did not respect ordinary distance. By the time Eddie, Nora, Mara, Cashin, and Lilith reached the old U beyond the common rose, the sky had changed from gray morning to hard silver noon. Rain had thinned into a cold mist. The cemetery paths kept offering shorter routes that all led near Plot Zero, which was Black Hollow's way of expressing a personal opinion. Mara rejected each false turn without speaking. How can you tell? Eddie asked after the third time she stepped around a path that looked perfectly solid. The wrong roads are too helpful. That is a depressing thing to know. You should have learned it earlier. I did. I just learned it through scams, landlords, and one extremely persuasive cafe owner. Nora walked beside him, the lantern held low. You learned it from bad roads anyway. Eddie looked at her. That was almost poetic. Do not tell anyone. Your secret is safe. I am terrible with secrets, but I will make an exception. Nora's eyes moved toward his mouth for half a second. Then she looked away. Eddie nearly walked into a gravestone. Mara did not turn around. Watch where you are going. I am. The cemetery has a lot of visual distractions. That is not what you were looking at. Eddie felt Nora's shoulder brush his. This was not helpful. The old yew stood at the western edge of the cemetery where the ground dipped toward the unmarked field. Its branches were black and bare despite the season. Thin ribbons of grave cloth fluttered from the lower limbs. The tree's roots had lifted several old stones from the earth, exposing names, dates, and bones of old iron railings beneath. The map had shown nothing there. The ground did. At the base of the yew, between two ordinary graves, lay a narrow rectangle of soil that looked newly turned and ancient at the same time. No marker stood at its head, no flowers grew near it, no grass crossed it. A pair of eyes opened in the dirt. Kit was not there to say something unhelpful. Eddie did it for him. No. The eyes blinked. They were not human eyes. They were pale reflections in wet soil, almost the color of old moonlight. They watched Eddie without moving. Nora's lantern flame bent toward the grave. Cassian opened his black case. Lilith's hand went to the folder under her arm. Mara unfastened the crossbow. The dead ledger buzzed in Eddie's pocket. The unchosen grave. Status. Awake. Eddie looked at the grave. You could have said that before we got here. A voice came from the soil. It did not sound male or female. It sounded like pages being turned in a room where no one had been allowed to speak for years. You have been here before. Eddie looked around. I have not. You have stood before a door and been told there was only one way through. Eddie stopped. The grave's eyes reflected him, not as he was now. For one sharp second he saw an 18-year-old boy in a torn black coat under a flower shop awning, wet cash in one hand, no home waiting, two angry men nearby, and a black taxi door open like a mouth. He had believed there was only one way through. He had gotten into the cab. The vision vanished. Nora's hand found his wrist, not gripping, just there. Eddie drew one breath. That was rude. The grave did not answer. Lilith stepped forward. We need entry to the archive of unclaimed names. The eyes shifted toward her. You need a reason. We have several. You have fear. Lilith's expression tightened. Fear is a reason. Not for the door you seek. Cassian spoke next. The original refuge charter has been removed from accessible audit records. First finality is invoking final allocation against Black Hollow residents. We require the charter to establish standing. The grave's eyes turned toward him. You require authority. Cassian's jaw hardened. Yes. Not the same. Mara shifted her grip on the crossbow. We do not have time for word games. The grave looked at her. You have a blade. Do you call it a game when it tells you where not to cut? Mara did not answer. Eddie stepped forward. The soil beneath the grave was cold enough to frost the toes of his boots. What do you want? The eyes rested on him. Not what you want. That is not helpful. It is the only help you will remember. The yew branches creaked overhead. From somewhere in the unmarked field, a bell made a soft, single sound. The grave spoke again. The archive keeps a record of the first refuge because it believes records belong to the offices that file them. The charter was never meant for an office. It was written for the one no office would choose. Nora's lantern flame rose. The unchosen. No, the grave said. The one who refused to be chosen for someone else's ending. Eddie thought of Hester. of Mrs. Edmund Vale carved into stone, of a daughter who still brought flowers to a mother whose name official records had tried to make smaller. The grave's eyes held him. "Why do you seek the charter, manager?" Everyone waited. Eddie knew the answer he was supposed to give: to protect Black Hollow, to establish standing, to defeat First Finality, to preserve the refuge. All true, all too clean. He looked back toward the common rows. He could not see Hester from here, but he remembered her voice. "Then what are we?" "Because they are going to take people who cannot say no in a language the system recognizes," Eddie said. "And because I am tired of people calling that procedure." The grave's eyes did not blink. "That is anger." "Yes." "Not enough." Eddie exhaled. "Because I know what it is to be told the only option is the one someone else leaves open." The soil moved just once. "That is closer." Eddie swallowed. "And because Hester Bell Vale is a person, she should not need a judge, a ledger, a daughter, a grave, or me to prove it. But she has all of us, so we are going to prove it anyway." The eyes closed. For a moment nothing happened. Then the grave opened. Not like a coffin, not like a mouth. The soil folded away in two clean halves, revealing a narrow staircase of white stone descending beneath the yew roots. Cold air rose from below. It smelled of rain, old paper, flowers pressed inside books, and the faint mineral scent of deep places where things waited without breathing. The dead ledger wrote. "Entry condition satisfied." Eddie looked at the page. "What condition?" The ledger answered. "Refusal of insufficient language." "That is unbearably smug." "Correct." Mara looked down the stair. "We go now." Eddie peered into the dark. "There is a stair inside a grave." "Yes." "I would like that fact entered into the objection record." Lilith moved past him first. "Objection noted. Move." The staircase descended farther than it should have. That was the first rule of grave stairs, Eddie decided. The second rule was that they always smelled like someone had been keeping wet paper in a locked room for 100 years. Nora walked beside him, lantern held close. Its warm light touched the white walls and revealed lines of names scratched into the stone. Some were neat, some frantic. Some had been erased and written again. Some were simply a first name followed by a date and a single word. "Here." Eddie read one as they passed. "Martha here." Nora touched the letters with 2 fingers. Maybe it meant she found the way out. Or maybe she was reminding herself she was still somewhere. Nora looked at him. Eddie wished he had not said it, not because it was untrue, because it was too close to the reason the stair existed. They kept walking. After what felt like 20 minutes, the stair turned sharply and ended at a black door set into stone. No handle, no lock, no sign, just a thin brass plate at eye level. "Once you enter, you may be catalogued." Kit would have said something about that. Eddie almost missed him. Then the door opened by itself. Beyond it stood the city of cemeteries. Eddie had seen the city before during the audit, but he had never entered it through a grave. The difference mattered. When he had approached the city of cemeteries from the road, it had seemed enormous and distant. Spires built from mausoleums, streets lined with stone angels, towers whose windows were grave plaques, smoke that rose from crematory chimneys and crossed with fog in white and gray rivers. From the unchosen grave, he entered beneath the city. The door opened onto a narrow street paved with old headstones laid face down. Buildings leaned above them in crowded rows: funeral offices, mortuary courts, record houses, chapels, shops selling candles that burned with borrowed memory. Every wall had names in it. Every window held one small object left behind by someone who wanted to be remembered. A boot, a cracked watch, a silver thimble, a child's red marble. Nora paused at the marble. Eddie saw her notice it. He did not ask. Some memories belonged to other people until they chose to offer them. The city was awake in the particular way of places that never slept. Dead people moved through it, not shambling, not monstrous. Some walked in old coats. Some wore uniforms. Some floated an inch above the pavement. Some appeared only as silhouettes reflected in shop windows. Clerks in ash-gray coats hurried between buildings carrying ledgers tied with red string. Black carriages rolled past without horses. Bells rang from somewhere distant and were answered by the soft clicking of 1,000 office doors. Nobody stared at Eddie. That bothered him. "I expected more reaction," he said. Cashin glanced at him. "To what?" "A living 18-year-old cemetery manager, walking out of a grave with a shovel." Lilith looked around. "This is the city of cemeteries. You are the fourth strange thing on this street." A man with no shadow passed them carrying a coffin under one arm. Eddie watched him go. "Fifth," he said. The archive of unclaimed names stood at the end of the street. It was not large. That was the problem. Eddie had expected a vast cathedral of paper, a tower, a fortress, something with imposing staircases, cold statues, and an alarming number of windows. Instead, the archive was a narrow brick building squeezed between a candle shop and an office that advertised family exhumation services in gold lettering. The archive sign was plain black wood, Archive of Unclaimed NAMES. Underneath, smaller, "Please knock only if you remember WHY." Eddie stopped on the pavement. "That is a terrible sign." Lilith adjusted her folder beneath her arm. "It is a very accurate sign." Cashin checked the black case in his hands. "The archive will test entry memory. Do not answer a question you do not understand. Do not accept a name offered by a clerk. Do not sign a temporary recall form. Do not taste anything." Eddie looked at him. "Why is tasting always a rule?" "Because people taste seals." "Who?" Cashin looked at Lilith. Lilith looked at Eddie. Eddie held up both hands. "I have never tasted a seal." The dead ledger buzzed in his pocket, unverified. "I hate all of you." Myra stood at the archive door, watching the street behind them. "We have company." Eddie turned. At the far end of the street, 3 ash-gray clerks had stopped walking. They were identical in height, clothing, posture, and the carefully forgettable ordinary faces of final allocation staff. Each carried a long gray folder. None looked directly at Black Hollow's group. None needed to. Cashin's jaw clenched. "Inventory clerks." Lilith's voice went quiet. "They were not assigned here when we entered." "Are they following us?" Nora asked. Mara's hand settled near a knife. "Yes." Eddie looked at the 3 clerks. "Can we lose them?" Lilith smiled without warmth, not in the usual sense. The archive door opened before anyone knocked. A woman stood inside. She was very old, very small, and dressed in a gray librarian's cardigan buttoned wrong at the throat. Her hair was white and neatly braided. Her eyes were the pale blue of faded ink. She held a feather duster in one hand and a black stamp in the other. "You remember why?" she asked. Eddie opened his mouth. Lilith stepped on his foot, hard. He made a noise that did not help the situation. The old woman looked at him. "That is not an answer." Nora stepped forward. "We came for the original refuge charter of Black Hollow Cemetery." The old woman's eyes narrowed. "Why?" Nora looked back at Hester's letter, which she had carried folded inside her coat without realizing it until now. The paper had come with them. The cemetery had apparently made a decision. "Because people are being asked to prove they are people," Nora said, "and they should not have to do it alone." The old librarian looked at her for a long time. Then she nodded. "That is an answer." She stepped aside. "Come in before the inventory clerks begin pretending they are weather." The archive smelled of dust, glue, and rain that had never reached the floor. It was larger inside than any building had the right to be. Shelves rose upward through darkness. Drawers filled the walls. Ladders moved by themselves along brass rails. Names glimmered behind glass. Some books were chained. Some were wrapped in cloth. Some had mouths. Several were sleeping badly. In the center of the room stood a desk large enough for 3 clerks, though only the old woman occupied it. She placed the black stamp on the desk. "I am Mrs. Pargetter," she said. "Archive keeper, memory custodian, retired burial clerk, unwilling participant in several reforms, and not interested in being impressed." Eddie nodded. "That seems sensible." Mrs. Pargetter pointed at him with the feather duster. Living manager. Unfortunately, you smell of Black Hollow. I have been trying to shower. Not that smell. Of course not. She looked at Cashin, death auditor. Provisional auditor, Cashin said. You still dress like a filing cabinet. Cashin accepted this without comment. Mrs. Pargeter looked at Lilith. Infernal counsel. Former, depending on jurisdiction. You brought hell into the archive. Lilith's smile thinned. Hell has a better returns policy than most offices. Mrs. Pargeter sniffed, then she looked at Mara, Hunter. Yes. Do not kill anything with a catalog number. Mara glanced toward the shelves. Can I kill anything without one? Ask first. Finally, Mrs. Pargeter looked at Nora, her expression shifted. Grace Quinn's girl. Nora went still. You knew my grandmother. Everyone who remembered names knew Grace. She used to bring tea to the night desk and complain that my forms had no space for ordinary grief. She was right, which made her unbearable. Nora swallowed. Was she here often? Mrs. Pargeter placed the feather duster down, often enough to make enemies. The room seemed to get colder. Mrs. Pargeter turned toward a row of high drawers marked Q. The Black Hollow Charter was moved from public access after the first finality conflict. Its existence was not erased. It was reclassified. That is how offices destroy anything worth keeping. They do not burn it. They move it until no one can prove where it went. Eddie looked at Lilith. That sounds familiar. Lilith's mouth tightened. It should. Mrs. Pargeter pulled a brass key from beneath the desk. The charter is held in restricted memory. To retrieve it, we need a witness link, an audit trace, and a refusal. Cashin lifted his case. Audit trace. Nora held the old letter. Witness link. Mrs. Pargeter looked at Eddie. Refusal. Eddie sighed. I am starting to understand why nobody likes process. Nobody likes process, Mrs. Pargeter said. That is why process survives. She led them into the stacks. The shelves closed behind them. That was when the inventory clerks entered the archive. Mrs. Pargeter did not look back. Do not listen if they offer you a simpler version of yourself, she said. Eddie turned his head slightly. One of the gray clerks stood at the end of the aisle. It held a folder open. Inside, Eddie saw a line of black print. Edward James CROWE. Then beneath it. Primary function, temporary manager. Secondary function, unresolved liability. The clerk looked at him. This is easier, it said. Eddie kept walking. I have never trusted anything that says that. The clerk's expression did not change. You have been given responsibility without authority. You may surrender the contradiction. Lilith turned sharply. Do not solicit a living party in restricted archives. The clerk looked at her. He is an object of review. Lilith's eyes went dark. Say that again. Mrs. Pargeter snapped the black stamp against the wall. The aisle filled with blue light. The clerk vanished. Not gone. Filed elsewhere. Mrs. Pargeter continued walking. They cannot enter the restricted wing without invitation, she said. They can wait at the margins. Margins are where they do their best work. What does that mean? Eddie asked. They alter what people stop reading. The restricted wing lay behind a heavy door made of glass black wood. Mrs. Pargeter inserted the brass key. The door did not open. Instead, 3 small metal bowls slid out from the center panel. One labeled audit, one labeled witness, one labeled refusal. Cashin placed a thin silver audit strip in the first bowl. It dissolved. Nora unfolded her grandmother's letter and placed it in the second. The paper did not dissolve. It lifted into the air and a line of blue handwriting appeared across the door. For Hester. For anyone who still needs their name said out loud. Nora closed her eyes. Eddie watched her. The letter had never been addressed to the archive, but Grace Quinn had known enough to leave a path inside it. The third bowl waited. Lilith looked at Eddie. Do not overthink it. That is a terrible instruction from a lawyer. It is a rare gift. Use it. Eddie placed both hands on the bowl. The metal was cold. He thought about the black taxi, the signed paper, the cemetery gates. The first time the dead ledger had informed him he could be consumed in parts. Every time he had tried to run because running was what he knew. Every time someone had offered him an answer that looked clean because it was someone else's answer. He looked at the blank bowl. I refuse to call people assets because an office needs fewer words, he said. The bowl rang. Once. The black door opened. Beyond it was not a room. It was a memory. Eddie knew this immediately because the air was summer warm, the floor was grass, and the sky above them had a color no sky in the city of cemeteries had earned in years. They stood in a cemetery that was not Black Hollow. It was smaller, newer, cleaner, white stones in straight rows, a chapel with a bright roof, a low wall, a gate painted green. Everything about it looked ordinary enough to hurt. A woman stood at the gate. She was maybe 30, dark hair under a plain cap, mud on her sleeves. A baby blanket folded over one arm. Her other hand gripped a folded official letter. A man in black stood outside the gate, not the ordinary messenger from final allocation. Older, taller. His coat had no badge. His face was clear in a way that made Eddie uncomfortable, as if history had chosen to remember him precisely because it should not have. The woman held up the letter. "My husband is buried here," she said. "I was told I could be buried beside him." The man did not look at the letter. "No." "Why?" "Your status is unresolved." "I am alive. For now." The woman stared at him. "My name is Mara Bell." Eddie glanced at Nora. Not their Mara. A different Mara, perhaps a century old, standing with a baby blanket and a face full of exhaustion. The man outside the gate spoke again. "Your name is not the question. It is always the question." The words landed hard. The man turned his head slightly. Behind the woman a grave opened, not physically. A small rectangle of dark earth appeared between two white stones where no burial plot should have been. A grave with no marker, no selection entered. The woman looked at it, then at the letter, then at the man. "You will not choose where I belong," she said. The memory shook. Mrs. Pargetter's voice came from nowhere. "The first unchosen witness." The woman stepped into the empty grave. The soil did not swallow her. It rose around her boots like water. The man outside the gate frowned for the first time. "You cannot refuse conclusion." Mara Bell smiled. It was not a happy smile. "Watch me." The memory exploded into paper. Eddie fell to one knee on the archive floor. Nora caught his shoulder. Cashin swore softly. Lilith did not swear. That worried Eddie more. The restricted room around them had appeared. It was small and circular, lined with locked cabinets. In the center stood a glass pedestal containing a single black folio tied with white thread. The first refuge charter. Before Eddie could reach it, a gray hand pressed against the glass wall outside the room. An inventory clerk had found the margin. Then another hand. Then three pale faces formed beyond the glass. Mrs. Pargetter's voice sounded through a brass speaking tube in the wall. "You have 2 minutes before they convert the access request into an audit seizure." "That is not enough time," Cashin said. "It is the time you have." Lilith moved to the pedestal. "The folio will be guarded by the charter's own terms. We need the seal." The folio's white thread tightened. A black seal appeared on the cover. It bore no symbol, only a question. "Who speaks when the dead cannot?" Everyone looked at Eddie. "I hate that question already," he said. The seal remained closed. Cashin stepped forward. "An appointed representative." The seal did not move. Lilith said, "Counsel." "Nothing." Mara said, "A witness." The white thread loosened slightly. Nora looked at the question. "Someone who listens first," she said. The thread loosened further. The gray hands outside the glass struck once. The room shook. Eddie looked at the seal. "Who speaks when the dead cannot?" He thought of all the ways people had spoken for the dead. Families who wanted money. Churches who wanted silence. Collectors who wanted payment. Witches who wanted leverage. Managers who wanted duty to have a finish line. Even good people could become dangerous when they assumed somebody else needed saving more than they needed asking. He looked at the folded letter in Nora's hand, at Hester, at Black Hollow, at the woman in the memory who had refused to be placed where someone else wanted her. "Nobody speaks for them," Eddie said. The room went still. The thread did not move. Eddie exhaled. "Not like that." He stepped closer. "They speak. We make sure the people with power cannot pretend they did not hear." The seal broke. The folio opened. Wind poured through the room, not air, voices. Hundreds of voices speaking names, dates, griefs, accusations, apologies, last wishes, small complaints, large rage, and the simple terrible fact of having existed. The inventory clerks outside the glass pressed their hands harder against the barrier. Words began to appear across the glass. Reclassify, reclassify, reclassify. Lilith grabbed the folio. The moment she touched it, the pages flipped to a single sheet. The text was written in black and white ink. The first half looked old. The second half had been scratched out so violently it had torn through the paper. Cashin leaned over her shoulder. "Read." Lilith read quickly. "A refuge may hold no ownership over its dead. A refuge may assert no title over memory, remains, name, debt, or conclusion. Each resident retains refusal where refusal is possible. Where refusal cannot be presented in recognized form, the refuge shall preserve evidence of personhood until recognition is restored." Nora closed her eyes. Eddie felt something in his chest loosen. Not victory, a direction. Lilith continued. "The living manager may act only as a receiving witness, never as owner. The office of representative is not granted by title. It is created by consent." The page shuddered. The scratched-out section beneath it began to bleed ink. The inventory clerk struck the glass again. A crack ran through the barrier. Mara lifted her crossbow. "Read the rest." Lilith's eyes narrowed. To create a representative, 100 residents must independently consent in the presence of an unchosen witness. The representative must carry no ownership claim and accept no authority to decide conclusion. The representative may carry testimony, preserve refusal, and compel a hearing. Eddie stared. 100. The dead ledger buzzed in his pocket. Petition requirements discovered. Then. Consent threshold, 100 residents. Unchosen witness required. Original charter partially recovered. The room shook again. The gray clerks had broken through the first layer of glass. Their hands entered the room as pale outlines. One touched the air near Nora. A line of gray text appeared over her shoulder. Grace Quinn, Civilian Memory Custodian. Status, EXPIRED. Nora went white. The outline of the clerk turned toward her. "Witness line may be simplified," it said. Mara fired. The bolt struck the gray hand. Silver light burst. The hand withdrew. The clerk did not scream. It simply opened its folder. The air around Mara filled with white paper strips. Hunter lineage, violence authority, corrective action. The strips wrapped around her arms. Mara cut one. 2 more appeared. "They are trying to classify us," Cashin said. "I noticed," Mara snapped. Lilith shoved the charter folio toward Eddie. "Take it." He caught it. The moment it touched his hands, a page tore itself free. A thin black and white strip of parchment folded around his wrist like a band. It did not hurt. It felt worse. It felt like being trusted. On the strip a line appeared, receiving witness, pending. Eddie looked at it. "I did not agree to jewelry." Lilith pushed him toward the door. "You agreed to everything when you opened your mouth. Move." The nearest inventory clerk passed halfway through the cracked glass. It had no face now. Only a smooth gray blur with a black folder where its chest should be. It reached for the charter. "Unfiled exception," it said. Eddie swung the manager's shovel. The blade struck the gray hand. A sound like 1,000 pages being torn rose through the archive. The hand split. Not blood. Names spilled out. Loose names. Hundreds of them, small black letters fluttering through the air like terrified moths. Nora grabbed at one. It landed in her palm. Margaret Hill, the name from Black Hollow's grave. The woman whose stone said she never lied. Nora's face changed. "They have Black Hollow names." Cashin looked at the swarm. "The inventory clerks are not only following us, They are preloading selections. In English, Eddie said. They already know who they want to take. That was enough English. The archive lights went out. Mrs. Pargetter's voice came through the speaking tube. You have the charter fragment. Get out before they make it evidence. How? Eddie shouted. The way you came. Lilith stared at the room behind them. The door to the restricted wing had vanished. In its place stood a wall of drawers. Every drawer was labeled with a name. Some opened and shut by themselves. One drawer near the bottom was marked Hester Bell Vale. It slid out. Inside lay a gray tag. Final allocation preview. Nora reached for it. Eddie caught her wrist. No. It is Hester. It wants you to touch it. We cannot leave it. The drawer opened wider. The tag lifted into the air. Then a voice came from the drawer, not Hester's, her daughter's. Mum. Nora froze. Eddie felt her hand go cold beneath his. The voice came again. Mum, are you there? The gray tag trembled. The inventory clerks had not made a threat. They had made a handle. Nora's eyes shone. Eddie stepped in front of her. That is not her daughter. The drawer voice softened. Please, I'm afraid. Eddie gripped the shovel. He knew fear. He knew what it sounded like when it was real. He also knew what it sounded like when someone had learned fear from watching people sell it. This sounded almost right. Almost was the dangerous part. The black and white strip around his wrist warmed. Receiving witness, pending. He looked at the drawer. You are not Hester's daughter, he said. You are a file that knows the useful part of her. The voice stopped. The gray tag shook. Eddie raised the shovel. And you do not get to use love as evidence against people. He drove the shovel blade into the drawer. The entire wall screamed. The sound was not loud. It was administrative. 1,000 folders opening at once. 1,000 denied claims. 1,000 names crossed out by someone who had not bothered to look up. The drawers burst open. Paper poured through the room in a gray storm. Mara cut a path with her knives. Lilith's red-black seals snapped through the air, binding bundles of paper before they could wrap around anyone's throat. Cashin held the audit case above his head, and silver lines spread from it across the floor, marking a route through the chaos. Nora held the lantern high. Its gold light turned loose names visible. They whirled around her like birds. This way, she said. Eddie followed. Behind them, the inventory clerks entered the room fully. They did not run. They did not need to. Every time one moved, the room became smaller. The drawer wall leaned inward. The shelves bent. The air filled with white notices. Mara slashed a clerk across the chest. The blade passed through gray fabric and struck a folder. The folder opened. MARAVOSS. Corrective violence assessment. Mara's own shadow detached from her boots. It raised a knife. Eddie saw it move. Mara. She turned just in time to catch her shadow's blade against one of her own. The impact rang like iron against bone. Mara's face went blank with concentration. Do not help, she said. That is usually bad advice. Do not help. Her shadow moved with every skill Mara had. It knew her balance, her reach, the angle of her wrist. It fought without fear because it had never needed to survive the consequences. Mara drove it back toward the shelves. Eddie could not help, not because she told him not to, because he was busy keeping a gray clerk from touching Nora. The clerk reached past him. Witness line unverified, it said. Eddie swung. The shovel struck the floor. Silver authority flared. For 1 second the clerk stopped. The black and white band around Eddie's wrist burned. He heard Hester's voice in his mind. I have a daughter. He heard the woman in the memory. You will not choose where I belong. He heard Nora's grandmother in the letter. For anyone who still needs their name said out loud. Eddie did not know whether this was magic, guilt, memory, or a serious problem with the archive's acoustics. He did know what he wanted the clerk to understand. She is not a witness line, he said. She is Nora Quinn. The lantern flame surged. The clerk's gray hand burned black at the edges. It withdrew. Nora looked at him. The moment lasted less than a second. Then another drawer opened. A small, frightened woman stood inside it, not a file, a person. She wore an old nurse's uniform. Her arms were full of loose name cards. Gray paper wrapped around her ankles, dragging her toward the darkness inside the drawer. "Please," she said. "They said I was never admitted." Cashin looked at the clock that had appeared in the air above the room. It showed nothing but a black hand moving toward a red line. "We cannot stop," he said. Eddie looked at the woman, then at the root, then at the charter fragment under his coat. He knew the sensible choice. The archive was collapsing around them. Inventory clerks were reading their names. Hester's first review was 7 days away. The original charter might be the only chance Black Hollow had. The sensible choice was to run. The woman in the drawer clutched the name cards to her chest. "I was a nurse," she whispered. "I wrote everyone's names down. They said I did not count because I died before the ward opened." Eddie swore. Lilith looked at him. "Do not. She has records. Eddie. She has people. You do not have time." The gray paper climbed higher around the nurse's knees. Eddie looked at the black and white strip around his wrist, receiving witness. Not owner, not savior, not person who decided who was worth saving, a witness. He stepped toward the drawer. "What is your name?" he asked. The nurse looked at him. For a second she did not answer. Then she said, "Amelia Ford." The gray paper tightened. Eddie grabbed her hand. "Amelia Ford," he said, "you were admitted." The archive shook. The name cards in her arms flashed. One by one they began to speak. "She washed my face. She held my hand. She told my wife where I was. She remembered I hated apples. She stayed after the lamps went out." The gray paper split. Amelia fell forward. Eddie caught her. She weighed almost nothing, not because she was dead, because someone had tried very hard to make her only a gap in a record. The inventory clerks turned toward them. Lilith shouted something in a language Eddie did not know. A red seal snapped across the floor between the clerks and the group. "Now," she said. Mara's shadow drove its own blade into a shelf. The shelf collapsed. Mara spun, grabbed the shadow by the throat and slammed it into the floor. Her other hand pressed a small iron nail through the shadow's wrist. The shadow screamed once, then folded flat beneath the nail. Mara stood, breathing hard. "Move." They moved. Nora led with the lantern. Cashin followed the silver audit route. Lilith held the seal behind them, her face pale but focused. Mara guarded the rear. Eddie ran in the middle, one arm around Amelia Ford and the other holding the shovel. The archive tried to remember them differently. Doors appeared where walls had been. Walls appeared where doors had been. The shelves offered them drawers with their own names. The gray clerks called from behind. Edward James Crowe. Nora Quinn. Mara Voss. Cashin Vale. Lilith Quill. Every name came with a promise. A simpler file, a smaller roll, a conclusion. Eddie kept walking. At the edge of his hearing, the dead ledger buzzed in his pocket. "Do not accept a conclusion written by someone who did not stay for the story." Eddie almost laughed. That was almost helpful. "Please do not tell anyone." They reached the black door just as the archive's blue entry light began to fail. Mrs. Pargeter stood on the other side, holding the brass key in one hand and the black stamp in the other. "You brought a nurse," she said. "She was in a drawer." "That is how it starts." "You say that like it happens often." "It does." She stamped the threshold. The door opened onto the street. The city of cemeteries outside had gone silent. The inventory clerk stood at the end of the street, not 3 now, 12. Each held a gray folder. Each looked directly at Eddie. The street's dead residents stepped away from them. A woman with no shadow pulled her child-shaped bundle closer. A funeral porter closed his cart. A candle seller put out every flame in his window. Final allocation did not need to make threats. Its presence was the threat. Mrs. Pargeter grabbed Eddie's sleeve. "Use the grave door now." The black door behind them was gone. In its place stood a narrow arch of white stone, filled with darkness and the smell of Black Hollow's wet earth. Nora went first, Cashin behind her. Lilith pushed Amelia through. Mara backed toward it, crossbow raised. Eddie stood in the arch with the charter fragment pressed beneath his coat. The nearest inventory clerk opened its folder. A gray tag lifted from the page. Hester Bell Vale, First Provisional Review. The tag burned in the air. Eddie felt Black Hollow answer through the grave door, a shudder under his feet, a bell under the soil. Hester's name being pulled tight across miles of death. The clerk spoke. 7 days is a courtesy. Eddie looked at it. Then you should try having some. He slammed the grave door shut. Darkness swallowed them. The return stair was shorter. That did not make it kinder. Eddie stumbled out beneath the old yew with mud on his boots, ash on his coat, the charter fragment under one arm, and Amelia Ford clinging to his sleeve as if she had forgotten whether floors were allowed to remain still. The grave closed behind them. The eyes in the soil opened once, then vanished. The unchosen grave was gone, not hidden, gone. Only an ordinary patch of grass lay beneath the yew roots. Mara looked at it. Will it come back? The dead ledger wrote. If any ADED. Eddie read the line. That is not a schedule. No, Amelia looked around Black Hollow. She saw the grave rows, the chapel, the crooked angels, the wet paths, the distant silhouette of Plot Zero. Her eyes filled. Is this a hospital? Nora crouched beside her. No. Amelia's face fell. Nora took her hand. But people can still be cared for here. Amelia looked at Nora's hand, then at Eddie. They took my ward, she whispered. Every name I had. Eddie touched the loose card still tucked against her chest. Not every name. One card slipped free. It bore the name Hester Bell Vale, then another, Margaret Hill, then Samuel Pike, then a dozen names Eddie recognized from Black Hollow stones. Amelia saw them too. They are selecting them, she said. I saw the drawers. They are pulling people who have gaps, people with no family left, people who were buried under the wrong name, people whose records are thin. Cashin's face went grim. They are choosing the easiest cases first. Lilith's voice was flat. That is how every predatory system describes efficiency. Eddie looked at the cards, then at the charter fragment, then toward the chapel where Rattle and Kit were waiting. We read this now. The chapel was worse when they returned. Not damaged, organized. Rattle had converted the complaint station into an evidence operation. Papers covered every pew. Labels hung from strings stretched between the columns. Kit had somehow acquired a black armband that read volunteer, though nobody remembered giving it to him. The first stack was labeled NAMES. The second, memory. The third, objects. The fourth, witnesses. The fifth, unresolved harm. The sixth was labeled possibly useful but sticky. Eddie stared at it. What is in that one? Kit looked proud. A haunted wedding ring, 3 keys, a dead man's shoe, a priest's apology, 2 bone coins, and a jar of teeth that says it remembers a murder. Rattle looked up from a file. The jar is giving excellent testimony. Eddie did not want to know. He looked around the chapel. Residents stood in lines, not a few, dozens. A man in a postman uniform held a stack of letters tied with blue thread. The burned woman from the yew stood beside a silver box. A young soldier with no face carried a dented identity disc. An elderly woman in a red shawl cradled a small glass bottle filled with rainwater. A farmer held a broken watch. A former seamstress showed Nora the inside hem of a dress where she had sewn her own name in green thread. They had come. They had brought proof. Not proof they deserved to exist. Proof that they had. Eddie felt the weight of it all at once. Rattle saw his face. Do not stand there looking overwhelmed, the skeleton said. We have work. That was almost kind. It was not. You are blocking the categorization table. Eddie moved. Nora led Amelia to a bench near the chapel window. Mara took position by the door. Cashin opened his black case and began laying out silver audit strips beside Rattle's files. Lilith placed the original charter fragment on the altar. Everyone gathered around it. The paper was no larger than Eddie's hand. Half burned, half torn, still enough. Lilith read the words again. A refuge may hold no ownership over its dead. A refuge may assert no title over memory, remains, name, debt, or conclusion. Each resident retains refusal where refusal is possible. Where refusal cannot be presented in recognized form, the refuge shall preserve evidence of personhood until recognition is restored. The chapel was silent. Lilith continued. The living manager may act only as a receiving witness, never as owner. The office of representative is not granted by title. It is created by consent. The dead ledger wrote the final clause in white across its black page. 100 resident consents, 1 unchosen witness. No ownership claim, no authority over conclusion, power to preserve refusal and compel hearing. Kit read it. 100 people have to agree to Eddie. Eddie looked at him. That does sound worse when you say it like that. I am not saying they should not. I am saying I have known you longer than most of them, and I would need a brochure. You are not helping. That is not the job I applied for. Hester stood at the back of the chapel. She had arrived while they were gone. Her outline was thinner than before. The gray tag from the archive had written itself faintly above her head. First provisional review, 7 days. Eddie saw it, so did everyone else. Hester walked toward the altar. She moved slowly, but she did not look afraid now, not less afraid, different, like fear had been given work to do. I will be the first consent, she said. The dead ledger did not write. Cashin looked at the charter fragment. It may not be that simple. Hester looked at him. Why not? The consent must be independent, informed, and witnessed by the unchosen. The unchosen grave is gone. Nora's lantern flame flickered. Amelia Ford lifted her head from the bench. It is not gone, she said quietly. Everyone looked at her. The nurse held one of the loose name cards. On its blank reverse side, a line of soil had appeared. No selection entered. The card warmed in her fingers. Amelia looked at Eddie. It followed you. The dead ledger opened. A new page had appeared. The page was blank except for one sentence. An unchosen witness is not a place. Eddie read it, then read it again. Lilith's eyes narrowed. Of course. Explain, Eddie said. The grave is not the witness. The refusal is. Nora looked at Hester. Hester looked at the half-erased stone beyond the chapel walls. I refuse to let them call me Mrs. Edmund Vale, she said. The name above her head flickered. Hester Bell Vale. The gray tag trembled. Cashin stepped closer to the ledger. If she makes an informed refusal, and if the original charter recognizes that refusal as unchosen status. Rattle's jaw clicked. Then Hester can witness her own consent. Lilith smiled. It was the smile of a lawyer who had just found a crack in a wall somebody expensive had claimed was solid. Not her own consent, Lilith said. Her own non-selection. Eddie looked at Hester. That sounds like it might hurt. Hester gave him a tired smile. I have been hurt by worse paperwork. The gray tag above her head brightened. First provisional review. The chapel bell rang. Once. The stone floor beneath Hester's feet split with a thin black line. Final allocation had felt the charter awake. The dead ledger wrote. Immediate selection attempt detected. Claimant, Hester Bell Vale. Status, review accelerated. Eddie swore. Mara drew her crossbow. Lilith opened her folder. Cashin grabbed the audit strips. Nora moved to Hester's side. Amelia rose from the bench with the name card held in both hands. The black line widened. Gray paper pushed up through the chapel floor. Not an attack, a form. It unfolded in the air above Hester. Final allocation preview. Claimant record, insufficient. Personhood evidence, local only. Continuation authority, DENIID, transfer to be prepared. Eddie stepped beneath it. No. The form did not care. The gray letters continued. Recorded objections, none withstanding. Hester looked at the words, her mouth tightened. For a second, Eddie feared she would disappear into the old reflex of making herself smaller so the world could finish talking over her. Then she looked at Nora, at Amelia, at the residents in line behind her, at the letter her daughter had written decades ago. Hester held out her hand. The card, she said. Amelia gave her the card. No selection entered. Hester turned it over. There was no pen, no ink. She wrote anyway, not with her fingers, with memory. A thin line of blue handwriting formed across the blank card. I am Hester Bell Vale. I refuse to be concluded as a record. I consent to be heard. The chapel shook. The black line in the floor widened to the width of a hand. The gray form above them brightened. Refusal not recognized. Nora stepped beside Hester. I recognize it, she said. The lantern flame flared gold. Amelia raised the name cards. I recognize it, she said. The cards began to glow. Rattle climbed onto the complaint counter. The clerk recognizes it, he announced. Kit looked at him. Do you have authority? Rattle drew himself up. I have a stamp. He slammed it onto Hester's card. The sound cracked through the chapel. Received. Cashin placed a silver audit strip beneath the card. The audit record recognizes presence, he said. Lilith put a red seal at the bottom of the statement. Counsel recognizes the declaration without claiming appointment. Mara stood behind Hester with the crossbow lifted toward the gray form. I recognize it, she said, and anyone who tries to take her gets corrected. The gray form flickered. Hester looked at Eddie. He had been waiting for the part where he would need to say something clever, something that would turn words into a weapon, but this was not his refusal. That was the point. He looked at her statement, then at the first line of the charter. A refuge may hold no ownership over its dead. He did not take the card. He did not sign it. He stepped back. Hester Bell Vale has spoken, he said. Record it. The dead ledger's pages turned. One page stopped, then another. Then the ledger wrote in white, Unchosen witness recognized. The gray form tore down the middle. A cold wind swept through the chapel. The black line in the floor snapped shut. Hester's name flared above her head. Hester Bell Vale, not temporary, not asset pending, not claimant record insufficient. Her full name. For one breath the chapel held it in light. Then the dead ledger wrote. Consent 1 of 100 accepted. Eddie let out a breath he had not known he was holding. Kit made a noise that was almost a cheer and then looked embarrassed about it. Rattle did not look embarrassed. He stamped 3 more forms in rapid succession. Properly received, he said. Properly witnessed. Properly infuriating. Lilith looked at the broken gray form drifting to ash. They will challenge it. Of course they will, Eddie said. They will say Hester's consent is invalid because the threat of allocation created coercion. Hester looked at her. I was coerced before I consented. That is not the same thing. Lilith paused, then smiled. No, she said, it is not. Cashin examined the ledger. One consent is enough to prove the category can exist, but the petition requires 100 before the threshold court will recognize a representative. Eddie looked around the chapel, at the residents waiting in line, at the piles of letters, rings, photos, tools, memorial cards, broken watches, coat buttons, ribbons, maps, names, and memories. 99 more. It was impossible, which meant it was probably exactly what they would have to do. The dead ledger buzzed. New notice. Everyone looked at the page. The white letters faded. Gray letters appeared in their place. First finality appendix acknowledges provisional consent. Response, selection priorities updated. A list began to write itself. Margaret Hill, Samuel Pike, Ameliaforde, the unmarked fireman, the chapel shadow, Noraquin associated living witness property. The chapel went silent. Eddie stared at the last line. Nora did too. The ledger wrote one final sentence. Final allocation has stopped testing the dead. Then. It is now testing everyone who remembers them. Outside, from beyond the east wall, Nora's house gave a single slow knock, not on the door, from beneath the foundation. And in the silence that followed, a woman's voice, not Hester's, not Seraphina's, not anyone Eddie knew, began to call Nora's name from under the living world. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The East Wall. Nora Quinn's house knocked from beneath its foundation. It did not make the sound of timber settling. It did not make the sound of pipes cooling, old bricks shifting, or a neighbor dropping a pan in the kitchen. It was one slow, deliberate knock from under the living world. Everyone in the chapel heard it. The sound came through the east wall of Black Hollow Cemetery. It traveled beneath the damp grass, under the iron roots of the old boundary stones, through the broken chapel floor and into Eddie Crowe's boots. Once. A pause. Then the woman's voice came again. Nora Quinn. It was not loud, that was worse. Loud things wanted to be heard. Loud things still believed in attention. This voice was already inside the room. Nora stood beside Hester Bell Vale with one hand around her lantern and the other resting near the ghost woman's fading fingers. The gray notice on the dead ledger was still open before them. Final allocation has stopped testing the dead. It is now testing everyone who remembers them. The words did not disappear. Eddie had expected them to. Words that awful usually had the decency to vanish after landing. Instead, the ledger left them there, pale against the black paper, like a clerk refusing to close a file until somebody admitted the body inside it mattered. Nora Quinn, the voice called again. This time it sounded closer, not under the chapel, under the house beyond the east wall. Nora's lantern flame went thin and blue. Mara Voss moved first. She was already drawing her crossbow before Eddie had finished turning toward the wall. Her coat barely shifted as she crossed the chapel floor. She did not waste motion. She never did. Even fear behaved differently around Mara. It put its hands where she could see them. "Distance?" she asked. Cashin Vale looked down at the silver strips scattered around Hester's grave file. The strips trembled against the chapel stone, each line of audit writing turning gradually gray. "Associated witness property," he said. Eddie stared at him. That was not a distance. It is an attachment category. I have started hating categories in a very personal way. Cashin did not look up. The house is carrying an active final allocation trace. It has not crossed the boundary. It has made contact through it. Nora's face had gone pale, but her grip on the lantern was steady. "What does that mean?" she asked. No one answered quickly enough. Lilith Quill closed her folder with a soft, decisive sound. "It means the office cannot enter Black Hollow without giving us a procedural opportunity to object," she said. "So it is attempting to classify the house as an extension of its evidence field." Kit Mallory looked from Lilith to the east wall. "Can it do that?" Lilith gave him a smile with no humor in it. "Historically, often." "No," Nora said. Everyone looked at her. She had not raised her voice. She did not need to. The word came out flat and clean, an iron poker placed carefully on a table. "No," she repeated. "My house is not evidence." The dead ledger wrote, "Living witness property status, disputed." Eddie looked at the page. "Can the book stop agreeing with everyone awful?" It wrote, "I am not agreeing, then. I am warning you." The chapel bell rang once. Outside, far beyond the window, the east wall shook. A fine line of dust fell from the stone arch over the broken confession screen. Hester Bell Vale flinched. Nora looked at her. "You stay here," she said. Hester's outline shivered. "It called you." "I know. It may call you by a name it should not have." Nora's expression changed for an instant. Not fear, recognition. "My grandmother used to say that," she said. "Then your grandmother knew what it meant." Hester looked toward the wall. "Do not answer it when it knows you better than you know yourself." Eddie felt something in his stomach drop. That sounds like advice that should have arrived before the voice started. "It is arriving now," Hester said. "That is how warnings work when the dead are involved." The woman beneath the house called once more, "Nora Quinn." This time the chapel windows frosted from the bottom upward. Myra stepped toward the door. "We move." Nora turned. "So do I." "No," Eddie said. The word came out before he could dress it up. Nora looked at him. Eddie immediately wished he had used a better word. Not because he meant something different. He did not. Because he knew what it sounded like when a man said no to a woman who had already made it painfully clear she was not there to be protected like a piece of furniture. He exhaled. "That was badly phrased," he said. "Very. I mean you do not go alone." Nora watched him. "I was not planning to." "Good. You also do not get to decide whether I go." I know. Do you? Eddie looked at the ledger's white line still glowing across the altar. 100 resident consents, one unchosen witness. No ownership claim. He looked back at Nora. I am learning, he said, slowly, badly, and with a lot of supervision. Nora's mouth almost moved. That is the most honest thing you have said today. It is not even breakfast now. I am losing the schedule. The woman's voice whispered through the wall again. This time it said nothing. It only breathed. Mara opened the chapel door. Cold gray morning came in with the smell of wet soil, iron, and something sweet going stale beneath floorboards. Enough talking, she said. Kit stood, pulled on one boot, then the other, and grabbed a small canvas bag from beneath the pew. What is in there? Eddie asked. Useful things. That phrase has never comforted me. Chalk wire, 2 crowbars, a lantern wick, a lockpick set, a boiled egg, a broken mirror, and 3 things I am not prepared to discuss under clerical review. Rattle looked up from Hester's files. I am a clerk. Exactly. Lilith lifted one eyebrow. Why do you have a boiled egg? Kit adjusted the bag over his shoulder. Because every dangerous plan should include lunch. No, Mara said. Kit looked wounded. You have not even heard the plan. I heard the egg. The dead ledger wrote. Household Witness Intervention Team, FORMING. Recommended personnel, Nora Quinn, Eddiecrowe, Maravoss, Lilith Quill, Cassin Vale. Optional personnel, Kit Mallory. Kit leaned over the altar. Optional. The ledger added. Risk contribution, high. Unpredictable value, annoyingly real. Kit brightened. That is basically a compliment. It is a threat-wearing punctuation, Eddie said. The ledger continued. NON mobile personnel, Rattle, Hester, Bell, Vale. Rattle's skull snapped upward. Non-mobile. You are a skeleton in a chapel full of files, Eddie said. You are not staying because you are weak. You are staying because someone has to stop the cemetery from filing an appeal while we are gone. Rattle considered this. Then pulled his visor lower. Operationally acceptable. Hester stepped toward the altar. Her full name still glowed faintly above her, steady for now. Take this, she said. She held out the letter from her daughter. Eddie did not take it, not at first. Hester saw him hesitate and gave a small, tired smile. It is evidence, she said, not property. He accepted it with both hands. The paper was cold, but not dead cold. It held the warmth of a hand that had once written too quickly and pressed too hard with the pen. The ink had faded in places. A small mark from a cup of tea stained one corner. Why? He asked. Because your east wall is built from remembering, Hester said. My daughter wrote to me when nobody official thought I existed. That letter stayed with my stone. It may know how to keep a house from being made forgettable. Nora looked at the letter. My grandmother kept those, she said softly. Letters, things left at graves. She called them proof people were more than their paperwork. Lilith's eyes narrowed. Civilian memory custody. Nora glanced at her. You keep saying it like it is a job. It was a job, Cashin said, before most offices decided it was unsafe. Unsafe for who? Eddie asked. Cashin did not answer. That was answer enough. They left the chapel. The path to the east wall ran past the common rose, the cracked fountain, and the old yew tree where 3 dead women had spent the last 2 mornings arguing over whether the cemetery's new complaint forms discriminated against people who had no fingers. Usually this part of Black Hollow was loud in small ways. A cough from under a stone, a coin rolling uphill. A low complaint from a grave that had acquired rainwater, a distant bell nobody had rung. Now it was quiet. The silence did not belong to peace. It belonged to listening. Every stone along the path faced east. Eddie noticed after the 3rd row, not all at once. Nothing at Black Hollow did anything kindly enough to be obvious. A headstone near the chapel had turned by an inch. A smaller marker by the fountain had leaned toward the wall. The old angel above the veil plot had shifted her broken face toward Nora's house. Is that normal? Kit asked. No, Mara said. Good. I was worried I was becoming difficult to impress. The dead ledger buzzed in Eddie's pocket. East wall status attached. Living property memory index active. Household occupancy subject to review. Eddie slowed. Subject to review means what? Cashin's expression tightened. It means they are not trying to destroy the house. That did not answer the question. They are trying to determine whether the people inside it can be reduced to records without violating any existing protections. Nora stopped walking. The others stopped too. Her yellow coat was bright against the wet gray morning. It made her look too alive for the cemetery and too stubborn for the weather. Reduced, she said. Cashin did not soften the word. Yes. Nora looked toward the east wall. My uncle is in there. Cashin nodded. I know. My uncle is not a file. I know. My house is not a witness archive. I know. Eddie looked at Cashin. You are doing a terrible job of sounding helpful. I am trying not to lie. That is also becoming a theme around here. Nora walked again, faster. Eddie kept pace beside her. For several steps they said nothing. Then Nora said, You do not have to follow me every time I get angry. I am following the nightmare paperwork currently attached to your foundation. That is not what I meant. I know. Wall was close now. Beyond it stood the narrow house where Nora lived with her uncle. Eddie had seen it from Black Hollow dozens of times. A two-story brick place with a sagging slate roof, white-framed windows, a garden that had lost an argument with the cemetery's roots, and a crooked green door that looked like it had spent years refusing to become anything more impressive. In every other direction, Black Hollow made a point of being old, elaborate, and impossible to sell. Nora's house looked ordinary. That was why Eddie liked it. It looked like a place where tea went cold because somebody had been distracted by a story, a place where coats hung beside the door, a place where someone had once painted the hall yellow and then, years later, covered half of it with shelves because life had required storage. Now the windows were black, not dark, black, the same black he had seen in the office window the night Plot Zero first spoke to him. The green door stood shut. A thin white line had appeared around the frame. It was not chalk. It looked like a page edge. Nora went to the gate in the low stone wall and stopped. The garden had been changed. Every flower bed was empty, not dead, empty. The soil had been smoothed flat all the way to the house. The small rusted birdbath had no water in it. The old blue bicycle against the side wall had lost its front wheel, then its back wheel, then the fact that it had ever been a bicycle. Eddie watched it blur into a gray outline against the bricks. Do not touch anything, Cashin said. Kit looked at the garden. I was not planning to touch the disappearing bicycle. That is growth, Eddie said. The woman's voice came from under the front step. Nora Quinn. Nora went still. The voice had changed. It still did not sound like a person exactly. It sounded like a voice recorded in a room after everyone had left. But underneath the grayness, Eddie heard an older woman's shape, a certain tired warmth, the memory of patience with its edges sharpened by age. Nora heard it too, her face tightened. Gran, she whispered. The dead ledger flashed in Eddie's pocket. Warning, voice matching probable memory custodian Grace Quinn. Voice authenticity, unconfirmed. Do not respond with full name. Nora's throat moved. Eddie stepped closer, not in front of her, beside her. That is not her, he said quietly. Nora looked at the house. I know. But the words sounded like work. The voice spoke again. Nora, the blue tin is under the kitchen stairs. Nora went pale. Eddie looked at her. What blue tin? She did not answer at first. Then she said, my grandmother's. Mara scanned the windows. What was in it? Cards, notes, old letters, things people left at the wall. A witness archive, Lilith said. Nora's eyes flashed. It was a tin. Lilith met her gaze. Both can be true. The black windows trembled. Behind the upper floor glass, a shadow passed. Not a person, too tall, too narrow. It paused behind the curtainless window. Then a pale hand pressed flat to the glass. The hand was gray and smooth with a small black tag tied around the wrist. Occupant pending. Nora moved toward the gate. Mara caught her arm. Stop. My uncle is inside. If they wanted him dead, the house would be quiet. Nora turned toward her. That is supposed to comfort me. No, Mara's grip loosened. It is supposed to keep you from walking into a classification trap. Nora pulled free. Then tell me how to get him out. Mara looked at Cashin. Cashin looked at the house. For the first time since Eddie had met him, the auditor seemed genuinely lost. Household review is not supposed to happen without a living consent event, Cashin said. People keep saying not supposed to, Eddie replied. I need a version with a useful verb. Lilith looked at the white line around the door. They are trying to get Nora to authenticate the property. By calling her name, Kit asked, yes. And if she does? Lilith's eyes stayed on the house. The house becomes legible as a witness asset. Everything in it can be indexed. Every person, object, and memory connected to the dead can be classified. Eddie stared at the door. Then we do not let them ask. They have already asked, Cashin said. Then we give them a different answer. The dead ledger wrote. Manager response, improvisational, probability of success, insufficient data. Eddie frowned at the page. That was almost encouraging. It added, probability of property damage, high, back to normal. A knock came from beneath the front step. Once, then twice, then 3 times. The door opened. No one touched it. The hall beyond was gray, not dark. Everything had color in the wrong way. The yellow wallpaper had become the pale beige of old forms. The blue rug had become blank paper gray. A row of framed photographs lined the wall, but every face had been removed from them. The frames held silhouettes, shoulders, hands, empty spaces where heads should have been. At the end of the hall stood a man in a brown coat. Eddie did not recognize the face. He recognized the coat. Mr. Guerin held a black umbrella closed at his side. He had no rain on him. He had no mud on his shoes. He looked as though he had been standing in the Quinn house for years waiting for the room to become administrative. Ms. Quinn, he said. Nora's jaw tightened. No. Guerin's eyes moved to Eddie. Manager Crowe. You are inside a private house. I am at a threshold. You said that at my gate. Thresholds repeat. You should get a new line. Guerin did not react. His calm was an insult. I have delivered a household review notice, he said. No harm is intended. Nora laughed once. It was not a happy sound. You erased the faces in my hallway. Guerin looked at the photographs. Faces are not currently relevant to property status. Mara lifted the crossbow. Guerin's gaze went to it. I advise against violent interference, he said. You may damage the house's admissibility. You may damage my patience, Mara replied. That is not a protected structure. Keep talking, Kit whispered to Eddie. I want to see how many knives she can throw before a system notices. Not helping, Eddie whispered back. Guerin opened his satchel. Inside lay a single folded sheet of gray paper. Household witness review, he said. The property is connected to a restricted necropolis, a civilian memory custodian, a living witness, and multiple disputed continuations. The office requires confirmation of occupancy, memory chain, and residual dead influence. Nora's eyes narrowed. You know my grandmother's name. Yes. You used her voice. We used a retained auditory record. You used her voice. Guerin considered the distinction. Yes, he said. The simple answer was worse than denial. Nora stepped through the gate. Mara moved with her. Eddie followed. Lilith and Cashin came behind. Kit paused by the empty garden, pulled a small piece of chalk from his canvas bag, and drew a line along the gatepost. Eddie looked back. What was that? An exit marker. Does it work? Kit looked at it. Sometimes. Comforting. I have a boiled egg too. They crossed the garden. The ground felt wrong beneath Eddie's boots. It was firm, dry, and smooth. No worms, no roots, no small stubborn movements from the soil. Black Hollow's ground was always listening. Even when it was quiet, it had opinions. This soil had no opinions. It had been made official. Eddie hated it. At the doorway, Garin moved aside. "You may observe the review," he said. "Generous. Observation is not participation. That is going on a banner when we overthrow whatever department you work for." The hall smelled of dust, cold paper, and Nora's house underneath it. Tea leaves, old wood, soap, onion, rain-damp coats, and the faint trace of the lemon polish somebody had used on the banister for years. Eddie felt the ordinary smell catch at him. It made the grayness worse. The house had been lived in. That should not have needed proving. Nora walked to the nearest photograph. It showed an older woman and a younger Nora standing in front of the east wall, or it had shown them. Now the older woman's face was blank. Nora's own face was a pale oval. Her hand shook once when she touched the frame. "Grace," she said. The gray paper in Garin's hand fluttered. "Unverified association." Nora looked at it. "My grandmother." Garin made a small note with a silver pen. "Relationship submitted." "Not submitted," Nora said. Garin looked at her. "The distinction is not relevant." "It is relevant to me." His pen paused. For a heartbeat, the house remembered itself. The yellow wallpaper warmed by half a shade. A blue flower appeared in the faded pattern beside the stairwell. The photograph's frame stopped trembling. Then the grayness pressed back in. Cashin saw it too. "Personal contradiction," he said. Eddie stared at him. "That means the review can classify a person if they accept the classification." Nora looked at Garin. "So you are waiting for me to call her a record?" "I am waiting for you to confirm the relevant association." She was a person. The window in the front room cracked. A thin line ran across the glass, then another. Eddie expected the house to scream. It did not. It sighed. The sound came from every floorboard at once. Garin folded the paper once. "Unhelpful formulation," he said. Eddie felt anger rise. "Careful," he told the man. "You are currently standing in a house built by people you keep calling formulations." Garin's gaze rested on him. "You are not authorized to represent this witness." "I am not representing her." "Then do not answer for her." The words hit exactly where they were meant to. Eddie stopped. Nora looked at him. For a moment he wanted to step in anyway, to take the problem, make it his, turn it into something with rules and sharp edges he could bargain with. That was what he did. He put his hands on trouble. He called it management. He tried to stop people from being hurt by becoming the one who got hurt first. But the charter fragment was still warm in his pocket. A refuge may hold no ownership over its dead. A representative is created by consent. He looked at Nora. "I am here," he said. Nora's expression changed, not softer, stronger. "I know," she said. Garin lifted his pen. "Household review continues." The kitchen door opened by itself. A cold draft rolled down the hall. Nora went toward it. Her steps were careful now. The kitchen was worse. It was still full of objects. That was the horror of it. The kettle sat on the stove. 3 mugs stood upside down on a rack. A chipped blue bowl rested near the sink. A basket of onions sat on the counter. But all the labels had been removed from reality. The mugs were not mugs. The bowl was not a bowl. The kettle had no name in Eddie's mind. He knew its shape. He knew it was something meant to hold heat. But the word would not arrive. Kit walked in behind him and stopped. "What is that?" he asked, pointing at the kettle. Eddie opened his mouth. Nothing came. Nora grabbed the handle of the kettle. "Kettle," she said. The word landed. The grayness around it cracked. The kettle gave a tiny metallic sound, almost offended. The word came back to Eddie's mind with such force that he almost laughed. "Kettle," he repeated. The dead ledger buzzed. Object name restored by living assertion. Eddie looked toward Garin. "Your review is doing badly." "An item is not a person," Garin said. "No," Nora replied, "but it belongs to one." She moved through the kitchen. "Bread bin," she said. A wooden box on the counter deepened from gray to brown. "Salt jar." A glass container filled with salt reappeared beside the stove. Blue bowl, Uncle's stupid chair, the kettle, Gran's tea tin. With every name, the room came back a little. The gray paper in Garen's hand began to smoke at the corners. Lilith smiled. "Household possession continuity," she said. "Excellent, keep going." Garen's eyes shifted toward her. "You have no authority here." Lilith's smile sharpened. "I have no appointment, there is a difference." "Not relevant." "Say that again," Lilith told him. "I am collecting examples of your office's educational failures." Nora crouched by the kitchen stairs. The gray wood of the lower door had begun to bulge outward. Behind it, something breathed. The voice returned. "Nora." Nora closed her eyes. Eddie was beside her before he thought better of it. This time he did not touch her. He simply stood there, shovel in one hand, Hester's letter in the other. Nora looked at the stair door. "My grandmother hid the tin under there," she said. "Can you get it?" Mara asked. Nora nodded once. Garen moved, not quickly. That was more disturbing than speed would have been. "The lower storage area is currently under review," he said. "No item may be removed until household history has been classified." Nora stood. "This is my kitchen." Garen's face remained carefully forgettable. "Ownership is not under consideration." "Good," Nora said, "because I did not offer it." For the second time, the house warmed. A crack ran through the gray paper in Garen's hand. Cashin stared at it. "Refusal of implied submission," he said. Eddie frowned. "Is that good?" "It is not bad." "High praise." Garen looked down at the crack. Then he reached into his satchel. This time he removed a small black stamp. The stamp had no handle. It looked like a square of compact shadow with a metal rim. Mara lifted her crossbow. "Do not." Garen looked at her. "You cannot stop a household review with violence." "Watch me." He placed the stamp against the lower stair door. The sound it made was soft, a clerk's sound. A rubber stamp hitting paper. The house screamed. Not a human scream. A house's scream. Pipes rattling, glass ringing, old nails pulling in wood, 1,000 stored noises being dragged out through the walls at once. The floor split beneath the stair door. Gray roots pushed up, not roots, lines. Rows of printed words grew from the crack like cold vines. Occupant, content, association, memory, evidence, disposal. Nora stepped forward. Mara caught her shoulder. The printed roots snapped toward them. Eddie swung the manager's shovel. The blade cut through the first line. The word association split in half. Silver light flashed. The root recoiled. The shovel rode across its blade. Manager duty, protect threshold. Eddie looked at it. "Finally, a sentence I understand." The gray lines rose faster. They wrapped around chair legs, the kitchen table, the stove, the old boots by the back door. Wherever they touched, the object faded into a clean gray outline. Kit swore. "My bag." His canvas bag had been caught under the table. The edge was turning blank. He dove for it. Mara grabbed the back of his coat and yanked him away just as a gray line snapped across the floor. The line hit a spoon. The spoon disappeared, not vanished. Worse, everyone forgot the spoon had ever existed. Kit stared at the empty spot. "I had something there." Nora turned, grabbed the salt jar from the counter, and poured a thick white line across the floor. The printed roots hit the salt. They hissed. The house shuddered. The roots did not stop. They simply began writing around the salt. Lilith stepped forward. "Salt blocks contamination, not classification." Eddie stared at the roots, again with the categories. Cashin crouched beside the split floorboards. His gloved fingers hovered over the printed words without touching them. "They are building an internal index," he said. "Once it finishes, final allocation can take inventory of every memory tied to the house." Nara looked at the stair door. "Then we break it." "Not from here," Cashin said. "The root is below the foundation." Kit looked at the floor. Below. "Yes." "Is there a normal cellar?" Nora nodded. "There is a coal cellar through the lower stairs." Everyone looked at the blocked door. Garen held the black stamp in one hand. "Entry is not authorized," he said. Eddie turned to him. "You keep saying things are not authorized in a house you broke into." "I did not enter. The house received notice." "You are standing next to the kettle." "The kettle is currently irrelevant." Nora's eyes narrowed. "The kettle has a name." The black stamp cracked. A hairline fracture ran across it. Garen looked down. For the first time, annoyance showed on his face. It was tiny. It was beautiful. Eddie smiled. "Looks like relevance is having a day." Garen's eyes went to him. "You cannot win by naming objects." "No," Eddie said, "but you are losing by forgetting why they matter." A gray root struck upward. It caught Eddie around the wrist. Cold paper wrapped his skin. A tag appeared: manager, duty holder, and when representative, the words tightened. For a second, Eddie felt himself shrinking into the tag, not physically, conceptually. The way he had felt when the closure notice said he had duties but no right to speak. The way it felt when somebody powerful took the complicated living thing you were and selected the smallest useful word for you. Manager, not Eddie. Not Edward James. Not Alden. Not the boy who had sold fake protection, gotten into a black cab, inherited a cemetery, and learned too slowly that people were more than whatever was written about them. Manager, duty holder, non-representative. The root pulled. Eddie stumbled toward the split floor. Nora grabbed his other hand. "Eddie." He looked at her. The kitchen blurred around the edges. The gray words tightened. Nora's hand was warm, not enough to pull him free, enough to remind him he had a name outside the tag. "You are Eddie Crowe," she said. The root loosened slightly. Garen lifted the black stamp. "Personal names are immaterial to duty assignment." Nora stared at him. "No," she said, "they are the reason duty exists." The house shook. The gray line around Eddie's wrist burned. Eddie found his voice. "You have no right to call me a manager if you do not accept the people I manage are people." The words were not clever, they were not legal, they were true. The root recoiled. The tag around his wrist split down the middle. Manager became man, then the rest burned away. Eddie fell backward into Nora and the kitchen table. The table caught them both. It made a solid wooden noise. Eddie had never been so grateful to a table. Kit pointed at it. "Table," he said quickly. The table deepened in color. "Good table," he added. Nora looked at him. "That is not how this works." "It worked a bit." The dead ledger wrote. Kit Mallory, accidental civic witness potential detected. Kit stared at Eddie. "Do I get a badge?" "No," Mara said. "Everyone hates advancement." Garen placed the black stamp against the wall. This time the gray roots surged through the plaster. They climbed toward the ceiling. Photographs began falling from the hall wall one by one. Every blank face hit the floor with a flat, fragile sound. Nora flinched. Then she moved. She picked up the first frame. Her fingers shook. "This is my uncle when he was 20, she said. "He hated his hair in this picture. Grand said he looked like a singer. He said singers had money." The blank face inside the photograph returned. A young man with dark hair, a crooked smile, and a shirt with two wide collars appeared behind the glass. The gray root touching the wall recoiled. Nora picked up another frame. "This is Grace Quinn. She made me wear that awful red coat because she said yellow looked too much like a warning sign." An older woman appeared beside a small, angry Nora in a red coat. The woman had sharp eyes and a mouth that was probably very good at being unimpressed. Eddie saw Nora look at her. For a moment the grief on Nora's face was too open. Then she set the frame on the table and picked up the next one. "This is my mother. She laughed too loud. She liked terrible music. She put sugar in tea even when Gran said it was a moral weakness." The roots along the wall burned gray-white. Garen's pen stopped. The house began to remember itself, not all at once. The yellow wallpaper warmed. The blue rug found its pattern. The chipped bowl became chipped in the exact way it had always been. A tea stain appeared on the table. A crooked magnet returned to the side of the icebox, shaped like a red bus. The gray roots pulled back from the kitchen, not defeated, gathering. They flowed beneath the stair door instead. The woman's voice called again. "Nora." This time it sounded frightened. Nora looked at the door. "That is not grand," she said. "No," Eddie replied. "What is it?" Cashin had gone very still. "It is an extracted witness imprint," he said. "The office stored a voice from Grace Quinn's household records. It is using it to activate an unregistered memory vault." Nora looked at him. "A what?" "Something your grandmother made because she did not trust official archives." Nora's laugh was sharp. She was right not to. "Yes," Cashin said, "she was." Garen's comment returned. "The civilian custodian did not have authority to retain death-adjacent material," he said. Nora faced him. "She had authority to remember people. Memory does not establish custody. It establishes humanity." The gray roots beneath the door trembled. Lilith turned slowly toward Nora. "Say that again," she said. Nora frowned. "Why?" "Because I want the house to hear it." Nora looked around the kitchen, at the returned photographs, the kettle, the blue bowl, the salt line on the floor, the gray roots coiling beneath the door like a paragraph that had learned hunger. Then she put one hand on the kitchen wall. "Memory establishes humanity," she said. The entire house inhaled. The sound rolled through the walls, down the hall, up the staircase, beneath the floor, into the garden, through the east wall, and across Black Hollow Cemetery. Every grave beyond the wall knocked once. The dead ledger's page glowed so brightly through Eddie's pocket that he could see the light through the fabric of his coat. New household principle detected. Living memory, material evidence of personhood. Garen's gray paper caught fire. It did not burn red or orange. It burned white. The flames consumed only the section labeled Household Contents. Garen watched it disappear. Then he opened his satchel and removed a second form. Mara made a disgusted sound. "Do you carry a whole office in there?" "I carry necessary records." "Same thing," Eddie said. The new form was larger. At the top was a title in gray letters, Emergency Living Witness Consolidation. Lilith's expression went hard. "Oh, absolutely not." Eddie looked at her. "That sounds bad." "It allows final allocation to take every memory associated with a disputed dead person and place it into a single temporary archive for review." Kit frowned. "Like storage." "For people." Kit's face changed. "Not like storage." "No." Garen held the form toward Nora. "The review can be simplified," he said. "You may preserve your household by consenting to consolidation." Nora did not take it. "What happens to the memories?" "They remain available for examination." "What happens to the people in them?" Garen's eyes stayed mild. "People are not retained by memory." Eddie felt the room go cold. Nora looked at the form, then at the stairs, then at the photograph of her grandmother. "You want me to trade them for the house?" "I want you to preserve what can be preserved." "That is not the same thing." "It is the available thing." Nora's fingers tightened around the lantern. For a moment the form seemed to pull at her, not physically. It offered something worse than force. A clean answer. "Sign here, save your uncle, save the kitchen, save the house. Let the office carry the rest." Eddie saw it in her face. He knew that look. It was the look of someone who had been offered survival in exchange for a thing nobody else could see. He did not speak. He wanted to. He wanted to tell her not to sign, but it was her house, her family, her memories, her choice. Nora looked at Garen. "What do you call someone who can only save a house by giving away everyone they loved?" Garen's answer came without cruelty. "A witness under pressure." Nora nodded slowly. "Then witness this." She took the form. Eddie's breath caught. Nora held it over the stove. The old blue flame had returned beneath the kettle. It burned low and unsteady. Garen moved. Mara's crossbow bolt hit the floor between them. Silver light jumped up the wall. Garen stopped. "Do not," Mara said. Nora lowered the form into the flame. Gray paper should not have burned. It did. It curled black at the edges. Words screamed, not loudly, tiny clerk sounds. Hundreds of little objections trying to become a law. Nora watched it burn. "I am not a witness under pressure," she said. "I am a witness who refuses." The kitchen lights went out. Every gray root beneath the stairs rose at once. The door exploded inward. Cold air poured from below. Not cellar air, archive air. The smell of old paper, locked drawers, rain on stone, and rooms where someone had cried quietly because the rules said grief did not count as evidence. The coal cellar beyond the door was no longer a cellar. A staircase descended too far into gray darkness. Shelves stood along the walls below, filled with thousands of small objects. Buttons, combs, keys, ticket stubs, broken rings, photographs, nail clippings, pins, letters, empty perfume bottles, children's marbles, old tools, ration cards, wedding ribbons, church programs, laundry tokens, false teeth, and things Eddie could not identify without making the room worse. Every object had a gray tag tied to it. Evidence, evidence, evidence. The woman's voice came from below. Nora. Eddie lifted the shovel. "Now we go downstairs?" Kit asked. "No," Mara said. Nora stepped past her. "Yes," Nora said. Mara caught her sleeve. Nora looked at her. "This is my house." Mara held her gaze, then she let go. "I go first." Nora nodded. "That is acceptable." Eddie watched the exchange. He did not say anything. That was progress. Mara descended the stairs, crossbow raised. Nora followed with the lantern. Eddie went next, Lilith and Cashin behind him. Kit came last, muttering about staircases that were rude enough to continue after their architectural responsibility had ended. The stairs did not lead downward in a normal way. They passed the coal cellar. Eddie saw it once on the left, a small cramped room, coal dust in the corners, an old broom, a broken chair, a shelf of jars. Then it slid away. The next step led into another version of the same space. The next step led into a hallway lined with shelves. The next step led into a room where all the shelves were full of gray tags. The next step led somewhere under the east wall itself. The house above them creaked. The cemetery below them answered. At the bottom they stood in a narrow chamber with a low brick ceiling. Roots from the east wall pushed through the mortar, but these roots were wrapped in paper strips. Names were printed on each strip in fading black ink. Grace Quinn, Hester Bell Vale, Margaret Hill, Samuel Pike, Thomas Reed. Amelia Forde, the unmarked fireman, Noraqinn. Eddie saw the last name and felt his grip tighten on the shovel. The paper strip marked Noraqinn ran from a nail in the wall to the floor beneath the far shelf. It pulsed once. The woman's voice spoke from the darkness behind it. Nora. Nora lifted the lantern. The light reached a wooden table at the center of the chamber. On it sat a blue tin, small, dented, paint scratched away along the lid. A faded picture of a kingfisher had been painted on the side. Nora stopped breathing. "My grandmother's tin." Beside the tin sat a woman in a gray dress. She was not Grace Quinn. She wore Grace's face only in pieces. The eyes were wrong. One eye was too young, the other too old. Her mouth changed shape when she spoke. At moments it belonged to a woman Eddie had never seen. At others it became a blank line in a form. A black tag hung around her throat. Retained auditory material. Nora's lantern flame shook. "Give her back," Nora said. The woman looked at her. "Grace Quinn is expired." "No," Nora stepped forward. "She is dead." The woman's head tilted. "Dead is a final status." "Not here." The chamber trembled. The paper roots in the walls tightened. Garin appeared at the top of the stairs. He had followed without making a sound. "Do not interfere with the consolidation process," he said. Mara turned the crossbow toward him. "This is your last warning." Garin did not look at her. "Violence cannot restore a name." "No," Mara said, "but it can make a person stop talking." Lilith walked to the table. Her red glove hovered above the blue tin. "Do not touch it," Nora said. Lilith stopped. "I was not going to." Nora looked at her. Lilith's expression was very controlled. "I need you to open it," she said. "It is your grandmother's custody object. I cannot establish its chain. Eddie cannot establish it. Cashin cannot audit it. It has to be you." Nora looked at the tin. The gray woman smiled with Grace's mouth. "Open it," she said. "Confirm the archive." Nora's hands tightened. Eddie saw the trap. If she opens it, he said, does that count as consent? Cashin stared at the labels along the wall. It could. It will, Garen said. Nora looked at him. Then I do not open it. The gray woman's face broke. Not into anger, into blankness. The shelves shook. Every tagged object began to whisper. Not words at first, just the small sounds of remembered lives. A train whistle, a baby crying, glass breaking, a woman singing in a kitchen, a man coughing into a handkerchief, church bells, rain on a roof, a dog barking, someone laughing too hard. The chamber filled with all of it. The noise became unbearable. Kit dropped to one knee and covered his ears. What are they doing? He gasped. Reasserting source history, Cashin shouted over the sound. The objects are rejecting impoundment. The gray woman's tag burned. Retained auditory material became disputed witness record. The woman opened her mouth. This time Grace Quinn's real voice came out, not perfect, not alive, but real enough to make Nora go still. Do not let them make a shelf of you, the voice said. The room fell silent. Nora stared at the gray woman. Gran. The woman's face changed again. For one heartbeat the eyes were right, sharp, tired, annoyed by nonsense. Then the grayness closed over them. Garen spoke from the stairs. The record is unstable. Eddie turned. Good. Instability causes loss. So does your office. You are mistaking preservation for sentiment. Eddie looked at the blue tin, then at the shelves, at Nora, at the thousands of pieces of ordinary life that had become evidence because someone had loved someone enough to keep a thing. No, he said, you are mistaking storage for preservation. Garen's face did not move, but the gray lines along the wall darkened. The dead ledger wrote through Eddie's pocket. Household memory vault, active, access condition, living custodian refusal, preservation method, name, object, witness, choice. Eddie pulled the ledger from his pocket. Name, object, witness, choice, he read. Lilith understood first. 4-part custody proof. Cashin nodded slowly. The old civic witnesses used it before formal death records existed. Nora looked at the blue tin. What do I do? Eddie looked at her. You tell it what it is. You tell it why it matters. You name who trusted you with it. And you choose what it is for. Nora's eyes met his. You are not going to tell me. No. Something softened in her face, just for a second. Then she stepped to the table. The gray woman reached for the tin. Mara fired. The bolt struck the table between the gray fingers and the metal lid. Silver light jumped across the wood. The gray woman screamed in several voices. Mara reloaded without looking away. Keep your hands off her things. Nora put her palm on the blue tin. It is a tin, she said. The kingfisher painted on the side brightened blue. It was my grandmother's. The tag around the gray woman's throat flickered. She used it to keep letters people left at the east wall. Names, notes, things nobody wanted the cemetery to forget. The chamber listened. She trusted me with it because she said somebody had to remember where the official files went wrong. The paper roots loosened around the blue tin, and I choose to keep it for the people it belongs to, not for a department, not for a court, not for you. The gray woman's tag snapped. The sound was small, then enormous. Every shelf in the chamber slammed open. Gray tags flew into the air like birds made of paper. Garen lifted the black stamp. Unauthorized custody transfer detected. Lilith laughed. It was cold and delighted. Not transfer, she said. Return. The blue tin opened. Nora had not touched the lid. It opened anyway. Inside were cards. Hundreds of them. Some were faded, some folded. Some were written in pencil, some in ink, some in a child's clumsy hand, some in the narrow, elegant writing of someone who had learned to hide anger in manners. Each card carried a name. Each name on a card in the tin pulled a matching gray tag from the air. The tags burned. Grace Quinn. Hester Bell Vale. Margaret Hill. Samuel Pike. Thomas Reed. Ameliaforde. One by one, the names returned to the objects on the shelves. A brass key glowed, a broken ring turned gold, a stack of letters warmed, a fire helmet on the top shelf deepened from gray to red. The unmarked fireman's tag tore apart. Mara stared at it. Cashin moved closer. "The archive is refusing to classify them as contents," he said. "What is it classifying them as?" Eddie asked. The ledger answered, "Living held evidence of personhood." Garen's stamp cracked down the center. He looked at it. Something in his face had become less ordinary, not more monstrous, more empty. The kind of empty that existed only because a person had spent too long being used as a hand for something without hands. "You are creating an unregulated memory field," he said. Nora stood over the blue tin. "No," she said. "I am keeping my grandmother's kitchen." For the first time, Garen looked at her with something like contempt. Domestic sentiment does not survive review. Nora picked up one card from the tin. It was small, yellowed, written in uneven blue ink. She read it. "Thomas Reed," she said. Above the shelf, a gray tag burst. The room filled with the smell of engine oil and rain. A man appeared beside the fire helmet. He was broad-shouldered, middle-aged, and wearing an old fire brigade coat burned black along one sleeve. His face was tired. His hands were huge. One side of his jaw carried a scar. He looked around the chamber, then at Nora, then at the card in her hand. "My name was Thomas Reed," he said. The words did not sound theatrical. They sounded relieved. Eddie knew the name. He had seen the same black in the first records that had named him a mistake. Thomas Reed, died 1912. Stayed quiet. Now the man looked at the card. "What is that?" he asked. Nora read it again. "Thomas fixed the east wall stove after the winter flood. He was too proud to take money. He said the house was warm enough already. Signed, Grace Quinn." Thomas stared, then he laughed once. It was a rough sound. "She kept that." Nora nodded. "She kept everything." Thomas looked at his fire helmet, at the shelves, at Garen. The gray roots began to creep toward him. Garen spoke. "Resident Thomas Reed, final allocation review pending. Continued manifestation is irregular." Thomas turned his head. "Regular enough for you to take me." "Your record is incomplete." Thomas looked at Nora. "Was I a person in that house?" Nora did not hesitate. "Yes." The room shook. Eddie saw the opportunity before he understood it, not his opportunity, Thomas's. He did not step forward. He did not offer the words. He looked at Thomas and waited. The fireman looked at the gray roots crawling toward his boots. He looked at the blue tin, at the card, at the east wall roots threaded through the brick, then at the dead ledger's white glow in Eddie's hands. "Can I refuse them?" Thomas asked. The ledger wrote. "Informed refusal available. UNCHOOSEN witness status, Hester Bell Vale valid, consent condition, independent declaration." Thomas exhaled, then he stepped away from the gray roots. "No," he said. The word echoed. Garen's eyes narrowed. Thomas raised his burned hand. "My name is Thomas Reed. I was a fireman. I was a neighbor. I fixed the Quinn stove because it needed fixing. I died in a warehouse because 3 people were still inside. I did not become a record because a clerk ran out of room." The gray roots trembled. Thomas looked at Eddie. "You are the manager." Eddie nodded. "You going to use that title to own me?" Eddie felt every eye in the chamber turn toward him. "No," he said. Thomas watched him. "What are you going to use it for?" Eddie thought of Hester, of the fake protection plans, of the graveyard calling him manager, duty holder, food, liability, evidence, and idiot. He thought of every time he had used a title because it gave him something to hide behind. "To make sure nobody else does," he said. Thomas considered him, then looked down at the card in Nora's hand. "I consent to be heard," he said. The gray root struck. Mara moved. Her blade cut through the first root, then the second. Silver sparks filled the chamber. Lilith snapped a red seal into the air. Cashin dropped 3 audit strips onto the floor, making a ring of pale light around Thomas's boots. Nora held the card toward the blue tin. "I witnessed Thomas Reed," she said. "He was known here." The dead ledger opened flat in Eddie's hands. "Consent 2 of 100 accepted." The gray roots screamed, not quietly this time, The sound came through the walls and up through the entire house. Above them, glass shattered, a door slammed. The front room groaned as if the building had pulled itself upright on old knees. Garin raised the broken stamp. "Escalation authorized," he said. The stamp dissolved. Gray ink ran down his fingers. The ink spread across his hands, his wrists, his sleeves. His brown coat became a shape made of office dust and printed clauses. His forgettable face flattened into a blank page with a narrow horizontal line where the mouth had been. Kit swore. "That is much worse than a clerk." Lilith's expression turned dangerous. "Preliminary registrar," she said. Eddie looked at her. "What does that mean?" "It means he is not here to serve the review. He is here to prepare the house to be removed from reality if the review fails." That is a terrible meaning. The thing that had been Garin opened its paper mouth. "Living witness property," it said. The words were not a voice. They were a stamp, non-compliant. The gray roots tore free from the walls. They whipped across the chamber, catching shelves, objects, cards, the fire helmet, the blue tin. Wherever they struck, names began to peel away from things. Nora grabbed the tin. The root wrapped around her wrist. A tag appeared. Primary associated witness. Transferable. Eddie moved. He drove the manager's shovel into the floor between Nora and the registrar. The blade flashed silver-white. A line of light ran from the shovel through the chamber, up the stairs, through the house, and out beneath the east wall. The dead ledger wrote, "Manager duty, protect witness threshold, temporary jurisdiction available." Eddie braced both hands on the shovel. "What do I do?" The ledger answered, "Do not decide for her." He stared at it. "That is not instructions." "Then, make space for her to decide." The registrar pulled harder. Nora's wrist went gray to the elbow. Her lantern flickered. The blue tin shook in her other hand. Eddie looked at the gray line of jurisdiction spreading through the floor. He saw the roots, the tags, the shelves, the house above, the east wall, the cemetery behind it, a threshold. He could not make Nora refuse. He could not claim the house. He could not tell the dead they belonged to him. But he could stop the world from swallowing the room before they spoke. He lifted the shovel. "Black Hollow," he said. The cemetery answered, not with a roar, with names, 1,000 whispers moving through the walls. Hester Bell Vale, Thomas Reed, Grace Quinn, Amelia Ford, Margaret Hill, Samuel Pike. Names from the blue tin, from the chapel, from graves beyond the wall. The east wall roots burst through the cellar bricks. Black soil filled the cracks, not attacking, holding. The gray roots hit the black soil and stopped. Eddie felt Black Hollow's old hunger wake beneath his boots. It wanted to eat the registrar. The thought was not words. It was dirt remembering teeth. Eddie gripped the shovel tighter. "No," he said. The hunger pressed. The registrar had crossed into the threshold. It was an enemy. It had hurt Nora. It had tried to take the house. Black Hollow wanted the simple answer: consume. Eddie understood the temptation. He hated the registrar. He wanted the thing gone. But Black Hollow had been made to hold people without owning them. He could not build a representative office by letting the cemetery become another finality machine with better jokes. "No," he said again. "Hold it. Do not take it." The black soil shuddered, then rose around the registrar's ankles. It did not swallow. It restrained. The paper mouth opened. "Unauthorized mercy." Eddie pointed the shovel at it. "File a complaint." The registrar strained against the soil. Gray lines cut through the air. Mara moved between them and Nora. Her blade caught one line, then another. Each strike left a blue mark in the air. Lilith placed both hands on the blue tin. Nora looked at her. "Do you consent?" Lilith asked. Nora's face was white with effort. "What?" "To me helping you hold it." Nora blinked, then nodded. "Yes." Red light wrapped around Lilith's wrists, then around the tin. "Not taking, bracing." Cashin laid his audit strips in a line beneath the table. "Household witness record," he said. "Occupancy present, memory chain active, consent refused. No emergency consolidation authority." The registrar's paper mouth split wider. "Authority, OVERRIDDN." Cashin looked at the gray thing. "No," he said. It was the first time Eddie had heard Cashin say the word without fear inside it. Cashin reached into his black case and removed a narrow seal of death stay. It was a thin strip of black paper with a silver line running through the center. "I audited Black Hollow under Lady Morta's jurisdiction," he said. "You are not authorized to override a protected living witness without presenting the review before a recognized tribunal." The registrar shook its blank head, tribunal standing absent. Cashin's hand trembled, then steadied. "Then you should have thought of that before using my audit language against the people it was meant to protect." He slapped the death stay seal against the floor. The chamber exploded with black and silver light. The registrar screamed. The gray roots surged. The house above them groaned. Nora cried out. The tag on her wrist tightened. Eddie saw Hester's letter still clenched in his other hand. He looked at it. At the faded blue words from a daughter who had written to a mother nobody official thought existed. A living person had made a dead person more than a record simply by refusing to stop speaking to her. Name. Object, witness, choice. Eddie held the letter up. "This is Hester Bell Vale," he said. The registrar turned its blank face toward him. "Irrelevant." "No," Eddie said. "You keep saying that because you are scared of the wrong things." He placed Hester's letter on the floor inside Cashin's silver line. "This was written by a daughter. It survived 43 years beside a grave. It proves Hester was loved outside every file you have. It proves someone remembered her without asking permission." The letter glowed. A gray root struck toward it. Thomas Reed stepped in front of the light. The root hit his chest. Thomas staggered. His fireman's coat began to fade. Nora lifted the card from the blue tin. "Thomas Reed," she said. "He fixed the stove. He saved 3 people in the warehouse. He was known here." Thomas's coat returned. The root burned away. The chamber filled with more names, not from Eddie, from the objects, from the blue tin, from the house. A woman's voice said, "Margaret Hill kept roses in cracked cups." A man's voice said, "Samuel Pike hated rain and lied about it." Another said, "Amelia Ford worked night shifts and brought soup to the east wall after the flood." More names, more details, small things. The kind of things no office would store because they did not make people useful. The kind of things that made people real. The gray roots began to burn. The registrar fought the black soil. "ANECDOTAL material," it stamped. Eddie laughed once. It came out sharp. "Yeah," he said, "that is the point." The dead ledger flashed. Personhood evidence expanding. Living witness property status contested. Temporary protection threshold available. Eddie looked at Nora. "Your decision." Nora's face was wet with sweat and tears she had not wiped away. The gray tag still clung to her wrist, but its letters had begun to flicker. Primary associated witness. Transferable. She looked at the blue tin, at the photographs on the shelves, the cards, Thomas, the gray woman wearing pieces of Grace's face, the east wall roots holding the registrar in place. Then she took the tag between her fingers. It burned her skin. She did not let go. "My name is Nora Quinn," she said. The registrar twisted. Eddie's chest tightened. She spoke again before it could claim the words. "I live in this house, not because it is evidence, because my family lived here, because my grandmother kept names here when the cemetery lost them, because people brought letters here when official doors were shut, because I remember them and they remembered me." The tag flickered. Nora pulled harder. "I do not consent to be transferred. I do not consent to be simplified. I do not consent to have the dead I remember turned into a condition of my occupancy." The tag split. Gray light burst from her wrist. The registrar screamed. Nora held the broken tag over the blue tin. "But I consent to witness." The blue tin rang like a bell. The sound traveled through the cellar, up the stairs, through the house, across the garden, into the east wall, and down through Black Hollow. Every stone in the cemetery turned toward the wall. The dead ledger wrote in letters so bright they hurt to read. Living witness status, NORAQUINN. Voluntary, NONtransferable, NOWNABLE. Household threshold protection granted. The gray roots shattered. The registrar tore free from the black soil in a storm of paper dust. It surged toward Nora. Mara fired. The bolt hit the blank face. Silver light exploded. The registrar's body folded around the wound. Lilith snapped both hands shut. Red contract thorns wrapped around it. "Temporary injunction," she said. "Do not make me renew it." The registrar thrashed. Cashin stepped forward with the seal of death stay burning in his hand. "Household review is suspended," he said. "You attempted coerced classification without tribunal presentation. You will return to your filing authority and record the violation." The registrar's paper mouth opened. "No violation." Cashin's eyes were cold. "Then you will not mind me preserving the evidence." He pressed the death stay seal against the registrar's chest. The gray figure collapsed into a stack of forms. Not ash, not death, paper. Dozens of gray sheets fell across the cellar floor. Each one carried the same header: First Finality Appendix, Preliminary Household Review. Each one was blank below it. Kit stared at the pile. "Did we win?" No one answered immediately. Then the house above them creaked. A normal creak. A tired old wooden brick creak. The kind that meant somebody had been too slow to fix a step. Nora let out a breath. The gray woman beside the blue tin had changed. She was still not Grace Quinn, but the parts of Grace in her had become less trapped. Her tag had dissolved. Her face no longer tried to stay one face. It moved through fragments of voices, memories, and light. "Nora," it said. The voice was not Grace's this time. It was many voices, but it no longer sounded hungry. "Keep the tin closed unless someone needs to be found." Nora looked at it. "Who are you?" The woman's mouth moved. A record made from the people she refused to let disappear. Nora's eyes filled. "Can I call you something?" The figure considered. "No," it said, "not yet." Then it dissolved into a soft white light and settled inside the blue tin. The lid closed. The kingfisher on the side looked brighter. The chamber became still. The shelves remained, but the gray tags were gone. Now each object had a small white thread tied around it. Not labels, threads. They ran through cracks in the floor and into the east wall, then outward toward Black Hollow. The dead ledger wrote. East Wall Memory Vault recognized. Status, Living Witness Threshold. Access, BY consent only. Eddie read it. Then looked at Nora. "By consent only," he said. Nora sat on the bottom stair, blue tin in her lap. Her wrist was red where the tag had been. She looked exhausted. She also looked more like herself than she had since the knock began. "Yes," she said. "Try to keep up." Kit sat down 2 steps above her. "Does this mean the house is safe?" Lilith walked through the fallen papers with careful boots. "No," she said. Kit sighed. "Of course not. It means the house is harder to take without an open hearing. It means final allocation cannot use Grace's records as a secret archive. It means Nora has voluntarily established a protected witness threshold." Eddie frowned. "What is the bad part?" Lilith looked at the blue tin. "Now everyone knows it exists." Nora held the tin tighter. Cashin knelt among the fallen forms. He picked up one that had not gone blank. His face changed. "What?" Mara asked. Cashin read silently, then handed it to Eddie. The page was short, too short. It listed no charge, no location, no court date, only names: Margart Hill, Samuel Pike, Ameliaforde, the unmarked fireman, Noraquinn, Thomas Reed, and beneath them, "Selection priorities, accelerated." Eddie read it twice. "Thomas is already consent to." Cashin nodded. "Which makes him dangerous to them." Thomas stood beside the fire helmet, his outline steadier than before. He looked at the page. "Good," he said. "I was worried being dead would make me boring." Mara gave him a brief nod. That, Eddie suspected, was as close to a welcome as anyone got from her. Nora looked at her own name on the form. Her expression did not break, but Eddie saw the effort it took. "They have my name now," she said. "They had it before," Lilith replied. "Now they have to admit they are using it. That is supposed to be better." "No," Lilith's eyes were sharp. It is supposed to be usable. Eddie looked around the memory vault, at the ordinary things that had become proof. The kettle, the blue bowl, a fire helmet, old letters, an empty perfume bottle, a broken ring, a strip of red ribbon. At Nora with the tin, at Thomas with his card, at Mara's crossbow, at Cashin holding the evidence of his own office's failure, at Lilith standing in a cellar full of human memories and looking angrier than hell had ever taught her to be. The charter required 100 consents. They had 2. First Finality had a list. The list was getting shorter. The dead ledger added a new line. Consents required, 98. Time to next provisional selection, unknown. Eddie stared at the word unknown. Can the book stop making time worse? It wrote. No, Nora stood. She placed the blue tin on the shelf beneath the stairs, not hidden, not locked, just there in the space where it belonged. Then she looked at Eddie. What happens now? Eddie wanted to say they went back to the chapel, made a plan, found the next consent, built an office, filed 100 impossible documents, and somehow stopped a system older than their names from turning the dead into cleared records. He wanted to make it sound manageable. Instead, he looked at the gray forms on the floor, at Nora's name among the targets, at Thomas Reed standing beside a helmet that had remembered him, at the house above them, still creaking, still alive, still a house. Now, he said, we stop waiting for them to choose who matters. The dead ledger opened in his hand. A new notice appeared. Representative of the dead petition, active. Consent count, 2 of 100. Living witness threshold established. Next required action, secure a hearing. Then the page turned. A final notice appeared in gray, hearing location, central death governance, hearing access, DENIAD. Eddie read it, then looked at Lilith. Lilith was already smiling again, not warmly, professionally. That, she said, is where the fun begins. From somewhere above them in the restored kitchen, the kettle began to whistle. Nora looked toward the stairs. That kettle was empty. Kit smiled. Maybe it is making tea. Mara looked at him. Do not drink it. Everyone hates hospitality. The house sighed around them, not with fear this time, with memory. And beneath the east wall, threaded through the roots of Black Hollow and the ordinary floorboards of Nora Quinn's home, 200 small white lights began to glow. Not warnings, not claims, names waiting to be asked what they wanted. End of chapter 3. Before we return to Black Hollow, a quick word. If Eddie, Nora, and the cemetery have you hooked, leave a like and subscribe. It helps the channel grow and makes more dark fantasy stories possible. Chapter 4. No Standing. Chapter 4. No Standing. The empty kettle began to whistle before sunrise. Eddie Crowe woke on the kitchen floor with one cheek pressed against cold boards, one arm numb beneath his head, and Nora Quinn's blanket draped over him in a way that suggested somebody had tried to be kind without making the situation emotionally survivable. For 3 seconds he did not remember where he was. Then the kettle screamed again. The kitchen returned all at once. Nora's house, the east wall, Black Hollow beyond the window, dark against a wet gray dawn, the blue tin on the shelf beneath the stairs, the chalk marks under the floorboards. Thomas Reed's old fireman's helmet sitting on the table like it had paid rent. And stacked on every available surface, enough gray final allocation forms to make a person understand why ordinary people set fire to offices. Eddie lifted his head. The kettle sat on the stove. There was no fire beneath it. There was no water in it. It whistled anyway. Not touching it, Kit Mallory said from the chair by the window. Kit had apparently spent the night folded into Nora's least comfortable piece of furniture. He wore yesterday's shirt, one boot, and the expression of a man who had been awake long enough to become personally offended by dawn. That is a kettle, Eddie said. That is what it wants you to think. The kettle whistled higher. Mara stood at the sink, washing a small silver blade in a basin of clear water. The water darkened around the blade, then cleared again. She did not look up. It is not hostile, she said. That feels like an important word to include, Kit said. It is only delivering something. Eddie pushed himself upright. His back objected. His ribs joined the objection. Somewhere beneath the floor, the old house settled with the slow, irritated sound of a building that had watched too many people make bad decisions in its kitchen. Nora stood at the stove beside the kettle, hair loose around her shoulders, yellow raincoat hanging from the back of the door. She had changed into an old dark sweater, sleeves pushed to her elbows. There was a small line of soot along one cheek from the candles they had used below the house. She looked tired. She also looked awake in the way people looked when sleep had decided not to risk them. Eddie's mind briefly returned to the kiss in the cemetery path. It did not handle the memory professionally. Nora caught him looking. "What?" she asked. "Nothing." "You are making the face that means something is either wrong or badly phrased." "I am still evaluating the kettle." "Liar." "Partially." The kettle stopped. Silence filled the kitchen. Then its lid lifted. A narrow strip of gray paper rose from the empty metal belly, unfolded in the air, and landed on the table beside Thomas Reed's helmet. Mara dried the silver blade and picked up the paper first. Her eyes moved across it. Eddie watched her face. "That bad?" Kit asked. Mara handed it to Cassian Vale, who had been asleep at the far end of the table with his cheek resting on an audit case. Cassian startled awake, nearly knocked over a mug, caught it with both hands, and began reading before his breathing had settled. His face went blank. That was more alarming than fear. "What does it say?" Nora asked. Cassian looked at Eddie. "Central Death Governance has replied to the access request." Eddie stood. "Good. We requested access. They have a court. Courts enjoy people entering through doors and making statements they regret." Cassian's fingers tightened on the paper. "They have denied access." The room went still. Outside, rain began ticking against the window. Eddie took the paper. It was cold enough to hurt his palm. Central Death Governance. Request for hearing access. Petitioner EDDIECROWE duty holder. Status DENIAD. Ground no recognized standing. He read it twice. Then once more because sometimes a sentence became less offensive after repetition. This one did not. "No recognized standing," he said. Cassian nodded. The usual court entry categories are living party, accredited counsel, recognized jurisdiction, named property holder, death officer, or summoned witness. "I am a living party." "Not to the resident's case." "I am their manager." "Not their owner." "I know that." "I know you know. That is the problem." Eddie looked at the gray paper again. The words had changed. Duty holder. An ON representative, unrecognized standing. His stomach tightened. The final allocation notice had turned a principal into a trap. He could not own the dead. Good. He did not want to own the dead. He could not choose for them. Also good. He could not sell their names, mortgage their graves, agree to their endings, or wave a manager's shovel and call it democracy. But when somebody came to remove them one by one, he was apparently expected to protect them without being permitted to speak. It was the kind of logic that sounded clean only to people who would never be the ones erased by it. Nora took the paper from him. Her thumb moved over the words "no recognized standing." "Can they do that?" she asked. Lilith Quill answered from the doorway. "Yes," she said. "They can." Nobody had heard her arrive. This was normal for Lilith, which did not make it healthy. She stood beneath the kitchen lintel in a dark red coat, black gloves, and boots that looked expensive enough to contain their own legal jurisdiction. Her black hair was pinned back. A narrow leather case rested under one arm. The expression on her face was not quite a smile. It was worse. It was interest. Eddie looked at her. "You keep appearing in rooms where I have not invited you. You keep creating legal emergencies where invitations become sentimental." "Comforting." Lilith crossed to the table, took the gray paper, and read it once. "No recognized standing," she said. "They used the lowest possible wording." "That sounds insulting." "It is insulting." "Can you fix it?" Lilith looked at him. "No." Kit made a soft, wounded sound. Lilith continued. "But I can make it expensive for them to keep saying it." That helped not much. Enough. Nora poured tea into 6 cups without asking whether anyone wanted it, Eddie had learned this was how she managed stress. Some people sharpened knives, some people lit candles. Nora made sure everyone had something warm in their hands before she told them their plan was terrible. "You are going anyway," she said. Lilith sipped her tea. "We are going anyway." Cashin sat up straighter. "The access denial is automatic. It came from the lower registry, not the court. There may be a way to challenge the classification in person." "Why did you not say that first?" Eddie asked. "Because there may not." Ah, honesty, how refreshing, horrible but refreshing. Cashin opened his audit case. Inside were 3 stacks of black folders, a roll of silver sealing ribbon, a small bone stylus, and a worn card stamped with Lady Morta's seal. "Central Death Governance has a public registry hour," he said. "Once every 3 days. Claims can be filed by anyone who can reach the lower hall. They are not heard. They are accepted, rejected, redirected, archived, or, in rare cases, embarrassed into becoming someone else's problem." Lilith's mouth curved. "The last category is our best chance." Eddie looked at the gray notice. Then at Hester's file, still resting on the table under a clean glass paperweight Nora had found in a kitchen drawer. Hester Bell Vale had 7 nights before her first provisional review. 7 nights before a court decided whether she counted as a person or a record with a memory attached. The dead ledger opened in Eddie's pocket. A line formed across the page. "Hearing access, DENIED, alternate route detected. City of Cemeteries lower registry. Recommended action, make yourself difficult to ignore." Eddie looked at Lilith. "That is the plan." Lilith lifted her cup. "It is the beginning of a plan." Nora set a sandwich in front of him. "Eat first." "Are you coming?" She met his eyes. "Yes." Eddie started to object. Nora raised one eyebrow. He stopped. The kiss had not made her fragile. The east wall had not made her a symbol. The house had not become a threshold because she asked it to. She had chosen it. Eddie was trying to learn the difference between protecting someone and deciding for them. The lesson was slow, humiliating, and apparently designed by people with iron pokers. "Fine," he said. "You are coming." "I know." Myra picked up her coat. "So am I." Lilith looked at her. "Hunter writs are not accepted in the lower registry." "Then they can reject me in person." "That is not how writs work." Mara checked the edge of her blade. "It is how I work." Cashin shut his case. "I will bring the audit judgment." Rattle appeared in the hall carrying a small black satchel almost as large as his rib cage. "I will bring the consent registry," he said. Kit looked at the skeleton clerk. "You are coming too." Rattle adjusted his visor. "I am a clerk. A registry is a clerk problem." "It is also a potential disassembly problem," Mara said. "I have been disassembled before." "You make that sound normal," Kit said. "It was not normal," Rattle said. "It was administrative." Nora shoved a second sandwich into Eddie's hand. "You will eat on the road." "I am very capable of eating while walking." "You are capable of walking into a grave while eating." "That happened once." "Twice." "The second time the grave moved." "Eat." Eddie ate. The city of cemeteries did not have one road. It had dozens, depending on who needed to reach it and what they were willing to lose on the way. For ordinary mourners, there were black cabs, old trains, candlelit paths through rain, and the occasional wrong turn taken in the hour after a funeral. For managers, auditors, witches, hunters, infernal counsel, clerks, and people currently engaged in a bureaucratic war with finality, there was the mourning line. The mourning line began at the east wall. Nora led them through the narrow gate behind her house, past the kitchen garden, past Grace Quinn's old tool shed, and down a path that did not exist when Eddie looked directly at it. The path appeared only in the reflection of Nora's lantern glass. That was unsettling. Eddie had recently become familiar with unsettling, but he believed in maintaining standards. The lantern showed a thin iron track running through wet grass toward the trees beyond Black Hollow. A small black carriage waited at the end of it. It had no horses, no driver, No windows, a brass plate on the side read, Morning line, passengers responsible for their own NAMES. Kit read the sign twice. I am not getting in that. You are, Mara said. Could we not walk? No. Could we run? No. Could we be less determined to use haunted transport? Lilith opened the carriage door. No. Inside, the carriage was larger than it should have been. 6 narrow seats faced each other beneath a low ceiling. A lantern hung from the center, burning with pale blue flame. The walls were black wood scratched with names. Some were crossed out. Some had been written over. Some were only initials. Eddie took the seat beside Nora. This was not strategic. It was, however, difficult to regret. Across from them, Cashin sat with the audit judgment clutched to his chest. Rattle arranged the consent registry on his knees, one file at a time. Lilith watched the ceiling as if waiting for it to breach confidentiality. Mara chose the seat closest to the door. Kit remained outside. The door began to close. Kit, Eddie said, I am considering whether death law has an appeals process for transport decisions. It does not, Lilith said. Kit sighed and climbed in. The door shut. The carriage moved. There was no lurch, no wheel sound. The world outside the narrow windows simply became less certain. Black Hollow faded into rain. The east wall slid away. Trees stretched tall and thin, their branches hung with old ribbons, grave tags, and little silver bells. The path beneath the carriage split into 100 tracks, then became a black river, then a corridor lined with closed doors, then a railway platform full of people dressed for funerals that had not happened yet. Nora's hand rested near Eddie's on the seat between them, not touching, near enough that he noticed. He considered saying something. Nothing he thought of survived inspection. Finally, he said, You did not have to come. Nora did not look at him. I know. I mean it. So do I. The carriage passed a station where a dead man in a porter's coat held a sign reading Last Regretsdelayed. Nora's fingers moved slightly. Eddie let his hand rest beside hers. After a moment, their knuckles touched. It was not a dramatic thing. No bells rang. No grave opened. No ledger wrote a warning, which made it feel almost dangerous. Across from them, Lilith opened one eye. Do not make the carriage sentimental, she said. Eddie looked at her. Are you charging us for emotional air? Not today. Progress. Myra looked out the window. Focus. Eddie nodded. That was fair. The carriage slowed. Outside, the city of cemeteries rose out of the mist. It was not a city in the ordinary sense. It had streets, towers, lamps, bridges, roofs, shop fronts, alleys, windows, and hundreds of people moving through rain-dark stone. But every building had been made for something that could outlast its purpose. The courthouse towers looked like mausoleums that had learned bureaucracy. The archive blocks stood low and broad beneath gray slate roofs, their windows lit by green lamps. Narrow houses leaned over the streets as if listening to the dead walking below. Every corner held a memorial plaque. Every plaque had a smaller plaque beneath it correcting the first one. The air smelled of wet paper, cold iron, old flowers, ink, and the faint smoke of candles burned for people who had no one else to remember them. At the center of the city stood Central Death Governance. Eddie had seen it during the audit. From the court floor it had seemed immense. From the outside it was worse. The building climbed from the center of the city in black tiers. Its walls were made of stone the color of dried blood. 7 towers rose behind it, each capped with a different metal. Bells hung beneath the eaves, all silent. The front stairs were wide enough for an army of mourners. At the top waited a set of bronze doors carved with names. The names moved. Eddie had not forgotten that part. Still hate it, he said. Good instinct, Lilith replied. The morning line stopped beside a low side entrance marked Lower Registry, NO and Summoned Matters. The sign beneath it read, All claimants must present a name, a loss, or a recognized right. Kit stared at it. What do you present when you have all 3 and none of them count? Lilith got out first. Paperwork. The Lower Registry was not grand. That was deliberate. Grand rooms made people expect justice. The lower registry was built to make people feel lucky if someone looked up from a desk. It was a long hall beneath the main court, lit by green lamps that hummed faintly overhead. Black benches lined the walls. High counters ran down the center, each divided by iron screens. Behind the screens sat clerks in gray coats, white gloves, and small black masks that covered only the eyes. The queue stretched from the first counter to the back wall. Some claimants were living. A woman in a wedding dress clutched an urn. An old man held a brass key and whispered to it between breaths. A boy of 19 or 20 stood with mud on his knees and a death certificate folded in his fist. Some were dead. They were harder to look at. A woman in a nurse's uniform stood with water dripping from her hair. A narrow gentleman in a military coat held half a portrait. A child-sized shadow sat beneath a bench holding a toy horse by one broken leg, and some claimants were neither in any simple way. A black dog with 6 eyes waited patiently beside a counter marked estate disputes. A small cloud of letters hovered over another bench. A coffin stood upright in the line for correction of cause. The hall had no shouting. That was what made it frightening. Everyone spoke quietly. Everyone waited. Every few minutes, a bell rang behind one of the iron screens, and somebody disappeared through a door that did not open for them. Rattle looked around with open professional admiration. "Terrible filing architecture," he whispered. Lilith glanced at him. "You are enjoying this." "I am horrified," Rattle said. "That is not a denial. It is the highest form of professional engagement." Cashin led them to counter 9. A brass plate read, "Standing review, duty conflict, unrecognized petitioners. No complaints about the preceding categories." Behind the screen sat a clerk with silver-gray hair and a thin face. Her mask was black porcelain. She wore a gray coat buttoned to the chin, and on the desk before her lay a stamp, a stack of forms, and a small black dish filled with what looked like teeth. Eddie stopped. "Why are there teeth?" Cashin said quietly, "Voice deposits." Eddie looked at him. "Excuse me. Some petitions require spoken testimony. Unrecognized claimants must leave a portion of their voice as surety against false statement." "That is barbaric." Lilith looked at the dish. "It is worse, it is efficient." The clerk looked up. Her eyes behind the mask were tired, not cruel, tired in the way people became when they spent too long watching systems hurt people through rules they could not change. "Name," she said. Cashin placed his audit card through the slot. "Cashin Vale, former preliminary auditor under Lady Morta. I am here to file a challenge to hearing access denial regarding Black Hollow Cemetery." The clerk scanned the card without touching it. "Access suspended." Cashin's jaw tightened. "Restricted." "Suspended. On what ground?" "Conflict of emotional involvement." Kit leaned toward Eddie. "That sounds rude." "It is court language for caring too much," Eddie whispered back. The clerk's head tilted. "I heard that." "Then the court has excellent hearing. We are here for a hearing. This is promising." Lilith placed her infernal counsel license on the counter. The clerk looked at it. "Counsel authority not accepted for final status entities." "I am not seeking authority. I am seeking to identify a procedural contradiction." "Counsel authority not accepted." Lilith smiled. It was very small, very sharp. "Your office has a correction process for repetitive language." "No." "Pity." Mara did not offer documents. She simply stood close enough to the counter that the clerk looked at her. "Hunter writs do not confer standing in internal governance review," the clerk said. "I know," Mara replied. "Then why are you here?" "Because people with no standing still get attacked." The clerk's eyes shifted toward her for a fraction of a second, then back to the forms. Nora stepped forward. "My name is Nora Quinn. I am the living witness threshold at the east wall of Black Hollow Cemetery. My house is under review as associated witness property. Final allocation attempted household consolidation without my consent." The clerk's hand stopped above the stamp. That mattered. She pulled a narrow file from beneath the counter. Quinn residence, she said. Status contested. Living witness threshold newly entered. Nora nodded. I am here to support the access petition. You may file for your property. I am also here for the people buried beside it. The clerk's face did not change. You have no standing for them. Nora's fingers tightened around the lantern handle. I remember them. That is not standing. Eddie felt something in the hall shift. A few people in the queue looked toward them. The nurse with wet hair lowered her eyes. The old man with the key stopped whispering. Nora did not move. Then your definition of standing is poor, she said. The clerk stared at her. Eddie almost smiled. Then the clerk looked at him. And you? Eddie stepped to the counter. Eddie Crowe, manager of Black Hollow Cemetery, duty holder under death stay. I am filing a request for emergency hearing access. The clerk reached for a gray form. What is your recognized right? He thought of the answer he wanted. The dead have rights. That was not a recognized right. He thought of the answer that sounded strongest. I manage Black Hollow. That was not enough. He thought of the truth. I have been assigned duty to protect residents whose refusal cannot be presented in recognized form. The clerk's hand hovered. Duty does not create standing. It creates responsibility. Those are different. They should not be. The clerk looked down. For this desk they are. She pressed the stamp to the gray form. DENIED. The word appeared before the stamp touched paper. Eddie watched it form. Something in his chest wanted to break the counter. Mara would have helped. Lilith would have found a way to charge the counter for damages. Nora would have looked at him until he decided he was better than that, so he kept his hands at his sides. On what ground? He asked. The clerk slid the form toward him. Petitioner is not a named party. Petitioner is not owner. Petitioner is not counsel. Petitioner is not an authorized representative. Petitioner is not a resident. Petitioner is not death. Kit read over Eddie's shoulder. That is a lot of not. The clerk glanced at him. Do you have standing? Kit looked briefly offended. I have several debts. Not relevant. People keep saying that to me. Rattle stepped forward with the consent registry. 2 residents have independently consented to be heard, he said. 1 unchosen witness status has been verified. The original refuge charter states that representation is created by consent. The clerk's mask tilted. 2 of 100. Yes. Then representation has not been created. Provisional category exists. Not recognized at this desk. Rattle's jaw clicked. Your desk is inadequate. The clerk looked at him. You are a skeleton. I am a clerk. And... Rattle leaned closer to the iron screen. And I know when a system is using incomplete paperwork to avoid its own conclusion. The clerk did not answer. That told Eddie enough. The problem was not that the registry did not understand. The problem was that it understood exactly what it was doing. A bell rang at the far end of the hall. The wet-haired nurse stepped to another counter. A clerk there took the woman's file, read it, and shook his head. No recognized next of kin. No retained property. No active living memory claim. No surviving local witness. The nurse's lips parted. I was on duty, she said. Her voice was thin. I know I was on duty. There was floodwater. There were patients. We moved them to the roof. I did not leave. The clerk did not look up. Record identifies deceased body as Marjorie Tan. Professional record incomplete. No hospital archive retained. The nurse shook her head. My name is Martha Arlen. The clerk stamped the paper. Identity conflict. Marjorie Tan was my sister, the nurse said. She was not there. She died years later. I was Martha. The clerk reached for the black dish of teeth. Unrecognized voice deposit required for disputed declaration. Martha stared at the dish. What does that mean? It means you may leave enough voice to lodge your objection. And then your objection will be reviewed. When? The clerk did not answer. Martha's hands shook. Eddie saw water dripping from her sleeves. It collected around her shoes, though nothing beneath her grew wet. She looked around the hall, at the lines, at the desks, at people waiting with urns and keys and objects that had once meant someone had been here. Then she looked back at the dish. "I do not know what I have left to give," she said. The clerk's face remained hidden behind the black mask. "Voice deposit is optional." "And if I do not?" "Your statement cannot be entered." Eddie moved before he had decided to. "Hold on," he said. The clerk at counter 9 looked up. "This is not your matter." "No," Eddie said. "That is the disease." Lilith's fingers closed around his sleeve. "Eddie." He looked at Martha. The woman stood in the green light, dead and dripping, and being told that she could speak only by surrendering what little voice she had left. Hester Bell had stood beside a half-erased grave and been told her daughter was merely a memory. Thomas Reed had been told he was a broken record in a house he had helped keep warm. Black Hollow's dead had been told they could be heard only until somebody in a gray coat needed the hall quieter. Eddie looked at the counter 9 clerk. "I am filing a duty conflict," he said. The clerk's posture did not change. "Denied." "I have not stated it." "Your status remains unchanged." "Then listen carefully. Death imposed a duty on me to protect residents whose refusals cannot be presented. Final allocation is selecting residents and denying them the right to speak unless they surrender their voice. Your office denies me standing to intervene. If I fail to intervene, I can be held responsible. If I intervene, you deny access." The hall had become quieter. Even the coffin in the correction queue had stopped creaking. Eddie continued, "That is an impossible duty." The clerk's eyes moved behind the mask. "Impossible duty is not a filing category." Lilith let go of Eddie's sleeve. "Oh," she said softly, "it is now." She opened her leather case. Inside were no pens, no ordinary files, only a bundle of red contracts tied with black thread, a small silver scale, and a black book whose cover had no title. Lilith drew out a single page. "Clause 17 of death stay," she said. "Duty assigned under recognized restriction must include a remedy path sufficient for performance. A duty holder may seek clarification where performance is structurally prevented by an opposing authority." Cashin looked at her. "That clause is obsolete." Lilith smiled. "Obsolete is not repealed." The counter 9 clerk's gloved hand froze above the stamp. The clerk at Martha's counter looked up. Around them, other clerks began watching without appearing to watch. Lilith placed the page under the iron screen. "Eddie Crowe is a duty holder under Lady Morta's judgment. The registry has denied the only remedy by which he can perform that duty. We request a clarification hearing." The counter 9 clerk did not touch the page. Clarification hearing requires a present contradiction. Eddie pointed toward Martha. "There." Martha stared at him. Her face had gone pale beneath the water. The clerk looked at Martha's counter. "That claimant is not attached to Black Hollow." "Not yet," Rattle said. Everyone looked at the skeleton. Rattle opened his satchel. Inside were the consent registry, the original charter fragment under glass, Hester's declaration, Thomas Reed's statement, and a bundle of old black ribbons from the unchosen grave. He lifted the charter fragment. "A refuge may preserve evidence of personhood until recognition is restored," he read. The first refuge was not built for one cemetery. It was built for any dead person sent somewhere they did not choose. Martha's eyes widened. Rattle held out the fragment toward her. "You have a name, you have a memory, you have a refusal, you have a claim that your record is wrong. Do you wish Black Hollow to preserve evidence while your correction is heard?" Martha looked at the charter, then at the black dish of teeth, then at the clerk who had asked her to pay for speech. "Yes," she said. The word was small. It changed the hall. The green lamps dimmed. The black dish on the counter cracked. Every tooth inside it clicked once. The dead ledger opened in Eddie's pocket. Unregistered refuge request detected. Claimant, Marthaarlen. Status, disputed identity. Consent eligibility, pending. Unchosen witness required. Hester was not there. Thomas was not there. The unchosen grave was far behind them. Eddie felt the opening close before it had fully appeared. Martha looked at him. "Do I need to go to your cemetery?" "No," he said. The answer came before thought. "No, the whole point is you should not have to travel somewhere dangerous to be heard." Lilith's eyes shifted toward him. Cashin's too. The clerk at counter 9 spoke carefully. "Unchosen witness requirement cannot be waived." Nora stepped forward. "What is an unchosen witness?" The clerk hesitated. That was new. A witness not selected by ownership, family claim, office assignment, or debt. Nora's lantern glowed warmer. "I am not family. I do not own her. I have never met her. I am not assigned to her case. I am here because she said her name." The clerk's mask turned toward Nora. "Living witnesses must be connected to the claimant." Nora raised the lantern. "I am connected to the problem." For a moment nothing happened. Then water began to gather around Martha's feet, not dripping water, floodwater, dark, fast, rising through the registry floorboards. People in the queue stepped back. The old man with the key climbed onto a bench. The black dog barked once and vanished beneath the estate counter. Martha gasped. The green lamps flickered. A new gray form appeared above her head. Final allocation preview. Record. MARJORIETANN/MARTHAARLEN. Identity conflict, unresolved. Clearance path available. The water climbed to her knees. Mara drew her blade. "No," Lilith said sharply, "do not cut court process. It is drowning her. It is qualifying her. That is worse. It is exactly worse." Eddie stepped into the water. It was freezing, not cold against his skin, cold inside his bones, cold like a name being removed from a page you had been certain contained you. The water reached his ankles, then his calves. The counter 9 clerk stood up. "Unauthorized intervention will be entered as contempt." Eddie looked at her. "Enter it." The clerk's hand moved toward the stamp. Nora stepped into the water beside him. Mara followed without permission. Lilith swore softly and lifted the hem of her coat. "This is why I hate emotionally competent clients." Cashin grabbed the audit case and climbed onto the counter. Rattle held the charter above his head with both hands. Kit, who had been standing on a bench, looked at the rising water and then at Eddie. "What exactly are we doing?" Eddie looked at Martha, keeping her from being cleared. "That seems underplanned." "It is a family trait." Martha's shape began to blur. Her wet uniform faded at the edges. The gray form over her head changed. Record consolidation commenced. "No," Martha whispered. Nora grabbed her hand. This time the water passed through Martha's fingers. Nora did not let go. "What did you do?" Nora asked. Martha looked at her. "I was a nurse," she said. "Not Marjorie, I was Martha Arlen, St. Arkan's Hospital, flood of 1968. I moved patients to the roof. I went back for a man in the basement because he could not walk. The water took the stairs. It took the lights. It took me." The water rose to Eddie's waist. Martha's words shook. "My sister came to identify the body. They wrote the wrong name. She was afraid to correct them. She had children. Her husband worked for the hospital. She thought if she spoke, they would say she had caused it." The gray form brightened. Eddie felt the water pull at his coat. It wanted him quiet. It wanted everyone quiet. He understood that suddenly. Finality did not need monsters. It needed enough people to accept that confusion was easier than truth. "You were Martha Arlen," he said. Martha looked at him. "You were a nurse. You went back for someone who could not leave. Your sister was afraid. The hospital was wrong. The record was wrong. You were not." The water paused. The charter fragment warmed in Rattle's hands. Nora lifted the lantern. "I witnessed Martha Arlen," she said. "I did not know her before today. I know her now. She said her name. She told the truth. That is enough for me to stand here." The lamps went white. Every clerk in the registry looked up. The counter 9 clerk reached for her stamp. The stamp cracked down the middle. The dead ledger wrote, "Living witness request reviewed." Connection by voluntary recognition provisionally valid. Unchosen witness condition satisfied. Martha gasped. The water around her turned clear. Then the gray form above her ripped in half. Martha Arlen stood straight, not stronger, not whole, but present. The clerk at her counter stared at the broken form. "This is irregular," he said. Lilith, standing in water up to her knees, laughed once. "Write that down. It is the closest your office has come to a confession all year." The counter 9 clerk's mask tilted toward Eddie. "Submit your contradiction," she said. The hall went silent. Eddie looked at Lilith. Lilith nodded once. Cashin opened the audit case on top of the counter. He laid out Lady Morta's judgment, the original refuge charter fragment, Hester's consent declaration, Thomas Reed's consent declaration, Nora's living witness threshold record, and the gray access denial. Rattle added a new page. MARTHAARLEN. Current assertion. MARTHAARLEN. Refusal final allocation. Consent requested. Martha looked at it. Her hands shook. "Will this make me your property?" she asked Eddie. The question cut through him. He thought of the notice. Duty holder, non-owner, non-representative. He thought of the charter. A refuge may hold no ownership over its dead. "No," he said. "It will not make you mine. It will not give me your name. It will not let me decide where you go, what you become, or how your story ends. It means I carry your refusal to the people who will not listen to you." Martha studied him. "You cannot promise they will listen." "No." "Then what can you promise?" Eddie looked at the water fading from the floor. "I can promise I will not call you a record because it is easier." Martha's mouth trembled, then she nodded. "My name is Martha Arlen," she said. "I consent to be heard." The dead ledger flashed. Consent 3 of 100 accepted. Unchosen witness, NORAQUINN. Refuge preservation request, active. The lower registry shook, not violently, like a building realizing it had accepted a form it had been designed to reject. The counter 9 clerk took the stack of documents. Her hands were steady. Her voice was not. Duty conflict petition received. She stamped the first page. A black seal appeared, clarification of impossible duty. The second page, emergency access review. The third, standing question reserved. Eddie looked at the final stamp. Reserved. "It means not denied," Cashin said quietly. "It also means not granted," Lilith added. "Of course it does." The counter 9 clerk did not take the registry page. Instead, she looked at Martha. "Consent is not identity proof," she said. Martha's shoulders tightened. "I just told you who I am." "Yes. That is proof. It is testimony." The difference in the clerk's voice was small. The difference in the room was not. Lilith stepped forward. "Do not make language sound innocent," she said. The clerk did not look at her. "To issue an emergency access review, I need an immediate injury that this office can verify. The claimant's declaration is sufficient to preserve a provisional refusal. It is not sufficient to establish that the final allocation review will cause irreparable error." Eddie stared at her. "Erasing the wrong person feels irreparable." "I agree." That caught him. The clerk's gloved fingers rested on the counter. "But agreement does not create a file," she said. "A name must be linked to a retained record, a living witness, a physical object, or an admitted error. The court calls this an identity core." Martha swallowed. "My hospital files are gone." Cashin leaned over the counter. "Not all of them." Everyone looked at him. He opened his audit case and pulled out a narrow silver strip, the kind he used to separate evidence chains. Black writing moved across it. "St. Arkan's Hospital filed a flood loss report," he said. "I saw a reference during the audit. It was in a municipal correction cache. The record did not list a nurse by name, but it included a roof transfer register and a staff badge inventory." Martha blinked. "You saw it." "Only the index." "Where is the register?" Eddie asked. Cashin hesitated. That was becoming a habit Eddie wanted to outlaw. "The lower registry holds evidence that cannot be assigned to a current claimant. Annex 12, public hold. Lilith's eyes narrowed. Public hold is not public. No, Cashin said. It means the office is holding it in public contempt. Kit raised a hand. I hate that I understand that. The clerk reached beneath the counter and removed a thin brass token. It was stamped with a number that shifted when Eddie looked at it. Annex 12 is accessible only under active correction, she said. You have 1 hour. Retrieve the identity core. Do not remove any other evidence. Do not bargain with lost property. Do not respond to unaddressed voices. Do not accept amendments from anything wearing a clerk's badge. Mara looked at the brass token. Why are you helping? The clerk's porcelain mask hid her expression. Because your duty conflict is properly filed, she said. And because I dislike incorrect forms. Rattle's skull tipped in solemn recognition. A moral principle, he whispered. No, the clerk said, a professional one. She pressed the token into Cashin's hand. The green lamps above counter 9 flickered. Annex 12 is below the lower registry, the clerk added. Final allocation has already requested transfer review on all flood casualties. You will not be alone. Eddie took the token from Cashin. Of course we will not. The entrance to Annex 12 was not marked on any wall. The clerk directed them through a narrow door behind the queue for lost funeral property, down a flight of stairs made from black stone, and along a corridor with no lamps. The corridor was lined with drawers, thousands of them. Some were the size of matchboxes. Some were large enough for bodies. Most had narrow brass labels that read things like unconfirmed father, civilian loss incomplete, cause of death contested, no party accepted delivery. Eddie kept his eyes forward. It did not help. The drawers whispered, not loudly, not insistently. They whispered like papers being shuffled by someone who had been waiting years for a hand to stop moving. Nora walked beside him with her lantern raised. Its gold light made some labels clearer and others disappear entirely. The words under the warm glow changed. No party accepted delivery became no one came. Unconfirmed father became he had a name. Civilian loss incomplete became we were not collateral. Nora's face tightened. This is what they keep, she said. Cashin shook his head. This is what they fail to finish. Lilith looked at the endless drawers. That distinction is often used by people who enjoy what it allows. Rattle paused beside a drawer labeled staff fatalities, excess. His fingers hovered over the brass plate. Excess is a quantity, he said, not a person. Myra's voice was low. Keep walking. Rattle did. The corridor ended at a circular iron door with 12 keyholes. The brass token in Eddie's hand warmed. The number on it stopped shifting, 12. He pushed it into the lowest keyhole. The door opened inward. Cold air rolled out. Annex 12 was a warehouse, not one built for crates or grain or anything normal enough to be stacked. Rows of iron shelves vanished into darkness. Boxes stood in neat columns, each tied with gray string. Cabinets lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Narrow tracks ran through the center of the room and a small trolley moved along them without anyone pushing it. The trolley carried a pile of wet papers. Each page dripped water onto the floor, nothing puddled. The water vanished before it landed. A sign stood near the entrance, public hold. No evidence is lost. No evidence is found. Kit read it. That sounds like a lie. It is a policy, Lilith said. Worse. Cashin unrolled the silver strip. The writing on it moved toward the far shelves. St. Arkan S, he said. Flood casualty cash, Section F. They followed the strip. The warehouse resisted direction. Every third aisle took them somewhere else. One opened onto a small room full of unopened birthday cards. Another led past a shelf of wedding rings that kept turning slowly in their boxes. A third ended at a child's coat hung on a peg in empty air. Eddie did not ask questions. He was learning. At least he was learning which questions would make the building answer. Section F was behind a row of hospital beds folded upright like books. The beds had brass plaques at their feet. Discharged, transferred, not returned. Martha stopped beside the last one. Her transparent hand rose toward the plaque. "I remember that ward," she said. The words came out thin. Nora looked at her. "Do you want to stop?" Martha's hand lowered. "No." That one word carried more weight than 1,000 forms. Cashin found the shelf. ST-ARKENS Hospital, Flood Incident, 1968, unassigned identification. 3 gray boxes sat there. The first was labeled Medical Supplies Destroyed. The second, Patient Transfers Duplicate. The third, Staff NAMES Reconciliation Pending. Martha stared at the final box. "It was never reconciled," she said. Rattle set the consent registry down gently. "Then we reconcile it." He reached for the lid. Every lamp in Annex 12 went out. The dark was not complete. Words began to glow along the shelves. Gray words: transfer, close, clear, consolidate. A sound moved through the warehouse, not footsteps, stamps. Thousands of stamps striking paper in synchronized rhythm. Mara drew both blades. Lilith's umbrella snapped open. Nora raised the lantern. The gold light cut a small circle through the dark. At the far end of the aisle, a figure appeared. It wore a gray clerk's coat. Its face was covered by a blank white mask. In one hand it carried a stack of forms, in the other a stamp the size of an axe head. Behind it came 2 more, then 4, then enough that Eddie stopped counting. "Amendment clerks," Cashin said. Eddie looked at him. "That is not a phrase I know." "They are correction enforcement." "That is worse. They amend records that resist accepted classification." Martha stepped backward. The gray clerk figure raised its stamp. A form appeared in the air before her. "MARJORIETANN. Identity consolidation. Consent not required." "No," Martha whispered. The form drifted toward her. Nora stepped between them. The lantern flame flared gold. "Her name is Martha Arlen." The amendment clerk did not speak. It stamped the air. A gray line struck Nora's lantern. The light bent. For one terrible second, Eddie saw Nora's name on the form. NORAQUINN. Associated Witness Property. Consolidation possible. Mara moved. She threw a knife. The blade hit the gray form, passed through it, and lodged in a shelf of hospital boxes. The amendment clerk lifted the stamp again. Lilith stepped into its path. "Objection," she said. The gray figure paused. Lilith's voice sharpened. "Unauthorized amendment while an active duty conflict and identity correction are pending. Your office is attempting to modify contested evidence before hearing. That is spoliation." The word hit the air like a bell. The amendment clerk's stamp stopped halfway down. Cashin looked at Lilith. "Does that work?" Lilith did not take her eyes from the blank mask. "It should." The figure tilted its head, then stamped anyway. The floor split beneath Martha. Floodwater surged up around her legs. Mara swore. "That is not how objections work." "Apparently they have appeal authority," Lilith said. Eddie grabbed the staff NAMES box. It was heavier than it should have been. The gray string around it tightened like a hand. The amendment clerks turned toward him. Every blank mask faced him at once. The dead ledger opened in his pocket. Evidence removal detected. Status unclear. Recommendation: do not drop the box. "Useful," Eddie muttered. The nearest clerk raised its stamp. Eddie swung the manager's shovel. The blade hit the stamp. The impact rang through Annex 12. Not metal on metal, name on name. The clerk staggered. Silver writing flashed across the shovel. "Manager duty, preserve evidence." The gray form above Martha cracked. Eddie looked at the shovel. "That is a new feature." The second clerk struck toward Nora. Mara intercepted it, not with a blade but with the iron poker she had taken from Nora's kitchen before leaving. The poker hit the stamp with a shower of gray sparks. The clerk recoiled. Nora's lantern came back to full light. "Kitchen tools," Kit said from behind a shelf. "Underrated." "Kit," Eddie shouted, "help. I'm helping by being hard to classify." "Less philosophy." Kit darted out from behind the shelf, grabbed the second gray box and threw it at the nearest amendment clerk. The box burst open. Hundreds of water-damaged pages exploded into the air. The pages spun around the clerk like white birds. Names appeared on them. Patients transferred. Orderlies missing. Nurses listed twice. A handwritten note. Martha went back down. The amendment clerk froze. The white mask cracked. Martha stared at the note, a woman's handwriting, uneven, terrified. "Lena," she whispered. Eddie looked at her. "My sister," Martha said. "She wrote that." The note drifted toward her. Martha caught it. For the first time her hand held paper. The floodwater around her began to drain. The amendment clerks moved at once. They were not trying to take Martha now. They were trying to take the note. Lilith spread one hand. Red contracts flew from her case and wrapped around the pages in the air. Each contract burned with a different clause: evidence preservation, hostile amendment, pending hearing. Rattle climbed onto a shelf with surprising speed for a skeleton. He reached the top, kicked a drawer open, and shouted, "Found the register." A long black ledger slid out. It struck the floor and opened. Names ran across its pages in blue ink. Martha Arlen. The name appeared near the center, not crossed out. Not missing, not Marjorie. Martha Arlen, registered nurse, on duty, returned to basement level, deceased in rescue attempt. The room went quiet. Even the amendment clerk stopped. Martha dropped to her knees in the disappearing water. Eddie did not know whether she could cry. He knew he did not want to find out in front of a warehouse full of hostile paperwork. Nora knelt beside her. Martha pressed one transparent hand to the register. "I was here," she said. The words were not loud. They did not need to be. The register brightened. The dead ledger flashed. Identity core LOCATED. Claimant MARTHAARLEN. External record match VERIFIED. Immediate injury established. The amendment clerks began to unravel. Their gray coats came apart into blank forms. Their masks peeled away as strips of paper. Their stamps shrank, became ordinary office tools, then rusted through the floor. One last form remained in the air. It tried to write MARJORIETANN. Martha reached up. She placed the hospital register beneath it. The wrong name vanished. Martha Arlen remained. No thunder, no fire, just ink refusing to become a lie again. Cashin exhaled shakily. "We have it," he said. Lilith closed her case. "We have evidence." Myra pulled her knife from the hospital shelf and wiped it on her sleeve. "We have a hearing tomorrow." Nora helped Martha stand. "We have her name." Eddie looked at the register. He thought of Hester's daughter's letter, Thomas's fireman's helmet, the objects and memories piled in Black Hollow's chapel. He had been looking for a way to convince a court that the dead were people. Maybe that was wrong. Maybe courts did not need convincing. Maybe courts needed to be forced to look at the evidence they had trained themselves not to see. He put the staff NAMES box under one arm and held the register out to Martha. "Do you want to carry it?" Martha looked at him. "You do not need it for your case." "I need you for the case." Her mouth trembled. Then she took the register. The book stayed solid in her hands. That was the important part. They returned to counter 9 with water on their clothes, ash-gray paper stuck to Lilith's umbrella, a cracked hospital register, and enough attention from the lower registry to make Eddie deeply aware that he had not yet eaten lunch. The counter 9 clerk saw Martha's name in the register. She removed her black porcelain mask. Eddie had expected a face hardened by years of administrative neglect. Instead, she looked young, too young for her tired eyes. A small scar crossed one cheek. She touched the entry with one gloved finger. "Martha Arlen," she said. Martha held the book tighter. "Yes." The clerk looked at Eddie. "Immediate injury established. Identity error verifiable. Emergency access review may proceed." Then she took the pages. The clerk did not place the pages in the slot immediately. She held them in both hands, studying Martha's register, Hester's consent declaration, Thomas Reed's statement, Nora's living witness threshold, and the duty conflict form that had begun this whole miserable morning. Then she looked at Eddie. "There is a consequence to entering this," she said. "Of course there is. This is not an ordinary correction request." "No," Eddie said. "Nothing about today has been ordinary. If I submit this as emergency access, the registry records a conflict between deaths assigned duty and final allocations, denial of remedy. The conflict will become visible to offices above this one. Lilith's eyes sharpened. Which offices? The clerk looked briefly toward the ceiling. Every office that prefers the conflict remained theoretical. Kit leaned close to Eddie. Is theoretical good? It is good for people who never get erased by it, Eddie said. The clerk continued. Once visible, this petition cannot be withdrawn. The petitioner may be required to accept direct liability for the result. The claimant may be selected for accelerated review. Any witness who signs may have their own record opened. Nora's lantern flame shifted. Opened how? Reviewed, the clerk said. Past, present, property, family, memory chain. It is how this office determines whether a witness is real enough to inconvenience. Nora did not look away. Then review me. Eddie turned to her. Nora. She looked at him. They have already reviewed the house. They already marked my name. I am tired of letting them make a threat sound like permission. He wanted to argue. He wanted to say there had to be another way. But that was the old reflex again, the one that mistook fear for care and care for the right to decide someone else's risk. So he only nodded. All right, he said. The clerk's eyes moved to Martha. You may decline. The evidence remains preserved for 72 hours. You may wait for an appointed correction officer. Martha looked at the hospital register in her hands. Will one come? The clerk did not answer. That was answer enough. Martha's fingers closed over the battered cover. My sister waited 56 years for someone to write the right name down, she said. I have waited longer than that in a room where nobody could hear me. I am not waiting for an officer who will call it a correction when he takes the wrong thing away. She looked at Eddie. I consent. The clerk nodded. Then the record must be sworn. She touched a brass latch beneath the counter. A narrow panel rose from the floor between the counters. It unfolded slowly into a black mirror the height of a door. Its surface showed no reflections. Instead, it showed a corridor of white shelves going away into distance. Eddie disliked it immediately. What is that? Statement mirror, Cashin said. It checks whether a claim is remembered by the claimant or merely desired. That sounds invasive. It is. Does it hurt? Martha asked. The clerk paused. Sometimes. Mara took a step closer to Martha. You do not have to. Martha looked at the black mirror, then at the hospital register, then at the dead and living people standing around her, all of them wet, tired, bruised, dangerous, and somehow present. I went back because someone could not get up, she said. I remember the stairs. I remember the water. I remember thinking I could still reach him if I moved faster. She walked toward the mirror. The surface rippled. For a moment, Eddie saw a hospital corridor inside it, lights flickering, water climbing white tiled walls, a nurse in soaked blue uniform running past an overturned trolley, a man calling out from darkness below. Martha stopped inches from the mirror. The image waited. You are Martha Arlen, the mirror asked. Its voice was her own. Martha's mouth tightened. Yes. State the fact that harms you. The water in the mirror rose. Martha's hands shook. I was erased under my sister's name. State the fact that remains. Martha looked at the register. I went back. The mirror darkened. State the refusal. Martha's voice broke once, then steadied. I refused to be concluded as someone I was not. The black mirror flashed white. Every green lamp in the lower registry went dark. For one impossible heartbeat, the entire hall saw the flood, not as a vision, as a fact. Wet stairs, a woman's hand on a rail, a patient too weak to stand. Martha Arlen turning back when every reasonable instinct told her to run. Then the light vanished. The black mirror folded into the floor. Martha stood breathing hard, though she had no need for breath. The hospital register now bore a silver seal across its cover. VERIFIED memory. Rattle made a small sound that might have been a sob if he had possessed the appropriate equipment. The clerk looked at the seal, then she looked at Martha. Statement accepted, she said. Martha closed her eyes, not in victory, in exhaustion. Nora put a hand on her shoulder. This time it held without effort. The dead ledger wrote, Memory core VERIFIED. Refusal VERIFIED. Consent 3 of 100 stable. Eddie watched the words appear. 3. Only 3, but 3 was no longer a theory. It was Hester at her grave, Thomas in Nora's kitchen, Martha in a flooded hospital corridor. 3 people who had said no in a system built to turn no into silence. That felt like enough to begin with. Not enough to win. Never enough to win. Enough to begin. The clerk gathered the pages and placed them in a narrow slot behind her counter. The slot had no bottom. The papers fell for a long time. Then a bell rang somewhere high above the registry. Once, twice, 3 times. Everyone in the lower hall stopped moving. The green lamps went dark. A different light appeared at the far end of the room. Gray, not warm gray, not ash in a hand. The color of a page left in rain until every word had run together. A door opened where there had been a wall. Mr. Guerin stood beyond it, brown coat, brown hair, brown eyes. Eddie remembered his face this time only because he hated it. The final allocation agent held no satchel today, only a thin gray folder. He looked at the broken water on the floor, at Martha, at the charter fragment, at the form spread across Cashin's case. Then he looked at Eddie. You have created an irregularity, Mr. Guerin said. Eddie stepped forward. Put it in a file. Mr. Guerin's gaze moved to the counter 9 clerk. She did not look away. Duty conflict was properly filed, she said. It was a small sentence. Eddie understood its weight. The clerk had not joined them. She had not become brave. She had simply stated the rule correctly in front of the person who wanted it bent. Sometimes that was what courage looked like. Mr. Guerin opened the gray folder. Final allocation objects to emergency access. Lilith smiled, noted. You have no standing. Eddie held up the access denial, then explained the duty. Mr. Guerin's expression did not change. Duty does not create ownership. No one asked for ownership. Duty does not create representation. Then why are you allowed to remove people who cannot refuse you? A silence moved through the registry. Mr. Guerin looked at Martha. Final allocation executes existing classification. Martha lifted her chin. I am not Marjorie Tan. Mr. Guerin's eyes rested on her. Your identity conflict remains under review. My name is Martha Arlen. Your assertion has been entered. Martha smiled without humor. That is not the same as believing me. For the first time, Mr. Guerin's attention sharpened. He understood the sentence. He simply did not consider it relevant. Eddie did. That was enough. The gray door behind Mr. Guerin opened wider. A high room became visible beyond it. Not the main court from the audit, smaller, narrower, built for preliminary matters and minor disasters. 3 black chairs stood beneath a suspended clock with no hands. A long desk waited below them. No judges sat there. Yet, Mr. Guerin stepped aside. Clarification hearing accepted, he said. Cashin inhaled sharply. Eddie did not let himself feel relief. Mr. Guerin continued. Scope restricted. The hearing will not determine resident personhood. It will determine only whether Eddie Crowe may seek remedy for a duty he cannot lawfully perform. Lilith's smile vanished. That is narrower than it should be. It is wider than it was, Cashin said. Do not make me grateful for crumbs, Lilith replied. Mr. Guerin looked at Eddie. Preliminary hearing will occur at the 3rd bell tomorrow. Tomorrow, Kit said. That is not much time. That is the point, Mr. Guerin said. He opened the folder. Petitioner must establish immediate injury, lack of alternative remedy, and a relevant affected claimant. Failure will result in dismissal. Dismissal will be entered as confirmation that Black Hollow's residents require no representative. Eddie felt Nora's hand find his. Not hidden, not private, just there. Mr. Guerin saw it. His face stayed blank. Your affected claimant has been selected, he said. Martha went still. The gray folder turned a page by itself. MARTHAARLEN, Provisional Allocation Review, 3rd bell tomorrow. Martha stared at the paper. The hall seemed to tilt. Eddie stepped toward her. No. Mr. Guerin looked at him. The claimant requires a relevant case. You picked her because she consented. She became relevant. That is a polite way to say you are punishing her. Mr. Guerin closed the folder. Final allocation does not punish, it concludes. Mara moved. It was not much, one step, her hand toward the blade at her side. Lilith caught her wrist. Not here. Mara's eyes stayed on Mr. Guerin. I know. The words had edges. Mr. Guerin turned to leave. Eddie said, Guerin. The man stopped. Eddie held up the gray access denial, now stamped with a black seal. You said we had no standing. Mr. Guerin looked over his shoulder. You still do not. Eddie folded the paper once, then again. Good, he said. Then you will not see us coming. Mr. Guerin's face gave him nothing. He stepped through the gray door. The door closed. The lower registry breathed again. People began to move. The green lamps returned. Somewhere a baby cried behind a counter marked inherited sorrow. The six-eyed black dog reappeared, shook itself, and looked offended by everything. Martha stood very still beside the broken water. Eddie looked at her. You do not have to do this alone. Martha's eyes were clear now, not calm, clear. I did it alone once, she said. It did not go well. Nora squeezed Eddie's hand once, then let go and stepped toward Martha. You will not do it alone tomorrow, she said. Martha looked at her. You barely know me. Nora's face softened. I know your name. Martha's mouth shook. Then she nodded. Rattle opened the consent registry to a fresh page. He wrote MARTHAARLEN in clean black ink. Below it, he added, Test claimant, witness preserved, hearing pending. Cashin gathered the forms. We have access, he said, conditional access. Lilith closed her leather case. We have 24 hours to prove the court cannot impose duty without remedy. Mara picked up the silver blade she had not used. And if they dismiss it? Nobody answered. The dead ledger did. It wrote across Eddie's palm-sized screen. Preliminary hearing confirmed. Consent count 3 of 100. Representative status unavailable. Failure condition duty holder liability expands. Eddie read the final line twice. Then he looked at Cashin. What does that mean? Cashin's face tightened. It means if the court rules you have no remedy, it may still decide you have duty. And every resident selected after that could become a failure of your management. Kit stared at him. That is insane. Lilith looked toward the bronze doors above the registry hall. It is law. Eddie closed his eyes for 1 second. 3 consents. 97 to go. One day before Martha Arlen became a test case. One court determined to decide that a person could be reduced to the wrong name because the alternative was inconvenient. He opened his eyes. Then we do not give them one case. Rattle looked up. What? Eddie took the consent registry from him. The pages felt heavier than they should have. We find more people, he said. Tonight, before the hearing, people with records, people with witnesses. People who have been waiting in this city because no one gave them a way to say no. Lilith considered him. That will attract attention. Good. Mara's hand settled on his shoulder. Where? Eddie looked down the lower registry hall. At the queues, the shelves, the counters, the unclaimed boxes. The dead waiting quietly for somebody to tell them their grief was in the wrong category. Then he looked at the sign over the far arch. Unresolved CLAIMS. No active family, no current jurisdiction. He smiled. Not because anything was funny, because fraud had taught him something useful long before it taught him anything good. Every system had a door it did not watch closely, because it assumed no one important would use it. Here, he said, the dead ledger buzzed. Unsupervised improvisation alert. Eddie put the registry under his arm. Supervise me then. Behind them, far above the lower registry, the first of the court bells began to ring. Not the third bell. Not yet. Only the first. A reminder. A warning. Or Eddie thought as he led his friends toward the Hall of Unclaimed People, an invitation to become extremely inconvenient. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Witness Clause. The Hall of Unresolved Claims had been designed by someone who believed hope was a clerical error. Eddie Crowe understood this immediately. The hall lay beneath central death governance, below the bronze courts and polite gray corridors, under 3 floors of offices where the dead were classified with clean ink and cleaner hands. It was long, narrow, and lit by green lamps that did not flicker so much as refuse to become warm. Counters ran along both walls. Behind them stood rows of pigeonholes, each one holding a folded form, a boxed memory, a sealed photograph, a ring, a lock of hair, a will, a receipt, a button, a key, a spoon, or some other small surviving object that had outlived the person who once knew what it meant. Above the far arch, black letters read, Unresolved CLAIMS. No active family, no current jurisdiction. The third line had been added later. Eddie could tell because the stone beneath it was cleaner. This place has the emotional atmosphere of a damp cupboard, Kit Mallory said. Mara Voss did not look at him. Then stop talking and become part of the furniture. Kit stared at her. That was almost funny. It was not. It was a little funny. Mara's hand moved near the knife at her belt. Kit nodded. Right. Extremely serious cupboard. Eddie stood at the entrance with the consent registry tucked under one arm, the dead ledger open in his other hand, and the growing certainty that he had just volunteered to build a legal movement out of ghosts, grief, and a system that had spent several centuries making sure the wrong people never reached the front desk. Behind him, Lilith Quill adjusted the cuff of her dark red coat. Do not call it recruitment, she said. I did not call it recruitment. You were about to. I was going to call it outreach. That is worse. Cassian Vale lifted his exhausted eyes from a stack of copied forms. His pale hair had escaped whatever careful arrangement he usually forced it into, and there was gray ink on his thumb. Solicited consent is vulnerable to challenge, he said. If final allocation can establish that residents agreed because they believed non-consent would affect their status, every signature becomes contaminated. Eddie looked at the registry. 3 names sat on the first page. Hester Bell Vale, Thomas Reed, Martha Arlen. 3 people had spoken for themselves. 3 people had agreed to let Black Hollow seek the creation of a representative of the dead. 97 more, and the 100 would be enough to create a category the final allocation office could not simply classify as property. In theory. In practice, the people who needed that category had every reason to distrust anyone carrying a ledger. Eddie knew something about that. He looked down the hall. The dead did not stand in an orderly queue. That would have been too merciful. Some sat on benches with their hands folded over old objects. Some leaned against counters, transparent at the edges, staring at forms they could no longer read. A man in a ruined postal uniform counted invisible stamps. An elderly woman in a navy coat held a birdcage with no bird in it. A young woman in a red scarf sat beneath a sign marked Family Claims Closed and watched nothing. Most did not look at Eddie. The ones who did looked at the registry, then away. Good evening, Eddie said. No one answered. He cleared his throat. Right, terrible opening. I am Eddie Crowe. I manage Black Hollow Cemetery. This is not a sales pitch. A voice from the nearest bench said, That is what salesmen say. Eddie looked toward it. An old man in a gray suit sat with a small wooden box on his lap. One of his eyes was cloudy. The other was painfully alert. You have experience? Eddie asked. Everyone here has experience. The old man ran one thumb over the box lid. Someone always comes when the records change. They use words like representation, preservation, correction, rehabilitation. Then they take the one thing you managed to keep and write a cleaner version of you in its place. The hall became quieter. Eddie had no joke for that. Lilith stepped forward, but Eddie held up a hand. He looked at the old man. You do not need to give me anything, he said. Not your name, not your consent, not a story. You can tell me to leave you alone and I will put that in the registry too. The old man watched him. Why? Because someone finally should. The man's fingers stopped moving on the wooden box. The dead ledger wrote across the open page. Consent request protocol detected. Caution. A consent obtained by need is not consent. Eddie glanced at it. Thank you, I am trying to be a person. The ledger turned a page. Unusual, continue. Rattle appeared from somewhere behind a counter with a stack of paper, a stamp, and a small brass bell attached to one rib. The skeleton clerk had spent the last hour muttering to himself about consent architecture. This had been alarming at first. Then Lilith had told everyone that Rattle was doing the thing where he becomes useful enough to frighten institutions. Eddie had not been sure whether that was praise. Rattle placed a folding stand in the middle of the hall. On it he set a sign, information desk, not a collection desk, ask before agreeing. Kit leaned over Eddie's shoulder. That sign makes it sound like we are about to steal their organs. We are not stealing organs, Rattle said. Why was that your first correction? Rattle ignored him and took out a stack of small cards. Each resident may request an explanation of the petition, decline the petition, submit a complaint against the petition, ask for a private conversation, request independent review, or consent only after a waiting period. Eddie blinked. A waiting period. Consent cannot be rushed. We have less than a day before Martha's hearing. Rattle's skull turned slowly toward him. Then we will have less than a day, he said. That is not the same as having the right to pressure anyone. Eddie looked at the skeleton. For once, Rattle did not look excited about a form. He looked angry, not loud anger, the colder kind. The kind that had probably survived death because no one had ever managed to finish filing it. Eddie nodded. Fine, he said. No pressure, we explain, we listen. We help where we can. Anybody who chooses to consent chooses. Anybody who does not, does not. The old man with the wooden box studied him. That will not get you to 100. No, Eddie said. It probably will not. The old man gave a tired half-smile. Then why do it? Eddie looked at the people filling the hall, because the answer mattered, because Hester had looked at him when the black line opened under her grave, because Martha had held a knife through her own memory and chosen not to become whatever was convenient, because Nora had told him duty was not ownership, because he was tired of being good at escape routes, because if we get to 100 by becoming the people who treat you like numbers, Eddie said, then the other side was right about us. No one spoke. Somewhere near the far counter a small glass bottle trembled. Then the young woman in the red scarf stood. She did not approach the information desk. She walked to the sign above it and read every line twice. What is a representative of the dead? She asked. Lilith answered before Eddie could make the question worse. A legal voice that may file objections, request hearings, preserve evidence, appoint counsel, and reject final allocation on behalf of a dead claimant who has granted consent. The woman's eyes narrowed. On behalf of. Not instead of, Lilith said. That difference is the point. The woman looked at Eddie. And what does it cost? There it was, the real question, not what did it promise, what did it cost? Eddie had spent too much of his life selling people confidence they could not afford. He knew the question was never about price. It was about what someone would take later. It costs nothing, he said. The dead ledger buzzed. Incomplete. Eddie sighed. It costs risk, he corrected. The office will notice you. It may look at your record. It may argue your consent is invalid. It may get angry. I cannot promise it will make you safer right away. The woman stared at him. What can you promise? That I will not sign for you. That I will not speak over you. That I will not use your name unless you let me. And that if they come for you, I will make enough noise that they cannot pretend you vanished cleanly. The woman looked down at her red scarf. Her fingers tightened around one end. My name is Cora Wren, she said. A man near the counters inhaled sharply. Cora looked toward him. He was not old, not young. His coat was neat, his face thin, and his eyes held the flat exhaustion of someone who had read too many official explanations. "You cannot be Cora Wren," he said. Cora's mouth went still. "I was." "No," he said. "Cora Wren was placed in the 5th Annex. My wife visited her every week until she died." Cora's hands shook. "Your wife was a Linner." The man took a step forward. "She was." Cora looked at him for a long time. Then she said, "She brought lemon sweets. She pretended she did not smoke. She called me Corvid because she thought it made me laugh." The man's face broke, not loudly, just enough. "My wife did call you that," he whispered. Cora's scarf slipped from one shoulder. The dead ledger wrote, "External witness contact detected. Name continuity possible." Rattle made a tiny clicking sound. Cashin stepped closer. "Who are you?" he asked the man. "Walter Gage," the man said. "I was a Linner's husband. I came here after I died because I wanted to find out whether she ever made it through the 5th Annex." Cora shut her eyes. "She did," she said, "for a while." Walter looked at her. "She told me to leave," Cora continued. "She said I had been there too long. She said I was not hers to keep alive." The man's shoulders shook. "I thought she abandoned you." "No," Cora said. "She made them move me. She spent 6 years filing requests. She was the only person who called me by my own name." The hall went silent. Eddie watched the two of them. He did not say anything. This was not his moment to decorate. Walter took something from inside his coat, a small tin of lemon sweets. It was dented and empty. "I kept this," he said. "She made me promise not to throw it away." Cora reached out. Her fingers passed through the tin at first. Then slowly the metal brightened. The lid opened. Inside sat one lemon sweet, fresh, yellow, impossible. Cora began to cry. No one moved. Then Rattle placed one of the information cards on the desk in front of her. "Consent is optional," he said quietly. "Witness is separate. You may request record repair without joining the petition." Cora looked at the card. What would joining mean? Lilith opened a blank file. "It would mean your name becomes part of the argument that you are not a failed classification. You would have to say, in your own words, that you want someone to argue for your right to remain heard." Cora looked at Walter. Walter did not tell her what to do. That seemed important. He only said, "A Linner would have asked you." Cora closed her fingers around the red scarf. "I want to be heard," she said. The dead ledger stayed still. Rattle looked at her. "Not enough," he said. "Not because it is not true, because the charter requires a witness clause." Cora frowned. "A what?" Rattle looked at Cashin. Cashin's face tightened. "I saw the phrase in a sealed annotation once," he said. "It was removed from current procedure." "Of course it was," Lilith said. "What did it mean?" Eddie asked. Cashin did not answer immediately. That was never good. "It means a consent does not become active merely because a dead person agrees," he said. "A recognized witness must also confirm that the claimant is more than an entry in a file." Kit frowned. "Is that not what the claimant just did?" "No," Cashin said. "The system permits a claimant to say anything. It does not have to believe them." Cora's face hardened. "But it believes him." Cashin looked at Walter Gage. "It might," he said. "He has an external continuity record through a Linner Gage. He can establish that your name existed beyond the registry." Walter stared at Cora. "I can do that." Lilith nodded slowly. "If the clause still exists." Vivienne Thorne, who had been silent near the back wall, finally spoke. "It exists." Everyone looked at her. She stood beneath the green lamp in a dark coat that had no business being clean in a lower registry. Her umbrella was closed at her side. Her red gloves gleamed like small warnings. "How do you know?" Eddie asked. Vivienne looked at the cards on Rattle's desk. "Because the witness clause predates final allocation. It was written into the original refuge covenants by people who knew that the dead would be treated as inventory the moment nobody living found them inconvenient enough to mourn." Lilith's expression sharpened. The witch lines. Vivienne inclined her head. The witch lines, and others, gravediggers, midwives, undertakers, letters women, keepers of the poor ground. Everyone who learned that officials only respected the dead after someone dangerous recorded their names. Mara's eyes narrowed. And where is it? Vivienne looked up toward the ceiling. Not here. The dead ledger wrote. Witness Clause Archive, location WITHHELD, access requirement, unpaid line debt. Eddie stared at the page. Unpaid line debt. Vivienne's mouth tightened. Yes, she said. That would be why the archive is inaccessible. Lilith studied her. And what does it cost to access? Vivienne looked at Eddie. There were many ways Vivienne looked at people. Sometimes it was amusement, sometimes appetite, sometimes calculation. This was none of those, this was older. A fee, she said. Kit sighed. Everything costs a fee. Vivienne ignored him. The archive is held beneath the old severance office. It opens only to a line that has been acknowledged, unpaid, and refused. I can open it because the Thorn line is still owed for 300 years of boundary work and one official apology that was never delivered. Eddie looked at her, and the fee. Vivienne's red-gloved fingers tightened around the umbrella handle. If we find the clause, you will add Elspeth Thorne's name to the first class of protected witnesses. Nora's lantern flame moved. Eddie thought of the witch under which line, hungry, used, altered by Sela's, not a clean problem, not a simple person, not an easy ally, even if her claim is dangerous, he asked. Vivienne met his eyes, especially then. Lilith spoke carefully. That is not a small fee. No, Vivienne said, it is not. Myra folded her arms. And what does Eddie get? The clause, Vivienne said. A path to make consent legally active. A way for Cora Wren's voice to enter the petition without becoming property. A weapon against the phrase non-representative. Eddie looked at the dead ledger. Can I promise that? The book wrote. Manager may offer protective filing. Manager may not offer outcome. Eddie looked back at Vivienne. I can promise she gets filed. I can promise she gets heard. I cannot promise the court will make her safe. Vivienne's eyes held his. That is more than most managers offer. Most managers are terrible. Yes, she said, that is why they are managers. Eddie almost smiled. Then he held out his hand. Fine. Elspeth gets the same rule as everyone else. She speaks for herself. She consents or she does not. We do not use her because she is yours. Vivienne removed one glove. Her bare hand was pale. Thorn scars moved around her wrist like sleeping ink. She shook his hand. The green lamps went red for 1 second, then normal again. The dead ledger wrote. Which fee received? TERMS. Narrowly acceptable. Risk high. Everything in my life is narrowly acceptable, Eddie said. The ledger turned a page. This is not a compliment. The archive door lay beneath the lower registry. Of course it did. Eddie had begun to suspect the city of cemeteries was built by stacking bad ideas vertically until they acquired stairs. Cashin led them through a side corridor marked Discontinued Remedies. The sign had been painted over 3 times. Beneath the newest black lettering, older words still showed through. Mourning exceptions, unauthorized love, unapproved return. Kit read the middle line aloud. Unauthorized love feels harsh. Lilith walked past him. It was usually illegal because someone richer objected. Kit considered that. Oh, he said. The corridor narrowed. The green lamps disappeared one by one. The walls changed from polished black stone to rough gray blocks threaded with names too old to read. Water ran down between them, but when Eddie touched it, it was not water. Ink, cold black ink. Nora's hand caught his sleeve before he could wipe it on his coat. Do not touch anything, she said. I was checking. You check by looking. That is a very limiting philosophy. Nora looked at the ink on his finger. It wrote your name. Eddie looked down. Edward James Crowe curled slowly across his skin, then faded. His stomach tightened. The dead ledger wrote, "Unpaid line access path. Do not give full name. Do not answer to relatives. Do not accept retroactive apology." Kit read the last line over Eddie's shoulder. "Can I accept one if it is sincere?" "No," everyone said. At the end of the corridor stood a door made of black slate. It had no handle, no lock, no visible seam. Only a shallow outline of an open hand pressed into the center. Above it were words in the old refuge script. "No dead person is uncleared because they are unwitnessed. No witness owns the voice they carry. No voice is carried without consent." Nora read the words silently. Her face changed. "This is it," she said. Vivienne stepped forward. "No," Lilith said. Vivienne stopped. Lilith's eyes were narrow. "State the fee." Vivienne looked at the door. "Thorn line debt. Boundary repair service rendered. Original payment withheld. Name Elspeth Thorn. Current claim heard not owned." The handprint on the door darkened. Nothing happened. Vivienne's expression did not change, but Eddie saw the effort it took. She swallowed once. Then she said, "And one unpaid apology." The corridor grew cold. Nora looked at her. Vivienne's gaze remained on the door. "From the city," she said, "for allowing a woman to be buried hungry because her anger was inconvenient." The handprint opened, not like a door, like a palm uncurling from inside the stone. The black slate split down the middle. Behind it was darkness. Then shelves, thousands of shelves. The archive of witness clauses was not a room. It was a graveyard built from paper. Rows of filing cabinets rose into shadow. Narrow paths ran between them. Above, white pages hung from an invisible ceiling like leaves, each one carrying a name, a date, a witness line, a refusal, a promise, a memory. Some were blank. Some were crossed out. Some had been burned at the edges and repaired with thread. At the center of the archive stood a desk. Behind the desk sat a woman in a black dress. She was old enough that age had become part of the atmosphere around her. Her hair was silver and braided down her back. Her fingers were stained with every color of ink. Her face was calm. Her eyes were not. They were empty white paper. "Fee received," she said. Her voice sounded like pages being turned in another room. Vivienne bowed her head slightly. The woman looked at Eddie. "Manager." "Temporarily." The woman blinked. Words appeared in her paper-white eyes. "Eddie Crowe, duty holder, unrecognized representative, poor prospects." Eddie looked at the dead ledger. "Does everyone here know my file?" The ledger wrote, "You are becoming administratively distinct." That is not a phrase people use before good things. The woman behind the desk held out her hand. "Petition." Rattle walked forward and offered the consent registry. The woman did not take it. "Not the list," she said. "The petition." Lilith opened her leather case and removed the duty conflict petition. It was no longer a clean document. The pages had been handled, copied, challenged, stamped, folded, sealed, reopened, and once briefly set on fire by an office that had denied doing so. She placed it on the desk. The wide-eyed archivist touched it. The archive trembled. Pages lifted overhead. Names whispered down the aisles. Then the woman said, "This petition asks to make the dead represented." Eddie nodded. "It does." "Why?" "Because that was never a simple question." Eddie looked past the desk, at the rows of files, at the names hanging above them, at the shadows that moved between shelves, each one carrying some small proof that a person had once mattered to someone somewhere, even if the person had been left behind by every system that claimed to understand death. "Because they are being turned into conclusions," he said, "and some of them have things left to say." The woman tilted her head. "Words are not rights." "No," Eddie said, "but taking words away is how people get told they never had rights at all." The archive was silent. Then the woman reached beneath the desk and withdrew a thin gray book. Its cover was blank. She opened it. The first page was covered in old script. The witness clause. Rattle made a sound that was almost reverent. Lilith moved closer. Cashin stopped breathing. The woman read, "Where a dead person cannot enter law unaccompanied, a witness may hold the door. The witness may not own the voice. The voice may not be carried without consent. The consent may not be bought, frightened, inherited, presumed, or taken from silence. The words hung in the air. Nora's lantern brightened. The woman turned the page. A valid witness clause requires 3 anchors. First, the claimant's freely stated refusal or request. Second, a record that existed beyond the claimant's own memory. Third, a witness who can state without benefit of ownership who the claimant was when no one was listening. Eddie looked at Cora Wren's red scarf, now wrapped around her wrist. Walter Gage stood behind them with the lemon-sweet tin in both hands. The woman looked at Cora. Claimant. Cora nodded. Request. Cora's mouth trembled once, then steadied. I request that no one erase me under a name I did not choose. I request that someone be allowed to object when they classify me. I request that my life not be treated as an error because nobody living was left to sign for me. The archivist's white eyes filled with writing. Record. Walter held out the tin. Lemon sweets, he said. My wife gave them to Cora every week in the 5th annex. She kept a ledger of every visit. I have it. From inside his coat he pulled a small notebook. The paper was warped with age. On the first page was Elinor Gage's handwriting. Cora Wren, Tuesday. Brought lemons, asked about birds. Still hates being called poor thing. Cora made a broken sound. The archivist looked at Walter. Witness. Walter's eyes filled. I did not know her well, he said, but I know my wife loved her. I know Cora was not a file to her. I know she made her laugh. I know her name was Cora Wren before this place forgot it. The archive shook. A page detached from the ceiling and drifted down. It landed on the desk. Cora Wren, witness clause active. The dead ledger flashed. Consent 4 of 100 accepted. Cora stared at the page, then looked at Eddie. I did not think it would work. Eddie looked at her. Me neither, he said. The archivist's mouth moved. Not a smile, something close. That is how clauses survive, she said. They work before anyone believes they will. Then every lamp in the archive went out. Darkness dropped hard. Nora's lantern flared gold. Mara's blades came free with a hiss. Kit whispered, that feels bad. The dead ledger wrote in a thin line of gray light. Final allocation entry attempt detected. Archive neutrality breach. The archivist stood behind her desk. For the first time her face showed fear. They found you quickly, she said. From the far aisle came the sound of paper tearing. Not one sheet. Thousands. Names began to fall from the ceiling. White pages, gray pages, burned pages, pages with signatures, pages with photographs, pages carrying lives so thin they barely made a sound when they hit the ground. Then something moved between the filing cabinets. It was tall, too tall. Its body was made of black strips of paper folded into a human shape. No face. No hands, only margins. Endless margins fluttering where fingers should have been. A stamp hung where its head should have been. It read. Insufficient. Mara stepped in front of Nora. What is it? Lilith's voice was flat. A margin bailiff. Kit blinked. Those are real. Lilith looked at him. Unfortunately, most things with stupid names are real. The margin bailiff moved. It did not walk. It crossed space by removing it. 1 second it stood at the far aisle. The next, the shelves between it and the desk were gone, not knocked over, gone. Their labels fluttered briefly in the air, then vanished. The bailiff reached for Cora's witness page. Eddie lunged. He grabbed the page first. The paper was hot. A black margin swept toward his wrist. Mara cut it. Her silver blade passed through the paper body and carved a bright line into the dark. The bailiff folded around the wound. No blood, no scream. Only a new word stamped itself across its chest. Correction DELAYED. Can we kill it? Eddie asked. Lilith's pen flashed in her hand. We can make it regret employment. Close enough. The bailiff opened both arms. The archive pages rose, names peeled off them. Cora Wren became Cora, then Cor, then a blank line. Cora gasped and clutched her throat. Walter shouted her name. Cora Wren. The lantern light surged. The name returned to the page. The bailiff shifted toward Walter. Nora stepped between them. She raised the lantern, not him. The bailiff's stamp turned, living witness. The margins around its arms fluttered faster. Eddie felt the danger before he understood it. The bailiff could not just take names from the dead. It could take the memory of names from the living. Final allocation did not have to prove Cora was nobody. It only had to make Walter forget. "Walter," Eddie said, "do not let it talk to you." The bailiff did not talk. It opened a blank space in the air. Inside it, Walter saw something. His face changed. "Elinor," he whispered. Nora grabbed his shoulder. "Walter." He stared into the blank space. "My wife," he said. "She is there." The empty margin widened. A woman's voice came from it, soft, familiar. "Walter," it said, "come home." Cora's face went white. "That is not Elinor." Walter took one step toward the blank space. Eddie moved in front of him. "Walter," he said. The man did not look at him. "Elinor needs me." "No," Eddie said. "Something knows what she sounded like. That is not the same." Walter's eyes filled. "You do not know her." "No," Eddie said, "but Cora does." Cora stepped forward. Her hands were shaking. "She hated roses," Cora said. "Your wife hated roses. She said they smelled like funerals and men who did not listen. She drank tea too sweet. She burned toast every Tuesday. She did not call you Walter when she was angry. She called you Gage. She did not say come home. She said get your coat and stop being dramatic." Walter stopped. The voice in the blank margin said, "Walter." Cora shouted, "She was not gentle when she loved you." The blank margin tore. A scream came from the bailiff, not pain, offense. Mara hit it again. This time her blade cut through the word insufficient. The stamp broke. Black paper exploded across the archive. Lilith threw a red seal into the air. "Unauthorized evidentiary suppression," she said. "Charge it." The seal struck the bailiff's chest. The paper shape folded inward. Lines of text raced across it. "Liability, liability, liability." The bailiff collapsed into a pile of gray strips. Each strip carried a different name. Rattle fell to his knees beside them. "No," he whispered. Eddie moved closer. The names were not strangers. Some had appeared in the consent registry as possible claimants. Some were names from Black Hollow. Some were names that had already been crossed out. One strip read Marthaarlen. Another read Thomas Reed. Another read Hester Bell Vale. The last read Noraquinn. Eddie's hand tightened around the witness page. The archivist's white eyes had gone dark. "They have a selection list," Cashin said. Lilith crouched beside the paper strips. "They are not merely watching the petition. They are targeting every person who might support it." The dead ledger wrote, "Threat update. Final allocation has classified witness clauses as hostile infrastructure." Kit rubbed both hands over his face. "Can a legal category be hostile infrastructure?" Lilith looked at him. "Anything that slows authority can become hostile infrastructure." Vivienne had not moved since the bailiff fell. She stood near the open witness clause book, red glove pressed against the page. Her face was unreadable. Then she said, "There is another clause." The archivist looked at her. "No." Vivienne's eyes lifted. "Yes. It is sealed. Everything useful is sealed." The archivist stood straighter. The clause was sealed because it created rights for people who had been denied the comfort of being easy. Eddie looked between them. "What clause?" The archivist did not answer. Vivienne did. "The emergency witness clause." Lilith's expression changed. Even Mara looked at her. Cashin took a step back. "No," he said. Eddie looked at him. "You know it." "I know it was prohibited." "Why?" Cashin's voice was quiet. "Because it allows a witness to speak when the claimant cannot." Nora's grip tightened around the lantern. "That sounds like exactly what we need." "No," Cashin said. "It sounds like the thing final allocation will use to say the witness owns the claimant." The archivist spoke. The emergency clause lets a living or continuing witness carry a person's refusal through an active erasure. It lasts one night only. It can be used once per witness. If the claimant returns, the clause ends. If the claimant does not return, the witness carries the unspoken refusal until the court hears it. Eddie felt cold. "And what does it cost?" he asked. The archivist looked at Nora. "Memory." Nora did not look away. "What memory?" The witness gives one memory of the claimant, not an object, not a statement, the memory itself. Cora stared at Walter. Walter stared at the lemon-sweet tin. The archive seemed to lean closer. Eddie looked at the paper strip with Martha Arlen's name. Martha had no living family, no active family, no current jurisdiction. That was why final allocation had chosen her, because the system believed no one would pay enough to remember. "You cannot ask people to do that," Eddie said. The archivist's gaze held his. "Correct." "Can they choose?" "They can." Nora stepped forward. "No." Eddie turned. Nora's eyes were fixed on the Martha strip. "I mean no, you do not get to decide. They cannot choose." "Nora, you said we are not doing this by treating people like numbers. That includes people we care about." Eddie's throat tightened. He hated that she was right. He hated that the only way to keep something honest was to let people make choices that scared him. The dead ledger wrote, "Duty holder emotional conflict detected. Recommendation: do not confuse protection with control." Eddie stared at the page. "Everyone has become very educational tonight." Nora looked at him. "It is not personal." "That is worse." The archivist closed the witness clause book. "No emergency clause may be opened without a claimant present," she said. Lilith looked at the strips. "Martha's selection is tomorrow." "Third bell," Cashin said. The archivist nodded. "Then you have until the third bell to find a witness who can carry her refusal." Eddie looked down at the strip again. Martha Arlen. He had met her only hours ago. She had been trapped inside an assigned identity, made to choose between silence and becoming evidence against herself. She had stood up anyway, but who remembered the person she had been before the registry broke her apart? Not family, not current jurisdiction, not the court. The answer sat behind the question like a locked door. Martha herself had said it in the lower registry. "I did it alone once. It did not go well." Eddie looked at Cashin. "Her old file," he said. "The original one before they reassigned her name." Cashin shook his head. "Destroyed." "Nothing is destroyed." Lilith glanced at him. "That is an optimistic statement." "It is a cemetery statement." The dead ledger buzzed. "Original Martha Arlen record, status unknown. Archive cross-reference, possible." A narrow drawer at the bottom of the archivist's desk slid open by itself. Inside lay a small brass key. It was not much larger than Eddie's thumb. On the bow, someone had engraved a single word, UNSCNT. The archivist looked at the key, then at Eddie. "The unsent office holds letters written but never delivered. It also holds answers that miss their proper destination." Kit brightened. "That sounds like a place with low security." The archivist's white eyes turned toward him. "It is guarded by every apology no one was brave enough to make." Kit's expression changed. "High security," he said, "very high." Eddie picked up the key. It was warm. The moment it touched his skin, a letter appeared in the air above the desk. The paper was folded twice. The ink was faded. On the front was written, "For Martha. If they tell you no one remembers, they are lying." Eddie stared. Nora inhaled sharply. The letter vanished. The key pulsed once. The dead ledger wrote, "Next location, the unsent office. Time to third bell, 8 hours 41 minutes. Lilith looked toward the archive exit. "We can get there." Cashin did not look convinced. "We will have to cross the refused correspondence vault," he said. Mara checked the edge of her blade. "Then we cross it." Vivienne pulled her glove back on. "The fee remains active." Eddie looked at her. "Thank you." Vivienne's mouth turned faintly. "Do not thank me until I invoice you properly." Cora Wren stood beside Walter, her witness page held carefully between them. "What happens to me?" she asked. Rattle stepped forward. "You return to the lower registry if you wish. You may remain under provisional witness protection. You may request a private space. You may request no further contact." Cora looked at Eddie and the petition. Eddie did not reach for the page. He waited. Cora looked at Walter. Walter nodded once. Not an instruction, a witness. Cora placed her hand over the page. "I consent," she said, "not because I am afraid of being taken, because I am tired of pretending I was never here." The dead ledger wrote, "Consent 4 of 100 confirmed. Witness clause active. The archive lamps returned." Somewhere far above, the first court bell rang again. The sound reached them through floors of stone and offices and forgotten procedures. A reminder, a warning, or perhaps, Eddie thought, a clerk tapping one finger against a desk while waiting for someone to fail. He looked at the unsent key in his hand, then at the people beside him. Cora and Walter, Nora with her lantern, Mara with her blades, Lilith with her case, Cassian with his fear and his stack of forms, Vivienne with her unpaid line debt, Rattle with the registry held against his bones, Kit looking worried enough that even he had forgotten to make a joke. "We go," Eddie said. The archivist's white eyes darkened. "Manager." Eddie stopped. "You should know," she said, "that the unsent office does not keep letters because they were forgotten." "What does it keep them for?" The old woman looked at the name strips scattered across the floor. "Because some truths are too late for the person who needed them," she said, "but not too late to ruin someone else." The door behind them opened. The corridor beyond was darker than before. The black ink on the walls had begun to move, and in its slow, curling lines, Eddie saw the first phrase written again and again. "Marthaarlen is not entitled to a witness." He tightened his grip on the key. "Then," he said, "we are going to bother the person who decided that." The ink laughed silently, and somewhere in the city of cemeteries, a letter that had waited decades to be read began to open itself. The refused correspondence vault began where ordinary corridors learned to lie. Cassian warned them about it twice. The first warning came when the narrow passage beneath the archive bent left, then right, then appeared to bend through the same wall it had just passed. "The vault is not a route," he said. "It is an argument about routes." Kit stared at him. That sentence did not help. "It is the best one I have." The second warning came when the corridor filled with doors. They appeared one at a time in the black stone. Red doors, blue doors, doors with brass knockers, doors with no handles, doors too small for a person, doors too tall for a building. Each carried a nameplate. "Sincerely, too late. I meant to for your own good, not my fault. You know I loved you." Nora stopped beneath the last one. The words on the brass plate had been scratched through so deeply the metal curled at the edges. She did not touch it. Eddie watched her face. "Do you want to?" he asked. "No." "Good." She looked at him. "You did not ask what is behind it." "I have learned that questions are expensive here." That almost made her smile. Then a voice spoke from behind the door. "Nora." Eddie felt her go still. The voice was old, female, gentle in the way old voices sometimes sounded when they had been used to carrying people through bad years. "Nora, darling, open the door." Nora's knuckles went white around the lantern handle. Eddie stepped beside her. The door whispered again, "I am sorry I left you with the wall." Nora's breath caught. Eddie did not ask who it was. He knew enough. Her grandmother, or something clever enough to borrow the sound of a grandmother's regret. The dead ledger wrote, "Unverified apology event. Do not open." Nora read it. Her eyes stayed on the door. "I know," she said. The voice softened. "You never let me explain." Nora's mouth tightened. "You died," she said. The door went quiet. For 1 second Eddie thought that would be enough. Then the handle turned by itself. Nora raised the lantern. "Do not," she said. The voice behind the door laughed gently. "You always sound like your mother when you are frightened." Nora moved before Eddie could stop her. She did not reach for the door. She slammed the iron base of the lantern into the brass plate. The plate cracked. The door screamed. Not like a woman, like a house collapsing inside its own memory. The corridor shook. All the other doors opened a fraction. Hands appeared in the gaps. Pale hands, old hands, child-sized hands, ink-stained hands. Hands holding letters that had never been sent. Mara drew both blades. "Keep moving," she said. Kit pointed at the doors. Those hands look very attached to the concept of customer feedback. Lilith's eyes were on the corridor ahead. "Do not read the plaques. Do not answer anyone who knows something true. The vault does not need to lie. It only needs to offer you a truth too late to be useful." Eddie looked at the doors. "I hate that it knows what useful is." "Everyone here does," Lilith said. They moved. The corridor lengthened beneath their feet. Doors slid past them. Some opened just enough to show rooms full of furniture, soup bowls, funeral clothes, unpaid bills, hospital beds, empty chairs. Others offered nothing but darkness and a voice saying one sentence over and over. "I was going to tell you. I was going to tell you. I was going to tell you." Eddie kept his eyes forward. He was good at not looking back. That had been one of his first skills. Then he heard his mother laugh. Not a memory of a laugh. Her actual laugh, bright and sudden, from behind a blue door marked "You deserved better." His steps stopped. Nora's hand found his wrist. "Eddie." The blue door opened a finger's width. A smell came through. Salt air, fried sugar. The cheap seaside arcade from the photograph he carried in the lining of his coat. He had never told Nora about the photograph. He had not told anyone. The voice behind the door said, "Edward James." He hated the full name. It made him feel like a boy standing in the wrong office. "I have something for you," his mother said. Eddie looked at the door. Nora's hand tightened. "Do not," she said. "I know. You are looking." It is difficult not to look when a door starts doing emotional fraud. The door opened another inch. Inside he saw the edge of a yellow coat. His mother's coat, not exactly the one from the photograph, a younger coat, a real one. "I am sorry," the voice said. That was the dangerous part, not the laugh, not the coat, the apology. Eddie had spent enough of his life wanting people to say it correctly. He knew the shape of the hunger. Nora stepped in front of him. The lantern light hit the blue door. The paint blistered. The voice changed. It became dry, paper-thin, annoyed. "You are not the witness." Nora looked at it. "No," she said. "I am the person telling you to stop using him." The blue door slammed shut. Eddie exhaled. His knees felt strangely weak. Nora did not look at him. She only said, "You can be angry later." "I am not angry." "You will be." "I am mostly embarrassed." "That too." He wanted to joke. He wanted to say something that made the moment smaller. But there was no good way to make someone standing in front of a false apology smaller. So he only said, "Thank you." Nora glanced at him. The corridor doors whispered around them. She nodded once. "Keep walking." They reached the end of the vault when the first court bell rang again. The sound did not come from above. It came through every door at once. The brass plates rattled. The hands withdrew. The corridor unfolded into a small circular chamber lined with letterboxes. Thousands of them. Some were wooden, some iron, some bone, some carved into the stone itself. Most had no names. At the center stood a desk with a brass lamp, a stack of string, and a man in a blue postman's uniform. He was not dead in the transparent, polite way of most people in the lower registry. He was dead in the way an old building was dead, solid, patient, unwilling to admit it had changed. His beard was white. His cap sat squarely on his head. His hands rested on the desk beside a ledger so large it could have been used as defensive architecture. He looked at Eddie, then at the unsent key, then at the other people gathered behind him. "You are late," the postman said. Eddie looked at the dead ledger. "Do we have an appointment?" The postman's eyes narrowed. "Everyone who comes here had an appointment. That is the trouble." Kit looked at the letterboxes. "Are you the postmaster?" "No." "Then who are you?" The old man placed one palm on the ledger. Delivery failure. Lilith's mouth moved slightly. Mr. Oakes. The man looked at her. Lilith Quill, still wearing hell like a good suit. Still avoiding uniforms, Lilith replied. Eddie looked between them. Everyone knows everyone in Death Administration. No, Mr. Oakes said. Everyone who survives long enough to become irritating knows everyone. Eddie considered that fair. Mr. Oakes looked at the unsent key in Eddie's hand. You want a letter? Martha Arlen, Eddie said. The postman's face did not change, but the brass lamp flickered. That letter was not delivered. That is why we are here. It was not delivered because the recipient was already being corrected. Mara leaned forward. Can you show us where it is? Mr. Oakes looked at her blades. You hunt the dead. I hunt what harms them. The postman's expression shifted by 1 degree. That was approval, Eddie suspected. He looked at Nora's lantern. Living witness. Nora nodded at Vivienne. Which line det? Vivienne inclined her head. At Rattle, clerk. Assistant clerk, Rattle said, and I am temporarily supervising correct consent procedure. Mr. Oakes stared at him. Then he laughed. It was not cruel, it was tired. Good, he said. The world finally ended the way I expected. A skeleton is in charge of ethics. Rattle's bones clicked. I am not in charge. Not yet, Lilith said. Mr. Oakes opened his ledger. Every letter box in the chamber clicked once. Letters here are not sorted by name, he said. Names are too easily buried. They are sorted by the truth they carried when no one wanted it. He turned a page. Apology, refusal, warning, love, confession, debt, witness. The last word remained on the page. It darkened. Then a row of letterboxes opened along the eastern wall. 100 small doors, most empty. Some held envelopes. One held a gray ribbon. One held a child's shoe. One held a blood-stained page. Eddie looked away from the shoe quickly. No need to know every story. That was another thing he was learning. You did not respect the dead by consuming them whole. You respected them by asking what they wanted carried. Mr. Oakes walked to a letterbox near the bottom. Its door bore a scratched number, 1704. Eddie stared. Grave row 17. Mr. Oakes looked at him. Every road returned somewhere. He opened the box. Inside lay a letter tied with faded blue thread. The paper was thin. The writing on the front had been smeared by water. For Martha. If they tell you no one remembers, they are lying. Eddie's chest tightened. Mr. Oakes did not hand it to him. Letters are not evidence until read, he said. And they are not read until the recipient, the writer, or the carried truth is present. Martha is in the lower registry, Eddie said. Then you have to bring her. Cashin looked toward the corridor. We do not have time. Mr. Oakes' voice stayed calm. Then you do not have time. The first bell rang again, not the second, not yet, but closer. Eddie closed his eyes for a second. Fine, he said, we go back. Mr. Oakes held up one hand. No. Eddie looked at him. No. You came for a witness clause. You found an undelivered letter. Now you are trying to turn it into a weapon before you know whether it is a kindness. Eddie's face warmed. That is not what I am doing. Mr. Oakes looked at the registry under Rattle's arm. It is what everyone does when they need a document quickly. Lilith's mouth flattened. The postman continued. Sit. Eddie stared. Excuse me. Sit down, manager. You are trying to save the dead by becoming an office. That landed. The chamber had only 3 chairs. One was broken. One was occupied by a transparent woman who had not been there a second ago. The third was small and wooden, placed directly in front of the desk. Eddie sat. The woman in the occupied chair wore a brown coat with a yellowed hospital badge pinned to the collar. Her hands were folded in her lap. She looked at the letter, then at Eddie. My name was June Sayer, she said. The room went still. Nora lifted the lantern. Martha's friend, she asked. June smiled faintly. Her roommate, her co-worker, her bad influence. her witness when the rest of the ward decided that seeing was safer than speaking. Eddie looked at the letter. You wrote it. Yes. Why was it not delivered? June's smile disappeared. Because I died first. That was a sentence that no one knew how to answer. June looked down at her hands. We worked in St. Oran's ward, not a hospital exactly, a place for people whose families wanted a doctor to agree they were difficult. Martha was there because she refused to sign over a little house her mother had left her. Her uncle said she was confused. He had money. The doctor had debt. You know the rest. Lilith's eyes went hard. Coerced institutional transfer, she said. June nodded. Martha kept a notebook. Names, dates, medications, people who went in well and came out compliant. She told me that if anyone ever asked, the notebook would prove she was not confused. And did it? Eddie asked. June looked at the letterbox. The notebook disappeared, so did the doctor, so did the house. Myra's jaw tightened. Her uncle died rich, June said. You can imagine how peacefully. Kit muttered something impolite. June turned to Eddie. I wrote Martha this letter after they moved her. I told her I remembered. I told her the notebook was not gone. I had copied parts of it. I told her I would find her. Her voice weakened. I never did. Nora stepped closer. You are here now. June looked at her. That is not the same. No, Nora said, but it is not nothing. The postman slid the letter toward June. Do you want it read? June looked at the envelope, then at Eddie. If I let it be read, will you use it? Eddie could have answered quickly. Yes, that was what they needed. Evidence, a witness. A door through which Martha could walk into court and refuse to be reduced to an administrative conclusion. But Mr. Oakes was watching him. So was Nora. So was June. Eddie looked at the letter. I will use it only in the way you agree to, he said, or not at all. June's face changed. Something tender and painful passed through it. You are young, she said. I hear that constantly. You are young enough to think promises are easy. No, Eddie said. I am young enough to know when I break one. June considered him. Then she lifted her hand. The letter rose, the blue thread untied itself. The paper unfolded. June did not read it. She let the words appear in the air between them. Martha. They told you that you were confused because it was easier than saying your uncle bought the right men. You were never confused. You were the only person in that place who could still see the whole room. I copied the notebook. I hid the pages in the blue medicine tin under the old chapel stairs. I wrote your name on every page because I was afraid they would make you disappear and tell me I dreamed you. You were not a dream. You were not difficult. You were not a case. You were my friend. If anyone ever tells you no one remembers, they are lying. June. For a long time no one spoke. The letter hung in the air. Not a legal document. Not yet. Just a woman telling another woman that she had existed. Eddie felt something in his chest press hard against his ribs. He thought of the photograph of his mother, of the blue door in the corridor, of every apology he had wanted but never received, of the cruel little fact that truth could arrive years too late and still matter enough to wound. June looked at the words. I want Martha to hear it, she said, not the court. Martha. Eddie nodded. Then that is what happens first. The postman closed the letterbox. A soft click sounded. The brass key in Eddie's hand grew warm. The dead ledger wrote. Witness record SECURED. Emergency clause eligibility possible. Consent status unchanged. Kit sighed. Everything important comes with fine print. Lilith nodded. That is how you know it survived. When they returned to the lower registry, the hall had changed. It was fuller, not with people, with notices. Gray notices lay on benches, counters, chairs, and the floor. They hung from the green lamps. They had been slid beneath the feet of dead people who had not moved. Each one bore a name and one phrase. Provisional allocation review. Cora Wren held one in both hands. Walter Gage stood beside her, pale and furious. Martha Arlen was near the information desk. She looked at Eddie. He saw the question in her face. Not what had he found, whether he had found enough. Eddie approached her slowly. "Martha." She looked at the letter floating above his hand. Her breath stopped. "June." The name came out small. The letter unfolded. Martha did not read it at first. She only looked at the first line. "Martha." Then her knees folded. Nora caught her before she fell. Martha gripped Nora's sleeve and read. She did not make a sound. Her face changed with every line. Pain, disbelief, anger, then something else. Something like a person being handed back a room they had assumed was gone forever. When she finished, Martha pressed both hands over her mouth. She remembered, she whispered. June stood behind Eddie, faint in the green lamplight. "I should have found you sooner," she said. Martha turned. For a moment, the two women simply looked at each other. Then Martha crossed the space between them. Their arms passed through at first, then held, dead hands, dead shoulders, a hug that should not have been possible and somehow was. The lower registry looked away. Even Mr. Oakes, who had followed them without anyone noticing, turned his cap in his hands. Rattle made a tiny, furious sound and stamped a form so hard the desk shook. "Witness continuity confirmed," he said. The dead ledger wrote. "Marthaarlen. Original witness record restored. Emergency clause available." Eddie looked at Martha. He did not speak immediately. This was not his decision. Martha read the line in the ledger, then she looked at June. "What would it do?" she asked. Lilith spoke carefully. "June could carry your refusal into the hearing if final allocation attempts to erase or silence you before you speak. She would give one memory of you to the clause. She would lose it afterward." Martha went still. June looked at the letter. "It is mine to give," she said. Martha shook her head. "No." June looked at her. "Martha." "No." Martha's voice strengthened. "You gave me the letter. You remembered when I could not. I will not save myself by taking the last piece of me you have." June's eyes filled. "It would not be the last piece." "It might be." The silence became sharp. Eddie watched Martha straighten. She was afraid. She had every reason to be, but she did not let fear decide for her. That was not bravery in the clean, easy sense. It was something harder. It was ownership of herself without turning anyone else into a cost. Martha looked at Lilith. "Can I consent without the emergency clause?" Lilith nodded. "Yes." "Can I speak at the hearing?" Cashin answered, "If they allow the claimant to speak." Martha's mouth tightened. "Then I will make them allow it." The dead ledger paused. Then wrote, "Consent 5 of 100 accepted. Claimant, Marthaarlen. Witness clause active and an emergency." Rattle pressed the stamp to the registry page. The sound rang through the hall. A simple stamp, a small noise, but people heard it. The woman with the empty birdcage stood from her bench. The postman in the ruined uniform turned toward the desk. A broad man with a broken watch in his hand stepped forward. No one spoke at first. Then the birdcage woman said, "How long is the waiting period?" Rattle looked at her. "As long as you need." The woman nodded. "Good, I have waited 68 years. I can manage 10 minutes. The postman cleared his throat. "Can I ask a question?" "You can ask several," Rattle said. "What happens if I consent and my son is still alive?" Nora looked at Eddie. Eddie looked at the postman. "Then we protect his right not to be used against you," he said, "and yours not to be taken because you loved him." The man nodded slowly. "Can you write that down?" Rattle's skull practically shone. "I can write it in 3 formats." By the time the second court bell began to form somewhere above the city, 3 more names had entered the registry. Not because Eddie had sold them hope, because each had asked questions, because each had heard the risks, because each had been allowed to leave. Esther Vaughn, who had died with a suitcase full of letters from women she had helped escape violent husbands, consented after the suitcase was opened and its names were preserved under seal. Peter Quill, a dock worker whose entire record had been reduced to a debt ledger, consented after Mara found the ship manifest, proving he had saved 6 men during a fire, and none of their families had been told. Abel Noor, the old man with the wooden box, consented only after he opened it and showed them the brass compass inside. It had belonged to his daughter, who had disappeared at sea. He did not ask them to find her. He only asked that no office ever classify his grief as a missing asset again. Each consent took time. Each consent needed a record. Each consent needed a witness. Each consent left Eddie more tired and less certain that 100 was an impossible number. Impossible numbers, he was learning, were still made of individual people. The dead ledger updated. Consent count 8 of 100. Witness clauses active. Time to third bell 1 hour 16 minutes 8. Not enough, not even close, but 8 people had chosen something. That mattered. It mattered until the gray notices started moving. They lifted from the benches, from the counters, from the floor. They folded themselves into narrow paper birds and flew toward the ceiling. Each bird carried a name: Cora Wren, Esther Vaughn, Peter Quill, Abel Knorr, Martha Arlen. The birds formed a circle overhead. Then the gray ink bled through them. Final allocation response. New consents recorded. Review priorities updated. Cora's face went white. Peter swore softly. Esther closed her suitcase. Abel held the compass to his chest. Eddie stared upward. They are selecting everyone who consents. Cashin's face had gone hollow. They will claim the petition creates instability. Lilith looked at the birds. No, they will claim consent proves active resistance. Active resistance justifies accelerated review. Kit looked around the hall. So what? People should not consent because it makes the monsters angry. No one answered. Then Cora did. They were angry before. Everyone looked at her. She stood beside Walter with the red scarf around her shoulders and a Linner's lemon sweet tin in her hands. They were angry before any of us spoke. That is why we are here. The paper birds trembled. Cora looked at Eddie. If they choose me, will you come? Eddie felt the weight of the question. Not a promise of safety, not a promise that he could win, just whether he would show up. Yes, he said. Cora nodded. Then choose me if you have to, she told the birds. At least somebody will be forced to read my name. Birds caught fire, not bright fire, gray fire. They burned away without ash. The lower registry went dark for one breath. Then the second bell rang. The sound shook dust from the ceiling. Mr. Guerin appeared at the far end of the hall. No door opened. No one saw him arrive. He simply stood there in his brown coat with his brown satchel and his forgettable face holding a new folder. This time Eddie remembered his face, not well, but enough to hate it. Mr. Guerin looked at the information desk. At the sign, at the 8 names in the registry, at Martha holding June's letter. Then he looked at Eddie. Interesting, he said. Eddie stepped forward. That is not how you usually start. No, Mr. Guerin said. Usually there are fewer people. Mara shifted beside Eddie. Mr. Guerin noticed. Hunter Voss. Mara, she said. He did not correct himself. That was deliberate. He looked at Lilith. Infernal Council. Former, depending on mood. At Vivienne, Thorn Line claimant. Debt holder, Vivienne said. At Nora, associated living witness. Nora's lantern rose. Name, she said. Mr. Guerin looked at her. Nora Quinn. The hall flinched. The lamps dimmed. The dead ledger wrote. Unauthorized full name deployment. Living witness pressure detected. Eddie's anger moved before his body did. He stepped in front of Nora. Do not use her name like that. Mr. Guerin looked at him. I used her name accurately. That is not the same thing. The man's face remained blank. No, he said, it is not. For a second, Eddie thought he had made a mistake. Then Guerin opened the folder. Preliminary hearing has been advanced. Cashin swore. Lilith did too, in a language that made several nearby forms fold themselves into apologies. When? Eddie asked. Mr. Guerin turned the folder toward him. The page read. Duty conflict petition, preliminary hearing. Third bell immediate, claimant, Marthaarlen. Consent status noted, representative status unavailable. Eddie looked at the clockless hall. The third bell has not rung. Mr. Guerin's expression did not change. It has now. The bell rang. No warning, no preparation. One brutal final note. Every door in the lower registry shut at once. The counters locked, the green lamps turned white. A gray line opened across the floor beneath Martha's feet. Martha grabbed June's letter. Nora grabbed Martha. Eddie drove the manager's shovel into the stone. The blade flashed. Manager duty active. The line stopped. For one breath. Then Mr. Guerin spoke. Claimant attendance required. Martha looked at Eddie. She was afraid, but she was not alone. That had to matter. Eddie pulled the shovel free. "We attend," he said. Mr. Guerin inclined his head. "Without standing." Eddie looked at the registry, at 8 names, at every person in the hall who had heard Cora say that the office had been angry before anyone spoke, at Martha with June's letter shaking in her hand, at Nora beside her. "No," Eddie said, "with witnesses." The gray line opened wider, not a grave, a courtroom door. The lower registry began to slide downward into dark, and above them, where the city of cemeteries kept its oldest laws, something that had never needed to listen prepared to hear the dead speak. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Preliminary Disposal. Courts, Eddie Crowe decided while the lower registry began to descend beneath his feet, were just graves that had learned how to ask questions before closing. The gray line under Martha Arlen widened without making a sound. Stone opened around it in a clean rectangle. No dust rose. No old pipes groaned. The floor simply separated along rules that had existed before anyone in the lower registry had been born, buried, named, renamed, or foolish enough to volunteer for a legal experiment. Martha stood at the edge of it with June Sayer's letter clenched in both hands. Nora had one arm around her. Mara had drawn a knife. Lilith Quill was already holding 3 black folders open at once, which Eddie had learned meant she was either about to save everyone or make the situation legally fascinating. Cashin Vale had gone so pale that the gray lamps made him look like a memorial portrait with expensive tailoring. Vivienne Thorne stood very still, her umbrella closed at her side, red-gloved fingers tight around the silver handle. Rattle held his files to his rib cage with both hands. Kit looked at the floor opening and said, "I would like to formally state that I object to all buildings that suddenly become elevators." The dead ledger wrote across Eddie's phone. Formal objection received. Jurisdiction, none. Emotional accuracy, high. Eddie drove the manager's shovel into the stone beside the opening. The blade flashed silver. Manager duty active. The lower registry shook. For one hopeful second the descending floor stopped. Then Mr. Guerin looked at the shovel. "Duty acknowledged," he said. Eddie did not like the gentleness in his voice. The man made every sentence sound like a letter someone had already opened for you. "Good," Eddie said. "Then the duty is, nobody takes Martha anywhere." Mr. Guerin's ordinary face gave him nothing back. "Duty is not instruction," he said. "Then it needs a better name." Many older systems do. The gray line reached the far wall. The counters, chairs, green lamps, filing shelves, and registry doors all began to sync together. The whole lower registry moved down as one sealed piece of the world, carrying them with it. No one ran. There was nowhere to run that did not look like the same falling floor. Nora tightened her grip on Martha. "You stay with us," she said. Martha looked at the deepening gray around them. "I do not think it is asking." "It has never been asked before," Nora said. "That is not the same thing." Martha tried to smile. It was a brave attempt. It did not quite reach her eyes. Eddie stepped closer to them. "Listen to me. This is a hearing." Martha looked at him. "That is what they called it." "Good hearings require talking. I am very good at talking." Mara glanced at him. "You are also very good at making people wish you would stop." "That is a separate skill." The floor dropped through darkness. Not a shaft, not an underground room. Darkness itself moved past the edges of the registry like deep water. Eddie saw pale rectangles of paperwork floating far below them. He saw doors standing alone in the black, each one painted a different color, each one marked with a date instead of a handle. He saw a stairway climbing sideways into nothing, where a queue of dead people waited with their hands folded and their names pinned to their coats. Then the lower registry settled with a soft, final click. The doors opened. They were no longer in the city of cemeteries, or maybe they were somewhere beneath the part of the city that admitted it had laws. The room beyond the doors was huge, circular, and very nearly empty. At its center stood a single black table, no judge's bench, no grand chair, no candles, no stained glass, no comforting Gothic nonsense. Just a table shaped like a narrow coffin covered in gray paper. 3 empty chairs faced it. Behind the chairs, the wall had been painted white, not pale. White in the way a blank page was white before someone decided whose life belonged on it. A round gallery rose in tiers around the room. The seats were occupied by figures Eddie could not focus on for long. Some wore black office coats. Some wore funeral clothes. Some had no visible faces. Some were only shadows cast by chairs that did not seem to contain anyone at all. A bell hung above the black table. It had no rope. It rang once anyway. The sound settled in Eddie's bones. The dead ledger stopped writing. That was how he knew the place was bad. Mr. Guerin walked ahead of them. His brown coat did not move with the air. He placed his satchel on one side of the table, opened it, and removed a thin gray file. "Preliminary disposal chamber," he said. Kit looked around. "That name does not make anyone feel better." "It is not intended to." Lilith stepped forward. "What authority convenes this chamber?" Mr. Guerin looked at her. "First finality appendix, provisional delegation." "Delegation by whom?" "Final record." "That is not an answer." "It is the answer currently recognized." Lilith smiled. It had edges. "I will be recording that phrase." "Please do." The 3 empty chairs moved, not toward anyone. Not by themselves exactly. The air above them folded inward and shapes appeared where the chairs had been empty. The first was a tall woman in a pale gray robe, her face smooth as paper, with no mouth until she spoke. The second was a man in a black suit, his collar fastened with a small iron key. His eyes were closed. The third chair held an old man made of shadow and ash, his fingers resting on a ledger that was not open. None of them looked at the room. They looked at the file. "Claimant," said the woman with the paper face. Martha flinched. Mr. Guerin opened the gray file. "Martha Arlen, deceased record, refusal noted, consent record noted, witness clause invoked, duty conflict petition pending, representative status unavailable." The man with the closed eyes said, "Classification." Mr. Guerin turned one page. "Unresolved continuation." Eddie felt Martha move behind him. "Person," he said. The room did not react. Mr. Guerin looked at him. "Manager Crowe." "Eddie." "Manager Crowe." "Person." The third figure, the ash-old man, placed one gray hand on his closed ledger. "Noted," he said. Eddie hated that word too. It was everywhere in these places. Noted, recorded, classified. A cemetery could use a word like buried and at least be honest about the danger. Nora stood beside Martha. "She is here. She is speaking. She has a name." The paper-faced woman finally turned toward her. "Associated living witness," she said. Nora's lantern flame lowered. "My name is Nora Quinn." The woman's blank face shifted. A mouth appeared where there had been none. "We know." Nora's jaw tightened. "Then use it like you mean I am a person." A small sound moved through the gallery. Not laughter, paper turning. Cashin took one step forward. "Preliminary disposal may not be heard without an independent record of claimant condition," he said. The man with the iron key at his throat tilted his head. "Auditor Vale." Cashin's face tightened. "Cashin Vale." Formerly subordinate audit clerk. Current independent evidentiary, observer under death stay. The man's closed eyes did not open. "Your status is under review." "So is yours." For the first time that morning, Kit made a sound that might have been a laugh before Mara looked at him. Mr. Guerin moved a document from one side of the black table to the other. "Objections are registered. The chamber will proceed." Lilith stepped forward. "I appear on behalf of the claimant." The paper-faced woman said, Claimant cannot appoint counsel. Lilith's smile vanished. Your notice says residents may submit record correction. Correct. Residents may be heard. Correct. Residents may not speak through counsel. Correct. Lilith rested both hands on the black table. Then, you have designed a hearing where the party whose existence is at issue is required to understand law but forbidden from receiving help. The ash-old man answered, No, we have designed a hearing where finality is not delayed by professional interference. Lilith's eyes went red. Very softly she said, I have ended contracts for less. Mara moved half a step toward her, not to stop her. Eddie noticed that too. Mr. Guerin remained calm.